Oh. Hello, good morning, wherever you are, whenever you are. My name is Ronan Vector, and I'm here back in your timeline, ready to play some more Fallout 4. Which is no surprise if you've been here or looked at any of my past videos. I've been on a Fallout kick between my friends, the TV show, just the new update. I'm excited, and this, who knows, maybe even at the end of this long road here. Uh, I'll even get back into Fallout 76. But if I do that, I'm probably gonna do my own server, like the Fallout First subscription thing. Um, I think that's what I'll end up doing. If once I do everything there is to do in this game, I've yet to. I've played this game so much, but I've yet to do like many completionist things. Like I've only ever beaten the main storyline once, I think, maybe twice actually. I think I did the Institute storyline. I might have just beaten the game once. Now that I think about it, I don't know. I might have done the Brotherhood of Steel before, but I don't really have clear memories on that. I usually just don't make it far enough. So let's check out the stream, see how we're doing here, how everything is sitting. Today we're also going to be listening to some comic book reviews while we traverse the wasteland, as it were. I think everything's good. So, as far as comic book goes, we're going to start with the Squadron Supreme playlist by Fresh Comic Stories. And I'm actually going to go ahead and put the link into the chat. So for anyone that wants to follow along in the playlist, you can retroactively look at the chat and, or, copy what's on screen, but that looks like a pain in the ass. And then follow along at your leisure. Because I really like comic books. And it's just another way of telling a story. I dig it. Here, we're going to turn down Fallout and then bring up this.
Okay, guys, so today we're going to cover Supreme Power. Now, Supreme Power is basically the origin of the Squadron Supreme. Now, the Squadron Supreme is a group of characters that kind of have been asked for me to cover on my channel for a while now. And I always just put it off, kind of like, I don't want to, I'll come back later to it. But I felt like we should go ahead and basically do it. And the reason why, because Squadron Supreme is actually a group of characters that Marvel made to just basically represent the DC's Justice League so that they can have the ability to have the Avengers fight against the Justice League. But of course, without going over to DC Comics and asking DC, hey, can we use your characters? And so, for example, every single character
All right, I'm trying to find some music.
is basically representing a different member of the Justice League. So, like Hyperion basically represents Superman. Now, with that being said, the Squadron Supreme comes from a different Earth. Now, before I kind of begin to dive into this series, I do want to explain one thing. There have been different versions of the Squadron Supreme over the years in Marvel Comics since like the 1960s. And honestly, I don't know how many different versions are there out there in the Marvel multiverse,
Okay.
but we have seen a few of them. And usually you have fans attach themselves to a particular version that they actually like. But today, we're going to sit down and actually cover
All right,
the
let's have one
wonderful
more
era
bowl.
of Marvel Max.
Get us going.
So Marvel Max was a way for Marvel to basically say, hey, let's see if we're able to make more adult comics, which of course they did. And of course they sold. And with these adult comics, you could tell more dark stories, more expletive stories. And so they had a lot of good success with Marvel Max. But of course, it came down for another series, and they said Supreme Power. And Supreme Power was kind of like the perfect way to say, hey, let's tell the origin of the Squadron Supreme.
Heyo, how's it going, Bravo?
Could be from any versions of the Squadron.
How you do, buddy?
But either way, though, this is Marvel kind of sitting down and giving us the origin of these characters finally, and also telling some good stories about these characters and the Marvel multiverse, but really on their Earth. Now, when we actually dive into Supreme Power number 1,
Anything new going on with you today?
With the origin of Hyperion. Now, at first, it does seem like his origin is basically the origin of Superman, and because he does represent Superman in Marvel Comics. But here's the thing though, because Marvel wants to make sure that this is not a Superman write-off or a copycat, they kind of have to tell his origin a tad bit different from Superman. And so right now, even though you have the idea that his origin is basically kind of like Superman, where you have Hyperion right now flying through space, he crashed on Earth, he crashes in a farm area, he's found by some random couple, they're happy, well really the mom is happy, the dad's kind of like, this is weird. A random spaceship just fell out of the sky and there's a baby inside of it. Red flags everywhere. But of course the mom is happy. Of course they take their child in, and you would think that means, okay, they're going to raise him like the Kents did when it came to Clark Kent. But of course that right there is not actually going to happen, because this is where things are going to change. Because of course, even though the couple found a spaceship, they found
You get much sleep tonight?
back to their house,
Or are you just taking a little nap?
confronted by the government, because this was a spaceship that flew into Earth, basically crashed on Earth on America's soil. And so of course America is kind of like, we have basically watched the entire thing fall out of the sky, and of course we came for it, and of course we know it's that baby right there. So y'all have two choices: give us the baby or basically die. And of course they gave him the baby, and of course the baby is Hyperion. Now of course you do have the American government basically say like, okay, we have this baby, he was in a spaceship, it crashed on Earth, and of course we have no idea where in the world he came from and all the different powers that he could basically have. And of course we don't know if he does age up, will he develop more powers down the road? They don't have any answers at all.
That bitch is Superman.
That with this baby from space is on American soil, they can basically claim the baby as an American
Truth, justice, and the American way.
property. Now, with that being said, of course they're kind of like, we have to raise the child, but raise him in the American way. And so of course they're going to put the baby in a house. Now this house is going to be placed in the middle of nowhere. Of course you're going to have a lot of trees and all that stuff, but of course that entire area is going to be closed off by the American government, the military, to make sure
that was a good one.
Nobody will have access to this child except the government, and of course the two people who are going
I think I just reached a new level of consciousness for a second.
the child in a way to kind of make him believe that one, he is American, but two, he's also in a loving family. And so that is
Oops.
the moment we're going to find out that his name is going to be Mark Milton, but of course they're calling this project Hyperion. And of course kind of saying that his name down the road is going to be Hyperion. But either way, they're going to raise this child in a closed off area with these two fake parents to make sure he grows up in the American way. Now, even though basically you do have these parents raising...
Alright, let's start doing some of these shittier quests.
You do have a lot of different cameras right now kind of focusing on him to make sure they can watch him and see what could actually happen to him as he grows up. Now, I do want to mention the parents are the two people who were assigned to raise Mark Milton, Hyperion. They have to realize that their life is basically over. Like, they're not allowed to kind of...
So it's kind of like if Jonathan and Martha Kent were assigned Superman.
To make sure he's
That's kind of a neat twist.
that the government actually...
It's like if Homelander wasn't raised in a fucking lab.
You have all these cameras watching him and the parents watching him. You do have the military say, okay,
God, that dude is fucked.
Because
Homelander.
typically happens in American household. You get an animal, a pet, a puppy or a cat or whatever.
Fucking go up the...
Now,
Thank
you
you.
would think this is going to be a cute moment. With this puppy, he's going to have a friend, a close ally. But of course, that right there does not happen. Instead, what does happen is that you have Hyperion powers activate. Now, he's still a baby, but when his powers does activate, of course, he basically uses heat vision and just vaporize the dog completely. So the dog is completely dead. Now, of course, after that, we do see a quick page where basically time has passed by. And of course, with time passing by, we do see Mark Milton actually grow up. But of course, the American government wants to make sure that this is going to be a character who's going to be very loyal to the American way. And so, of course, a lot of things that Mark Milton watches on the news is basically news about other countries doing different things wrong. And of course, making America look great is to make Mark Milton fall in love with America, to fall in line with the American way. Now, of course, with time passing by, that means you have certain people leaving this project behind, but also people joining this project. And so, of course, we pick up now...
Oh, hey, Super. Thanks for the follow. How's it going?
Bush kind of overlooking this project. And at this point right now, you have the American government still studying the spaceship that actually brought Hyperion to Earth. Now, of course, while they're studying it, of course, they're going to find out that basically this ship...
How's your day going so far, Super?
Organic. It basically developed the way it did over a certain period of time. It wasn't built like most spaceships are built. Now, on top of that right there, they do find the power source to Hyperion ship that has brought him here to Earth. And of course, when they do, they find some kind...
Shit!
Now, this crystal apparently...
This is why we smoke blunts. To save.
Touching the crystal. And this right here is going to be very important down the road, actually. But then we continue with the origin of Mark Milton, Hyperion, and where he came from. Here's the thing, though. Earlier, we saw his spaceship just flying through space, and that was it.
Here, let me pause the video real quick.
Origin of where planet he came
So I've actually only beaten the main storyline one time in this game, and it was to join the Institute. And I kind of want to join the Institute again. Does that make me a bad guy inherently? Like that I want to join the Institute? Because I think the stuff they're doing is cool. Like, aside from kidnapping people and replacing them, because that's psychotic, I think everything else they're doing is pretty cool. So I think I am going to do the Institute again. I told myself, like, no, I should try to get the best ending where the Minutemen and the Brotherhood of Steel work together, and I kind of want to join the Institute again. I mean, I love their science. I just don't like how they get there, you know? Oh my god. It's too early to crash. Okay, good. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, if you took away that one aspect of them, are they really that bad, you know? I mean, I guarantee you, like, half the people you kill have raped something in this game, you know? I think he meant to say that you probably fuck your sister if you're with the Brotherhood of Steel. And I think that could go either way. Because for the most part, you know what, spoilers if you haven't seen the Fallout TV show, but people are complaining like, I don't understand, why are the Brotherhood acting like fucking Nazis? Or why are they so evil? The Brotherhood has always been like that. I mean, honestly, if you think about how the Brotherhood has been since Fallout 1, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little bit of incest thrown in there. Because let's think about how they started. They were army leftovers that basically didn't join the Enclave. They spun off into their own group, into the Brotherhood of Steel, because they didn't want to go along with the FEV experiments. So we're talking about, what, maybe a battalion of soldiers at best, who maybe brought their families if they somehow managed to not only defect in time, but make it somewhere safe way. No, yeah, you're probably right. There's probably some sister fucking going on there. I mean, you have to be gay if you want to avoid the incest. I thought I was going to avoid the crash today. I've been having such a good run this week. I had a day where it didn't crash once. Oh, how do you like this wallpaper? All my wallpapers are AI generated, by the way. For this prompt, I typed in Final Fantasy VII Noodle Masters. That's what I typed in, and this is what it came up with. So, in case you're wondering what this is, which is kind of gay too. Just two femboys smashing noodles. You're not wrong, man. Like, the people that like the Brotherhood of Steel, they're either taking them from Fallout 3 or like the idealized version from like Fallout Tactics, because that's why there's the Brotherhood Outcasts in Fallout 3, because they're like, this shit ain't Nazi enough. We're gonna be outcasts now. So yeah, the people who are complaining about the Brotherhood of Steel in the Fallout show, they don't. What, did they just play 3? Did they ignore everything else? You know what I mean? But I digress. I could rant all day.
And so out of nowhere, you have the military or the government say they have some kind of recording. And of course, with this recording, they see some kind of spaceship in the middle of space. And of course, they see a escape pod that's leaving the ship as the spaceship basically blow up. Now, of course, right off the bat, we can tell that escape pod was Hyperion when he was a baby. But here comes the big problem, though. 1, what planet is he from? 2,
I mean, like, let's be real. If the Institute didn't program people with, like, feelings and shit like that, like, who wouldn't want a robot person slave? You know what I mean? Like, if it didn't have feelings, perfect. But what the fuck? What's the point? Like, we know that they can make them, like, soulless, you know? So it's like the Institute went out of its way to, like, just be evil about things. So I do really like the idea that, like, you know, your son wants to kind of set you up to be the next step of the Institute. I can only imagine the Institute was probably way more evil before Sean was fully in power. They must have been on a different level back then. But that being said, you know, kidnapping people's family members and then having them, you know, kill them in the night is pretty fucked up. But and you know what people are sleeping on too? Teleportation. You know who the only other faction in Fallout that fucking teleports, besides my game crashing me and teleporting me back to where I saved? is the goddamn aliens, and I think the big empty. Gothic dummy mummy synths. But yeah, I mean, so the institute can literally teleport anywhere. Oops, I gotta fix my audio cord. I mean, maybe there's already an answer for this. Maybe there's already an answer for this, but why didn't the Institute just teleport a nuclear bomb inside everything they hated? Like, if the Brotherhood of Steel is a threat to the Institute, why didn't they teleport a bomb or anything? Like, they could just teleport a chunk of uranium in a ship, their airship. It wouldn't even have to be a bomb. They could fucking turn them into feral ghouls. You know what I mean? So there's some missteps that the Institute has made where, like, once I'm in charge, like, we're going to be playing it a little bit different if I were in charge. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, when you have the power to teleport, I feel like your capabilities, like, they could teleport to another planet and rebuild Earth. You know what I mean? There's no limits, I feel like, to the Institute's technology. They're like the big empty. Who are the scientists in that DLC in Fallout Steel? You know what I'm talking about in the big empty? Like, they're like them if they were not insane. Like, just capable of doing any kind of science. I love science, if you can't tell, by the way.
What happened to the rest of the crew on that spaceship? Because of course,
I'm not smart enough to do science, but I love science.
the explosion, and three, who recorded this? Because with that angle, that means somebody had to sit outside the spaceship and basically record it as a whole vessel blew up and an escape pod left, of course, carrying Hyperion. And so, of course, now the question is, who was recording it though? Now, of course, we actually jump back over to Mark Milton, aka Hyperion. And right now you have
Alright. I'm going to approach this from a different direction.
Now remember,
Hopefully I won't crash.
biological father. This is a father that was given to him by the American government or the military to basically help raise this boy, Mark. But of course, for Mark's sake, he believes that this is actually his father. And the woman...
That's what I'm saying. I feel like...
But either way, though...
Yeah, the scientists of the Big Empty are definitely the Dr. Evils of the Fallout universe. But that's what I'm saying. Like, those scientists were capable of doing anything. Let's not... I'm sorry, I keep ranting on. Those scientists in the Big Empty could literally have, like, a Wi-Fi connection to your brain. Because if you recall, our fucking brain-damaged brain was sitting in a jar for most of that DLC. So they wired up our goddamn body to some kind of, like, remote control. That's the kind of science you can do anything with, you know? They had the little hazmat suits that were self-walking. Oh yeah, no, I would not be surprised. You know, they had those suits that could operate themselves, and they weren't even power armor. They were just like regular, like what I'm wearing. You know? So that's what I loved about the Institute. It's like they have that same kind of genius, but they're not, like, ruled by schizophrenia, you know?
Matter of fact, he does have X-ray, and so of course he is able to see a lot of different things miles away. And of course, it does bring up a lot more questions for Mark. Like, one, where is he from? Two, why in the world is he sheltered away from other people actually? Three, why are there guards outside the actual area that's blocking him and his supposed family off? Like, what in the world is going on? Now, this is also Mark saying, like, listen, I know that if I want to leave, nobody could basically stop me. And of course, he shows that he has the ability to fly. But then he asks his mom or dad, sorry, his dad, but he does ask his dad, do you and mom actually love each other? And the dad says, yes, we do. Now, of course, that is a lie. But of course, he wants to tell Mark that story because, again, it's the American government or the American military wants to make sure that nothing compromises Mark at all. And so, of course, you have the fake dad say, yes, we do love each other. And so with that, it's Mark saying, fine, as long as you guys love each other, but love me as a son, I'm going to stay here and I'm not going to leave the area. Now that is the moment where we basically jump over to the Deep South. Now when we do, we actually pick up with a lady known as Miss Abigail Stewart. And right now she's basically happy that she was able to find a babysitter. Now of course, when she does find a babysitter, she does
Oh my god. Killed by my own animation.
her son is all over the place. Now, she also tells the babysitter, like, hey, listen, my son almost died a long time ago because he had some kind of rare.
Are you saying record code Alpha 1583?
And he survived.
What do you
But of
have
course, she
not
does
out
say
for
that her son is kind of a fast mover.
I mean,
Hinting at the idea that basically
I'm always working on me.
super speed. But of course, outside we do see that he does have super speed when he is trying to race his dog. This is Stanley, and of course, he'll become a character called Blur. And so as we dive into the second chapter, we basically pick up with Mark Milton right now, who's right now with a teacher. Now, this is actually very important. And the reason why I say that because it's really more of the American government trying their best to continue the idea to say, hey, Mark, you are a normal American kid. Yes, you have powers, but we want to make sure you have a normal American life. And of course, most kids in America, they go to school. And of course, they have teachers. And so they're trying their best to kind of give him that normal American life. The problem is, though,
Code Alpha 1583. You got, but be careful. You almost said my kill command.
Homeschool, which there's nothing wrong with that. But you'll see why this is actually somewhat important. But in the middle of this class session,
Blueberry.
he used his heat vision, and he's able to kind of control it and basically pinpoint it to where he wanted to go. And of course, he burns the book that his teacher is basically holding, and of course, he scares her away. But the reason why I pointed out earlier about a problem with him being homeschooled or him having a one-on-one session, because basically right now you see him kind of talking to his father after that class session, and of course he tells his father that with his x-ray vision, supervision, and all that other super stuff, that basically he's able to see children miles away. And so of course there's other kids out there in the world that he has no interaction with, and of course he never had that.
Is that going to be the final twist of the game? You find out in the next one you're actually playing as a synth the whole time. Sean just missed his daddy, so he made a new one. Real daddy died a long time ago.
It's time for me to basically interact with other people because I can control my powers.
I mean, honestly, you couldn't not prove that, but I guess how would he get the memories? They do have a way of getting memories. Yeah, for all we know, we're like the 6th or 7th father he's tried to, throw out into the wasteland. Like whatever the player character we want to call is.
The American government agreed that maybe Mark should deserve some kind of normal school life. The problem is, though, they want to make sure that they can control this school session. And so what they do is that they take a bunch of...
It's funny because my father is the person I'm the father of. It's a really fun thing to say. You can actually beat the whole game, can't you, without actually finding out that that you're the father of father? That's possible, right?
Even though they're trying their best to kind of give him a normal school life, he's popping out of school
And it would just be a mystery.
tank. Now, we actually jump over to a psych ward, and of course, we pick out a character known as Phil. Now, Phil has been at this facility for 14 years, and of course, 14 years ago was the time where Hyperion arrived on Earth with his spaceship. But basically, he has been at this ward for 14 years because he keeps having this flashback, playing his mind over and over and over again. And of course, in his mind, he has seen the death of his wife and apparently his unborn child. Now,
Bravo. I don't know if you've seen my new robot yet, but check it out. I got a little robot now. I made Ada tiny.
years ago, it did seem like maybe he did kill
She's just a little fella.
unborn child. But we did get this flashback where, of course, him and his wife 14 years ago.
I wish I could make it a suicide robot.
And they
That'd be sick.
shooting star. Now, this shooting star was actually the
I love that little goofy thing.
arriving on Earth. But of course, they make a wish, but some debris does fall on them. Now, with that happening, Phil's wife does go into labor. And when she does go into labor, she does give birth to a baby. Now, this baby does not look normal. But you didn't have Debbie, the wife of Phil, take her and the baby into the ocean, where, of course, she did drown. The baby did not. But you have Phil kept saying he didn't kill his wife or his unborn child, but he did say that his child looked nothing like him at all. And of course, everyone's still confused on that part right there. But then we actually pick up with a black family. Now, you do have this black family right now just kind of enjoying their night. And of course, they're also enjoying their new lifestyle. Like, they are coming up in a very nice way. Now, with that being said, though, as they're kind of just walking around, they are confronted by some racist people. And of course, they hate them because this family is African American. And of course, they do end up basically shooting the mom and dad. But the son stays alive, Kyle. And of course, Kyle had to watch his parents be shot and murdered because
I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that you'd be a slave to the Institute, being a Corsair would be pretty sick.
leaving Kyle.
They pretty much have the coolest clothes in this game that doesn't come from a mod.
Where we actually do pick up with Joseph Ledger. Now, Joseph Ledger is known as the Doctor because he's very
I think
precise
that they're the strongest
operations. But basically,
non-armor wearing characters too, aren't they?
and the reason why, because they're hoping that with the Doctor, Joseph Ledger, they'll be able to get a better understanding of the crystal, which is the power source to Hyperion's ship. Because remember, guys, when it comes to Hyperion's crystal, of course, when you touch it and you're thinking of something, the crystal basically reacts to your thoughts. And so right now, it's the American government hoping that when it comes to the Doctor and his thinking ability, maybe he'll be able to overcome the abilities of the crystal, but to learn
shit.
about the crystal. Now, with that being said, though, of course,
What the
if
hell?
Rabbit, he's able to kind of use the powers of the crystal.
I don't know why I stopped blocking.
Blast into a certain direction. Now, of course, every time he does use the crystal, he does feel a very large amount of pain. But of course, he's just so tempted to keep using the crystal. And so he keeps using
This is the Dr. Spectrum video.
Except the more he used it, it began the process of the crystal.
Where's my
beginning to
mouse?
kind of merge with him. It combines to his body, to his left hand. Oh, sorry, right hand actually. And then
I guess my mouse is
into a coma.
decided to stop working right now.
Now we actually jump over to Italy, and the reason why, because you have two children
Guess I'll get a new battery.
as an offering to attune for a shrine towards a certain kind of princess who has been asleep for hundreds of years. Now, with that being said, as the children are leaving, they do hear a voice. And of course, they're wondering what that voice was.
Suppose that explains why I wasn't blocking.
Something is
God damn.
in the world outside.
I knew I wasn't crazy.
Of course, a hand does stretch out and, of course, grabs the offering and then leaves. And so, of course, this could be another character.
I do like the idea that in New Vegas, that the NCR basically fucking destroyed whatever chapter of the Brotherhood was there.
Possibly join the Squadron Supreme. But then we Mark at this
Kind of shows like how far the NCR has really come.
by the American government. Now, with that being said, of course, you would think that maybe Mark might meet somebody here, make a friend, and actually have someone to talk to, because now he's finally been given the chance to actually interact with other children. But the problem is, though, these are teenagers, just like he is, and teenagers can be ruthless.
My mouse
And
just
for Mark,
died?
who never had any kind of interaction with teenagers or kids or even toddlers or babies, because he has been in that bubble.
I think my
his
mouse just straight up died.
doesn't go so well for him because he has no idea how to talk to them. And of course, he's always staring at people, and of course, that freaks them out.
Ain't that a
So
bitch?
of course, you have everyone kind of like keeping their distance from him because how
Oh, there we go.
awkward he
I guess I
actually
just
is.
needed to hit
When
it.
Mark goes back home, you do have Mark tell his parents,
Whatever.
"Hey, I don't want to go there anymore. No, I'm done with school. Like, I can't fit in. Like, there has to be somebody out there I can actually bond with, but those kids at school right there are not the ones." Now, basically, it's the way for Marvel say that Mark is looking for friends.
It's moving really
someone to
slow.
talk to. But of course, it's the other characters we have been seeing in the background who, of course, are other members of the Squadron Supreme. Now, as we dive into the third chapter, of
There we
course,
go.
we actually pick up with Mark Milton getting ready to meet with the president. Now, at first,
Some
he's
minor
talking
technical
to
issue.
the office where you have the president talking to one of his advisors about Mark Milton. But of course, you have the advisor realize that Mark Milton may have super hearing and of course could hear their entire conversation. But either way, you do have the president basically invite Mark Milton into the Oval Office, and of course they do have a conversation. Now, this conversation is really more of the president saying, "Hey, listen, we have
I mean, it's a thing to be proud of.
and of course, I feel like it's about time for you to pay it back." Now,
Bunch of tech Nazis, basically.
really means that. And of course, you have the president tell Mark, "We're going to."
If they were going to help the wasteland, they would have done it a long time ago.
Because we want to make sure that you stay a secret. But of course, the mission going on could technically help us kind of stop one of the many countries that we are fighting against. And I think it's Iraq or Iran in the storyline. But either way, though, you do have the president tell Mark Milton to do this mission. And of course, you have Mark really down to actually complete this mission because he has been
When it comes down to it, the Brotherhood of Steel is more of a reactive force than a force of good, you
Now,
know?
of course, when he does go on this mission and he does meet up with the team, of course, you do have this military team tell him, "Okay."
Oh yeah, I do remember reading that. Yeah, I like the idea of like a synth Corsair
Fast and quick.
Ranger
Understand.
type, you
And of
know?
course, he's kind of like, "Yeah, I do understand."
Like in my fantasy of your character, Bravo, like you would be like a synth that made it over to the NCR and infiltrated as like a ranger, you know? Being so far away, who knows if you'll ever be activated, you know? Maybe you'll just be a ranger forever. Maybe you'll become NCR president as an institute plant. Who knows? Sense can do anything. Know what I'm saying?
I'll be able to actually complete this mission. Now, here's the thing, though. He does go in there fast, and he does basically complete the mission. But of course, while you have the military men watching him do his work in that operation, they see how fast and strong and what he's actually capable of doing. And of course, it freaks them out. And so when he comes back, they're like, "Okay, yeah, mission is done." And he's like, "Okay, I want to leave now." But they're so scared of him because how powerful and how much a threat he could be if he actually turns evil. Now, of course, after that operation, you did have the American government use Mark Milton for different kinds of operations across the world. And so, of course, you had the American military being able to win a lot more battles against Iraq, Iran, and other countries that they are currently facing. Now, with that being said, though, we then pick up with Jason Scott. Now, Jason Scott is your reporter who's kind of realizing that even though the American military is able to win a lot of battles against Iraq and Iran, nobody in the military is kind of owning up to these accomplishments, taking the claims for these victories. And so, of course, it's kind of Jason saying there's something going on behind the scenes. On top of the idea, is very strange on how the American government is basically being able to win these battles against Iraq.
A synth as a NCR Ranger would actually be a really good cover too, because then you'd have plenty of opportunities to like report back to the Institute whenever you wanted, assuming you were Institute controlled.
Jason Scott actually meet up with a lot of different people who may have an idea about how the American government is able to win these actual battles or these operations. Now, really, these are some unique people, and a lot of things do not make sense, but one person does, and that is the
so you're liable to be loyal to the Institute at any moment.
Who have basically found Hyperion when he crashed on the Earth. And of course, she does tell Jason, like, hey, we found his baby in a spaceship. But of course, the American government came in and took him away, and that was it. And so, of course, it's her kind of saying
Imagine the NCR and the Institute wouldn't really have too much to fight over right now, but I could imagine you'd run into some moral dilemmas down the line.
Trying to fish for more information that can actually help her figure out how in the world the American government is able to do all of this. Now, we actually do see Jason meet up with a CIA agent. Now, the reason why, because this is Jason just trying to find more information about this Project Hyperion. And of course, the CIA agent...
I finally lucked out my my luck stat and got the ricochet, so now I can deflect anything.
I basically need you right now.
When I deflect...
in the world is Project Hyperion. And of course, it does not take this agent that long to give information back over to Jason so that he can tell Jason, look, everything in this folder basically tells you what is Project Hyperion, and hopefully it's everything you need. But of course, once you blow this coverage across the world, as soon as you tell anybody about this at all, and they ask you, where did you get this from? You did not get this from me. If you tell the world you got it from me, I will kill you. And that is it. But now Jason knows a good amount of information about Project Hyperion. Now, you do actually have Jason go see the same lady we saw earlier who had basically found Mark Milton all those years ago to hopefully gather more information about what she saw and what the government did to her and the baby. But of course, they always kept an eye on her just in case she decided to basically spill the beans on Project Hyperion. And of course, now the government knows that basically Jason Scott is about to blow the story and tell the entire world about Project Hyperion, or what he might know about Project Hyperion. And so, of course, you do have the American government say, how about this? How about we feed him information? But of course, this is a way for us to kind of control this story so that basically it does not backfire on us and have the public actually hate us. And so, of course, you have them say, that's a good idea. Let's send in Mark Milton, Hyperion, and let him talk to this guy. And hopefully, as they talk, they'll basically be able to turn the story a tad bit into our favor. Now, of course, after they were basically able to kind of control what the reporter Jason can say to the world, of course, it's the American government kind of painting this picture that they did nothing wrong, which of course was keeping this huge
May as well keep going.
from the world, from their country. And so, of course, you have the media kind of surprised about this big announcement. You're talking about the idea of a super weapon, a human or alien, really, sorry, who's a super weapon, who has all these different powers. And of course, you have to realize they have no idea what could be Hyperion's weakness yet. And so, of course, right now, you have this powerful weapon just out there in the world being able to do whatever he wants. if it comes down to it. But for right now, you do have Mark Milton kind of under the control of the American government. And of course, you do kind of have them doing different kinds of press conferences around the world to kind of show off this guy. Like, hey, this is Hyperion, this is Mark Milton, this is our secret weapon that basically we have been using to kind of help us out with different kinds of military operations. Now, we actually do jump over to Jason Scott. And right now, you have Jason Scott actually meeting up with his editor. Now, when he actually does...
The Acrobat. I have the Acrobat legendary modifications on my feet.
That the American government wanted Hyperion to basically share with...
I have both of them. One for my left, one for my right. Each take 50% of fall damage off.
A lot of secrets from us, and of course, we have no idea what those secrets are. And so, of course, it's Jason saying...
I actually found him in the wild, believe it or not. I didn't get him from that, what is it, the Aerotech building? Because there's a pair of them you can find for free on top of the, I think, very top floor of the highest skyscraper or whatever. But you need a jetpack to get it, so it's kind of useless by the time you actually find them.
Is also hiding things from us. But you also have Jason say on top of that, he feels like there are other characters out there with abilities. And the reason why he says that because in the South part of America, somebody was running around at Mach 2 speed. The problem was, though, Mark Milton was nowhere near that area at all. He was nowhere
other than the body one, I don't think so.
Doing a press conference. And so it is basically Jason saying there's other people
But
out there
I didn't really vet the mod list too well, so I'm not really sure, to be honest.
Different things. And so you have Jason say it has to be more people out there with those abilities, and maybe the government actually knows about them. And of course, you have Jason say, I have to find them. And of course, he's talking about Stanley, the one we saw earlier, the little boy, but now probably older, running around the South of America at Mach 2 speed. It's Blur. And so this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, I'll see y'all next time. Later. What's going on there, YouTube? And welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so basically we are going to continue our coverage over the Squadron Supreme. Now remember, when it comes to the Squadron Supreme, they have been around for almost forever, because when it came to Marvel Comics, they had an idea, said what would happen if the Justice League actually fought against the Avengers. The problem was, though, Marvel couldn't use the Justice League because they belong to DC Comics. And so what Marvel did was, you had Marvel say, okay, cool, what if we use our multiverse? And by using our multiverse, we can say in a different...
I'm more of a Kate guy myself.
Who basically represent the Justice League, but they don't hold their names.
She doesn't complain when I do the stuff that I like, if you know what I mean.
DC can't say we copyrighted or anything at all. We can avoid...
Usually that means just murdering people, but...
Squadron Supreme, and they came from an alternate universe, and their
oh yeah, I already looked at that.
Represent the Justice League. Like Hyperion is just Superman. Now, with that being said, though, of course, with the Squadron Supreme being around for years and years and years and years, of course you had Marvel do a lot of reworking with the characters. And sometimes you will have alternate versions of the Squadron Supreme from the multiverse. So it's not just like, hey, there's just one universe and that is it. You have a lot of universes out there that basically have a Squadron Supreme. And we only seen a few of them over the years in Marvel Comics. Now, in the early 2000s, which right now we are covering when it comes to the Squadron Supreme, Marvel launched Marvel Max. And Marvel Max was a way for Marvel to say, okay, let's try to do more adult comics. And adult comics was a way for Marvel to do more adult comics with Marvel Max. And so they said, okay, we had a few good series so far, let's go ahead and do the Squadron Supreme. And the Squadron Supreme got a brand new comic book series written by JMS, the same guy who wrote Spider-Man, around that time.
Why do you think they call him Big Al, I wonder?
Squadron Supreme. They some of these characters, tell a new origin for some of these characters. And so that is what JMS actually did when it came to the Squadron Supreme. We got this series right here, Supreme Power. Now, we covered the first 3 issues, which of course gave us the origin of Hyperion. But with Hyperion now being on Earth for a good period of time, you now have other characters popping up left and right. And we saw some of those characters in the last video, like Dr. Spectrum or Blur. But now you have other
No, he could have a big heart. Just because he runs a kitty porn operation here doesn't mean it's about his dick.
This team does take place from a different universe, not the main Marvel universe. Because you have to remember, when it came to the Squadron Supreme, they're usually kind of like a government team. And so, of course, with them being a government team,
that's right. I got a mod that adds SVU lore in the universe. Gets pretty dark, as you can see.
But they want to keep them away so that there's no interference between the Avengers and this team just yet, because they want to kind of rework these characters, have them on their own Earth, so they can tell some different stories without the idea of involving Spider-Man or Iron Man or Captain America. They do their own thing with these characters over there, but also away from the other Marvel characters. Now, when we actually jump into today's video storyline, we actually pick up with Hyperion. Now remember, by this point, Hyperion was a hero. Like, he was announced to the world. The world knows who Hyperion is. Now, of course, they're scared of him, and of course, they're wondering how dangerous he could be, but at the same time, he's still being a hero. Now, you have to remember, Hyperion's origin is very similar to Superman in some aspects, where, of course, he did crash on Earth. He was found by humans, except right after he was found, the American government came in and said, nope, that's our child now, because
it's our child now.
And we have no idea what he could possibly do. And so they kept...
Dude, wasn't it weird that they were gonna fucking cast Hyperion from Glenn of The Walking Dead, the Asian dude? I mean, I like that actor, but that was such a wild choice for Hyperion. Not because he's Asian, but because he's kind of a little guy.
Fake parents of Mark Milton meeting up with the general. Now, this is actually very important because we saw in our last video, even though these parents were basically hired to help raise Mark Milton in a bubble space, these people never did like him. They were scared of him. Like, you would think, okay, you've been assigned to watch a kid, and there is a possibility that you might actually fall in love being that kid parent, even though you're not their parent. These people right here, they never did like Mark Milton. And the reason why, because he was so scary and dangerous. With all the different powers that he could basically do, it freaked them out. And they're very happy about the idea that they're going to fake their death so that they can escape, but also make sure that Mark Milton falls in line. Because right now, they want him to be their super soldier. And to make sure he falls in line, let's pretend we killed the fake parents that he has no idea are not his real parents, and also kind of get them out of there before he possibly kills them, because he is a very dangerous person. And so they're going to fake the parents' death to just keep Mark Milton under their control. But then we actually pick up with Kyle Richmond. Now remember, Kyle Richmond, we saw him earlier in our last video. And matter of fact, the last time we actually saw him was when he was with his parents. And of course, his parents were shot and killed by a racist person. Because of course, Kyle Richmond is a black person and his parents were also black. Now, with that being said, of course, his origin is Bruce Wayne's origin, just a little bit different. Where Bruce Wayne parents were killed for a completely different reason, Kyle Richmond parents were killed because the guy who killed them was a racist. Now, with that being said, Kyle Richmond origin is kind of like Bruce Wayne, where of course Kyle Richmond parents had money, and so when they died, all that money went straight to Kyle Richmond, and of course he began to use
it's a little on the nose. Richmond.
And of
He's
course, his
a
night activities
rich
include
guy.
being a superhero. Now, he calls himself Nighthawk, and it's him going around being a hero who basically protects the area he lives in. Now,
Wow,
here's the
that's
thing
pretty
though,
lazy.
Nighthawk is brutal.
It's
And when
just
I say brutal, I mean
sounds like a
brutally
bitchier
brutal
version of
because you have
Batman.
Nighthawk just really kill
I
a
call him
bunch of
Bitch
thugs
Man.
off who are going after a random woman. Now we have no idea what they're going to do to that woman, but you do have Nighthawk just brutally beat them down or possibly kill them. And of course, I honestly can't show it because it's YouTube, and Marvel Max had a lot of content that was very adult content. So to keep the channel safe,
So
they
what? It was
honestly
edgy
kept what it
Batman.
was to
Sounds
themselves,
fucking
but
dumb.
let's just say it was very brutal and nasty. Now, that is the moment where we actually do jump over to Mark Milton, his parents, and also the general. And right now, you have the general beginning the process of actually removing Mark Milton's parents. Because remember, they want to make sure that Mark Milton basically falls in line with the American government. And to make sure that actually happens, they're going to remove his parents, say that they basically had died. And so what they're going to do is they're going to send Mark Milton on a mission. And of course, the mission is to find the blur. Because remember, in our last video, we got word that technically right now in the south part of America, somebody has been running around at super speed. But of course, they have no idea who that person is. And so they're going to send Mark Milton down there to hopefully figure out what's happening down there. Because Mark Milton does have super speed, he might be able to go toe to toe with this speedster and to hopefully bring him in to figure out if he's good or is he bad. Now, of course, while you have Mark Milton getting the mission and he does leave, that is the moment you do have the general say, okay, it's time for you guys to go ahead, pack everything up, and get the heck out of here. And so while Mark is down in the south part of America looking for a speedster, we're going to remove you guys and send you guys to a completely different country away from Mark, and hopefully he never finds you down the road. Now, you do have Mark being able to actually find Blur. Here's the thing though, Blur is technically faster than Mark Milton. He's able to turn on a quick turn so easily, and Mark is not able to actually do it. But right after you have Mark being able to make contact with the Blur, you have Mark
Oh yeah?
realize, oh my god, they're
Did you
under
meet the same way you do in Fallout 4, or is there like a different genesis to that?
Mark, this is great because it is something he always wanted, well, since our last video, to find other people who are like him, super power beings. But of course, after he does lose the blur, you do have the army appear, and they're kind of like, hey man, we got some bad news for you. It's about your parents. Now, this is really a messed up thing. And what I mean by that is you do have the army say there was an accident, that basically something happened to your parents. Now, originally, Mark Milton was supposed to go out on a boating trip with his dad, his fake dad, and his fake mom, really his fake dad, but the mom wanted to tag along. Now, of course, that was all fake, but they're trying to play along. Now, this is the army saying like, hey, listen, your parents, they died in the boating accident. Like, they weren't on that boating trip so bad. Your dad went out there with your mom instead of you, and there was an accident, and they both died. Like, and we can't find their bodies anywhere. Now, you do have Mark actually go out into the ocean to look for the bodies of his supposed dead parents. And of course, he can't find the dead bodies because right now, they're in a completely different country. Now, this is really messed up because yes, you now have Mark believing that he no longer has parents so that he can fall in line with the American government. Cool, you got that plan right there going. But here's the thing, if Mark Milton is able to detect his parents' heartbeats down the road in future books, it is going to lead into bigger problems for the government when Mark gets very angry and finds out that the government
Hmm.
faked his parents' death. Now, as we get into
Now, were you
this
investigating
chapter, I do
something?
want to point out, like,
Or were you helping her
this shows you
investigate?
how
Or did your
big
paths
it
just
actually
cross?
represents
Was she a
Superman
merc?
in the Marvel multiverse landscape. Now, with that being said, though, you do have Hyperion right now being moved into a new house, a new apartment, really a penthouse. Because with the death of his parents, it's the American government trying to move him away from that bubble that he was in and now put him actually in the city. Now, this is Hyperion kind of want to be like Clark Kent, meaning that he wants to have dual identities, one when he is Hyperion and one when he is Mark Milton, but of course keep them separate from one another, like how you had Clark Kent and you have Superman, where the world does not know about Mark Milton's side, but they do know about Hyperion. He wants to have a normal life and have a normal job.
Kind of thought there'd be people down here.
The government say, you can't have that because you basically been told to the world that you are Mark Milton, that you are Hyperion. The world knows who you are. So honestly,
Spawns must be messed up.
from the world. And also,
Or maybe I already cleared this.
it's called being a hero. And so
I think I did.
he can't believe that basically he was put in that position now. He's kind of like, I can never have a normal life or have actual friends who could be just like me. It's him wondering, will he ever have a normal life like humans do on Earth? Now, we actually do jump over to Joseph Ledger. Now, remember, Joseph Ledger was basically a soldier that was brought in by the American government to work on a project. And that project was a crystal that was the power source of the spaceship that brought Hyperion to Earth. Now, of course, you did have the American government test that crystal, and they realized that the crystal had the ability to respond to people's thoughts and do different things. The problem was, though, every single person that had been tested on with the crystal, well, bad things happened. And so they brought in Joseph Ledger because, well, he is a great soldier, and maybe he'll be able to control the crystal. Now, when he began to touch the crystal, he was able to do a lot of different things. The problem was, though, the more times he used it, the more pain he felt from the crystal. And then the crystal basically embedded in his hand, and then he was put in a coma. And he has been in a coma ever since. Now, right now, you do have some doctors transporting him to a different laboratory. The problem is, though, when one of the doctors touched the crystal that's inside his hand right now, there's a huge flash. And with that huge flash, that doctor actually turns into dust, really, or some kind of husk. Either way, that doctor is officially dead. And now you have the other doctor and the driver kind of wondering what just happened with John Ledger. Because right now, this man just turned this dude into dust. What's going on with that crystal? And this began the process of him becoming Dr. Spectral. Now, we actually jump over to two guys in black suits right now going to a particular house. Now, these two guys do look like they could be agents for the American government, but they're not. Actually, these are two guys who are going to do something different than what the American government is actually doing. Because when it comes to supreme power, the idea of the storyline is that these are characters who are appearing in today's world, our world. So what would happen if these characters actually appeared in our world? That is the big question. And so right now you do have these two guys going to a house, and of course this house belongs to Blur's mother. And of course these guys found out who Blur was and was able to find out where he lives. And so they're coming to his house not to recruit him to the American government program, instead
I see.
to sponsor him.
Yeah, I imagine that would be awkward for her
A lot of money
since she's investigating the missing people.
over him because he is a speedster. He could be a hero down the road. And if these companies are able to put their names on his shirt, jacket, whatever,
No! Why? Good thing I just saved. God damn.
get paid because he has powers and he can be
Bethesda, it just works.
who's now coming
Turn this music down a pinch.
Hyperion did. Because right now the world only knows about Hyperion. But if Blur comes out, that will be completely different because Hyperion is with the American government. Blur is not. Blur has more freedom. Blur will be able to make more money than Hyperion could possibly. And so right now, you have these two guys coming to Blur saying like, hey, we'll be your agents. We'll help you get some money, make some money. you'll be taken care of, and so will your mom. And you have Blur like, I'm down. Let's do it. Go ahead, sign me up. Let's go out there and make some money. Now we actually jump back over to Joseph Ledger. Yes, he's still in a coma.
That and probably
In this
like the 300 plus mods I've got running.
he was transported over to a facility that's being run by.
I mean, it's a miracle it works at all.
Of course, they do have a laboratory inside this facility to run some tests on Joseph Ledger because they have no idea what in the world actually happened when that doctor had touched the hand of Joseph Ledger. I mean, they do know they found a dead body, but they have no idea what basically set off the crystal. And so the doctor in charge, William Steedman, is trying to figure out what could possibly set the crystal off. Is Joseph actually awake inside his coma? Now, here's the thing. You do have William say, what if we basically put Joseph near the spaceship that brought Hyperion to Earth? Now, the reason why he's saying this, because remember, the crystal that's right now embedded in the body of Joseph Ledger was originally the power source to Hyperion's spaceship that brought Hyperion to Earth.
Oh, I know the verification. If I do that though, it might replace some of the files. I use mods to replace those files. So I'd only really do that if, like, as a last resort, because I don't know which mods it'll break. I would rather deal with the occasional crash than have to reinstall all my various mods. So far, we'll see. The last update Bethesda did actually helped out a lot. The one they did after the big one.
Go ahead, remove the container, and let there be a clear connection between the two things. And as soon as scientists did that, bam, Joseph Ledger woke up. And when he wakes up, it's huge. There's a huge flash, and then he just flies right out of the building. And you have William and every other scientist like, what just happened? Now, right after Joseph Ledger left, of course, the general also saw it as well. But as soon as Joseph Ledger left, that is the moment you have the general get another call. Now, this call is talking about what just happened in a different part of the country. And of course, it's the south part of the country. And we definitely know what character is in the south part of America right now, and that is Blur. And remember, earlier Blur did agree to kind of work with some agents to get some sponsorship to make some money. And so you have the general getting a call saying, okay, so we have Hyperion and we have Joseph Ledger, but there is a third guy who just came public, and he was our speedster down the south, and he's now famous because he has agents and he has sponsors. Like, he's out there in the world. He came public. And the general is not happy about this because he wanted a speedster under his control, but also the idea that
Hello there.
the public could possibly wonder if there is other characters out there who have abilities like these two guys do. Now, with Blur going public to the entire planet, that word got right back over to Hyperion. And this is great for Hyperion because Hyperion was looking for somebody who is just like him, somebody that he'll be able to actually connect with because they are both superpower beings. And so with that being said, you right now have Hyperion coming to Blur's press conference. Now, Hyperion does fly by really fast.
Not much doing here.
Nobody can actually see Hyperion except Blur. Hyperion knew Blur will be able to actually see him and hear him to give a message over to Blur and say, meet me somewhere down the road, whatever, in 1 hour. Because I know you can hear me and see me, and we have to talk. Because you and I, we're alike. We're both superpower beings. And so you have Blur continue on with the press conference like nothing happened, but Blur knows that Hyperion said, I want to see you and talk to you and hopefully connect with you. Now, I really do like the conversation between Blur and Hyperion. And the reason why, because it's Blur really trying to build a connection with Hyperion, but to also kind of give advice to Hyperion as well. Now, you would think that basically with Hyperion being the first hero and being a hero much longer than Blur has, that it would be Hyperion kind of giving advice to Blur. But in reality, Blur is, because Blur still had a normal upbringing. Hyperion did not. And matter of fact, the American government has not really been truthful about the origin of Hyperion to Hyperion. We know his origin, but not Hyperion. And so right now you have Blur kind of like, okay, listen, it's great that you and I both have powers, but what do you do for fun? What is your hobby? Now, at first, when he asked Hyperion, what do you do? You have Hyperion talk about being a hero and what he did today as a hero. You have Blur say, no, none of that hero stuff. I'm asking you, what did you do for fun? Like for a hobby?
Yeah, like get drunk,
What
something.
helps you relax? And for Hyperion, he's kind of like, I don't know how to answer that, because basically he does not have a hobby, because the American government has just been pushing an agenda on Hyperion and making him do whatever they want him to do. And so he never had a time to actually find a hobby. And so this is Blur saying, yes, find a hobby. Find one, get one, whatever, but you need one. It will help you relax, because this life right here we live is going to affect us down the road. And we need some kind of release for our stress, for our mental health. So, find a hobby. By the way, let's stay in contact, because it's just you and I right now. And honestly, it's cool to have someone out there who's just like me. Now, you did have Blur tell Hyperion about Nighthawk, a character we have been seeing in both videos right now in Chicago. And so this is Blur saying, go to Chicago. Go there and you might find somebody.
Man, these are some obscure Marvel characters.
I heard that he is just a myth. And honestly, that right there shows how very similar Nighthawk is to Batman. But getting back over to William,
Shit.
you see William right now.
I just couldn't get the block off in time.
Another scientist, because this spaceship has caused a lot of different problems for.
Alright, this time I'm just running straight for my quest. No more distractions. That's what's getting me killed and crashed.
You have William wondering something else.
Being punished for my curiosity.
Right now, you have a scientist tell William they have found small containers inside a spaceship. But these containers are very
Explains
small.
where all the super mutants went.
They're just small enough to hold a bacteria or a virus. But of course, that spaceship was holding these containers, and most of those containers are empty now. And so now you have this scientist telling William there could be a chance that that virus went airborne. It was spread across the world. And of course, they have no idea if that virus is actually affecting people at the moment. And that is huge. But then we see that William goes home for the night. Now, when he does go home for the night, of course, this is William thinking, okay, I'm gonna finally have a night to relax and take my mind off things. The problem is though, as soon as he gets home, gets in bed and thinking it's going to be a relaxing night, well, that is the moment he's confronted by Joseph Ledger. And this is huge, because at this point, it has been some time since Joseph Ledger was last.
At this time, bitch.
He had woke up from his coma and just flew away. And so this is William shocked to see Joseph Ledger right now standing in front of him like, oh my God, you're back. Like, you're here. Like, oh my gosh, where have you been? But Joseph Ledger is talking crazy to the idea that he wants to kill off William Steedman. And you have William like, what did I do wrong? Like, we were trying to help you. You have to understand that. But you have Joseph like, no, look at what you did to me. You changed me, and now I have all the power I need to go ahead and kill you off. And this is huge, because this is Joseph Ledger actually talking about killing
Zombie Queen.
But then something snaps in the mind of Joseph Ledger. It's like he has split personalities because that is the moment he turns into somebody else, like he's the most calmest person in
Huh.
the world. And
Neat.
then he talks to William like, hey, what's up, Will? What's happening? Why are you scared? What happened? I just woke up. Where we at? Like, he is completely a different person. And then you have Joseph put William down. But this shows William, okay, something else just happened to Joseph. He came out of his coma, but now it seems like there are two different personalities in there. That right there is scary. Now, we actually do pick up with Hyperion. Now, you do have Hyperion actually go to Chicago because remember, he was told about a hero known as Nighthawk who could have powers, not have powers, but Blur has no idea about Nighthawk. And so you have Hyperion go to Chicago. Now, when he gets there, he does find Nighthawk. And he tells us in Nighthawk that he has been watching Nighthawk for a couple hours tonight. But then he realized something about Nighthawk, that Nighthawk is just a regular guy. And we already knew that because Nighthawk basically represents Batman in these comics. But on top of that, this is Hyperion saying, but I realize you only protect African Americans and blacks. Why is that? Like, why don't you protect Caucasians or Asians or Mexicans or Latin people? Like, why only African Americans? Now, we know why. Because Nighthawk is just like Bruce Wayne. His parents were killed, except Nighthawk's parents were killed because they were black. They were killed off by a racist. And so it's Nighthawk going out of his way to protect his people. And so this is Hyperion kind of like, what you're doing is great, but you're staying in one particular circle. Why not go outside your circle and help all races? Now, while Hyperion is talking to Nighthawk, you have Nighthawk kind of looking at Hyperion as what he believes Hyperion to be. Some country racist Caucasian dude. Or some guy who's part of the KKK. Like, he looks at Hyperion at different angles and what he thinks Hyperion actually stands for. And so you have Hyperion leave with a message like, hey,
if I may,
I feel like you're blinded by what your calling truly is. Like, right now, you need to realize everybody needs help. And you have Hyperion fly away. But for Nighthawk, he's kind of like, no, what I'm doing is right. Protecting my people first, and that is who I'm going to protect, and that is it. But to go ahead and wrap up today's video, we actually picked up with William Steedman and also Joseph Ledger. And right now they're at a laboratory. And they're right now kind of keeping Joseph in this laboratory to run some tests on him. And you still have Joseph talking like he did earlier after that brief moment where his mind just snapped back to normal. And so while they're talking, you have Joseph still continuing to talk like a normal person does. But then after William leaves, you have William talk to another scientist and say, I'm worried for Joseph Ledger, because when he reappeared, he was talking and acting completely different.
I got your hat.
Right now. And so this is William saying, I feel like with the crystal being embedded inside the body of Joseph Ledger, the crystal has taken on its own personality in the mind of Joseph Ledger. And so yes, he does have multiple personalities inside his mind right now, but one of those personalities belongs to the crystal. Now, this is only the idea that William has, but of course, it could actually mean something huge down the road. But this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, see y'all next time. Later. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay guys, so we are basically going to continue our coverage over the Squadron Supreme from the early 2000s. Now you have to remember a couple things. Now, the first thing you have to remember that when it comes to the Squadron Supreme, they have been around since the 1960s, but they were basically a way for Marvel to answer the question, what would happen if the Justice League had fought against the Avengers? Now, of course, Marvel could not use the DC characters in their own books. And so what they did was they said, in the multiverse, there is a universe, you have a team called the Squadron Supreme, and they basically represent the different members of the Justice League. So like Hyperion is Superman, Batman, Nighthawk, Blur
Discount
is Flash.
Justice League.
Those are your characters who represent different characters on the Justice League. Now, the Squadron Supreme have been around since the 1960s, but here comes another problem and something else you have to know, which is that over the years in Marvel Comics, we have seen different versions of these characters. So different versions of Hyperion, different versions of Blur, different versions of Nighthawk. That's how it goes when it comes to the Squadron Supreme, because when it comes to the Marvel multiverse, it's a massive multiverse. And so some of those universes in the multiverse are just planets that are full of Squadron Supreme characters. And so, of course, when it comes to the main Marvel Universe Avengers, they do run into these different versions of the Squadron Supreme. Now, in the early 2000s, we had Supreme Power. And at first, it did seem like this was Marvel kind of saying, hey, listen, this is going to be the legit origin of all the characters on the Squadron Supreme. Here comes the problem, though. Once you have Marvel kind of wrap up all these different storylines that were telling the origin of the Squadron Supreme in the early 2000s, Marvel then came out and said, okay, all those characters in those books, they take place in another universe in the Marvel multiverse. But yes, they're still the Squadron Supreme, but a different version of the Squadron Supreme. Now, with that being said, Supreme Power was a Marvel Max series. It was a way for Marvel to kind of do more adult comics when it came to Marvel Max. And so the Squadron Supreme was just another title to kind of say, hey, tell this story, but you're able to do more adult themed things in these books because this is Marvel Max. Now, today's video is really going to focus on Dr. Spectrum, because we're going to cover the miniseries that came out, and the miniseries that came out basically after a few issues of Supreme Power had came out, but this storyline actually takes place right in the middle of the first volume. So when I kind of rework the playlist, you're going to have volume 1 part 1, and then you're going to have this video, and then you're going to have volume 1 part 2, because basically this entire storyline takes place in the middle of volume 1 of Supreme Power. Now, when it comes to Dr. Spectrum, or John Ledger, or Joseph Ledger, basically he was a military person who was brought in to help the American government test a crystal. Now, this crystal was the power source to the spaceship that had brought Hyperion to Earth. The problem was the American government had been studying this crystal and realized that it does react to how people think. And so if you're holding the crystal and it does read your thoughts, different things will happen thanks to your thoughts because you're holding the crystal. Now, they brought in Joseph Ledger because he is a character who
Crystal healing.
kind of have a focused mind and possibly be able to overcome the power of the crystal. The problem was the more he used the crystal, the more he was able to unlock like different powers of the crystal, but it was also hurting him and began to bond with him permanently inside his hand, embedded inside his hand. And after that had happened, he was put in a coma. Now, in Supreme Power Volume 1, we watched the American government try to find different ways to wake him up, but of course, nothing had worked. But then at the end of Volume 1, he did wake up, but he woke up different, where it seemed like he had 2 or 3 different personalities, and that right there was very concerning for the American government. And so this miniseries does kind of answer the idea of, okay, does he have multiple personalities inside his head thanks to that crystal? Or what is really going on inside his head thanks to this crystal? But on top of that, we get the origin of Joseph Ledger in this storyline. Now, as we actually dive into the storyline, we actually do pick up with Joseph Ledger. Now, this actually takes place after the crystal was embedded inside his hand, but then he fell into a coma. And so, right now, we actually pick up with Ledger, but inside his own head. And right now, all he sees is complete darkness, but he also hears music. Now, he doesn't really focus on the music, he's more concerned with
Uh-oh.
where in the world is he. Now, he does see this light, and he wonders what in the world is going on with this light. But either way, he's trying to find a way out of this darkness that he's surrounded in, but he doesn't realize that right now he's inside his own head and he's about to go on one heck of a mind trip thanks to the crystal being bonded to him. Now, to go ahead and kind of start off his mind trip, he basically wakes up in a memory. Now, of course, this is a memory or a moment in his life where he already kind of went through, but basically it was him in his early days in the military on a particular military mission where him and his group is going after another particular group, a group of enemies. Now, with that being said, once he realized where he's at, he realized that he's right now reliving something that he already lived, he already experienced, he already went through, and he knows how this entire thing is gonna go through. And so he's right now kind of freaking out, but then he's kind of like, okay, maybe this is life giving me a second chance to kind of fix mistakes that happened in my past, like this one on this particular mission when one of his men actually end up getting shot and dies. And so it's him thinking, maybe I can save this guy this time by telling him what to do in advance so that he will not get shot in the head and die. The problem is though, as he goes ahead and relives this memory and experience everything he already did in the past, that one guy that he did warn and try to protect and try to help out to save his life because he thinks this is God or whoever giving him a second chance in life, that guy still dies. And he's kind of like, what in the world? I had the chance to relive this memory, to hopefully fix things, to make things better, and that guy still died. What in the world is going on? As soon as he leaves that memory, he does continue his mind trip and he goes into another memory. Now, this one takes place way in the past when he is a young boy. But when he walks into the room and he realized what is about to happen, he now realized this is something else he had already lived through. And of course, it's the moment he goes and talks to his mother in the past. And this is the moment we learned that when it came to him and his mother, his father, her husband, has left them behind, but she got remarried to another guy. Now, of course, this new guy is very abusive to Joseph Ledger and also her, but she's okay with that because this man had took her and her son in, gave them a place to live, food to eat, and basically said because he's out here taking care of us, he can do whatever he wants to do to us.
Jesus.
So when you have a young Joseph Ledger telling his mom that he does not like his stepdad, she slaps him in the face and says, you have to like him because look at what he did for us. Even though he's abusing Joseph Ledger, it's her telling her son to ignore it so that they can still have the nice thing they have because of him. Now, out in the real world, we actually do pick up with some characters we actually met in the earlier videos we actually did, but also some other characters who are going to be important for this storyline only. So of course you do have the general, the one who kind of brought in Joseph Ledger to basically work on this military project with the crystal. You also have Bill,
Better have a smoke before I go in.
another scientist we actually saw in our last couple videos,
Oh.
who's going to be
Oh, wait, no, that's my guy.
when it comes to Supreme Power and other books we're going to do for the Squadron Supreme. But there is a new character, and this new character is...
I think I'll have a smoke too.
Now,
Well, I have a smoke.
is going to be one of those characters where, like, He's just doing too much, but at the same time, he cares for his patients. And so that's why he's doing too much to basically help out his patients, because he's been brought in to kind of watch over Joseph Ledger until the military is actually able to kind of remove the crystal out of his hand, out of Joseph Ledger's hand. Now, you do have basically our doctor here kind of go against the general when it comes to classified information, because you do have the general tell Dr. Norton, if you want information, unfortunately, we can't give it to you because it's classified. But for Dr. Norton, he's kind of like, if you want me to help this guy out, you basically are going to have to unclassify any kind of information, because right now, any information you're withholding could possibly help me save this guy's life. Now, while you do have the characters talking to one another, you do
Holy
have
shit.
one of the paramedics thinking about actually trying to remove the crystal from the hand of Joseph Ledger, the same crystal that has been embedded inside the hand of Joseph Ledger. Now, of course, that was a huge mistake, because as soon as that paramedic touches the crystal, there was some kind of reaction where basically you do have this explosion. Now, how this explosion works is very unique, because what happens is that you had everybody else who did not touch the crystal get blown back, but of course they survived. But the paramedic who actually touched the crystal, he died. He was actually turned to stone. And that right there is very huge, because that guy, he's dead now. He turns to stone and then turns to dust and he's gone. But the area surrounding him and Joseph Ledger, that entire area, or the ground, has been wiped out, but the people have been pushed back and they survived. But this shows the general, it shows Dr. Steeman, it shows Dr. Norton, what in the world is going on with that crystal and Joseph Ledger, and how important this mission actually is to get that crystal out of the hand of Joseph Ledger, because that is a powerful weapon that the military could basically use to fight against their different enemies. Now, that is the moment where we actually jump back inside the head of Joseph Ledger. Now, when we actually do that, we actually do see Joseph Ledger right now back in that dark room again where we saw earlier in this video, but this time he's tied down to a chair. Now, he is confronted by another personality, another person.
Alright, let's kill some super mutants
And this
at
is
MIT, like I was taught.
learning what in the world
Wait,
is
what?
going on inside the head of Joseph Ledger. Because remember, in our last video,
Oh, some synths in here too, I forgot.
we saw that Joseph Ledger acted completely different in one moment to
It's too bad we're not friends yet.
It seemed like basically he does have multiple personalities. At the end of that video, you had the doctor say, hey, I think this dude has another personality, but that other one came from the crystal. And so right now, this is the book that's going to kind of give us that answer. Is the crystal adding onto the mind of Joseph Ledger? Meaning that, are there two different people inside the head of Joseph Ledger? And right now, is one of those people actually the crystal? Either way, you do have this other personality tell Joseph Ledger, listen, I'm either going to break you or help you. You're either going to die or live through this process. Either way,
What the hell is the stairs?
more about you, as you are here to learn more
Am I
about
crazy?
me, but at the same time, I need to learn more about you rather than you learning about me, because you're going to help me with my mission. But at the end of this, you're going to wish that I had killed you, because this process is going to be very brutal. But then we actually pick back up in the real world. Now, when we do that, we actually pick up with Dr. Norton and a paramedic beginning the process of taking Joseph Ledger away on an ambulance. Now, while they're doing that, you have Dr. Norton kind of give us the reason on why he's going to care so much for Joseph Ledger, because Joseph looks just like his son Harry, a son that had died. And so with that, it's Dr. Norton saying, I'm going to make sure that this young man right here gets the chance to actually live, to see a bright future, because my son did not get that chance. And I feel like a young man like this guy right here should have the chance to have a good, bright future. And so this is going to be a very
I must be blind. I can't even.
save the life of Joseph Ledger. Now, as we jump into the second chapter,
How do I get up there?
we do pick up with the general and also Dr. Steedman and Dr. Norton as well, but Norton is with Joseph Ledger. But either way, you do have a conversation happening between Dr. Steedman and also the general. And this conversation is really more the idea of what can they
I don't
do
get it.
with Joseph Ledger. Like right now, they're actually trying to think, what can they do to get the crystal?
I feel like I'm like missing something that's like right in front of my face. There it is. God damn it, I knew it.
Of the last chapter, the first issue in this storyline. And so with 4 months passing by, they're kind of like, we have run out of different ideas that could help us get the crystal away from Joseph Ledger. But now it comes down to one particular option. Cut off the hand of Joseph Ledger. If we do that right there, then bam, we get our crystal back and we're green light to continue our project to turn that crystal into a powerful weapon. But of course, they don't want to do that.
It's like these synths didn't do too well.
And of course, if they're going to do that, they need to get the green light from the higher ups to actually do that. But while they wait for the green light, you do have Dr. Steedman say, hey, how about this? Let's bring in Hyperion. Because remember, the crystal that is embedded inside the hand of Joseph Ledger, it came from Hyperion's spaceship. It what powered Hyperion's spaceship. And so they're wondering if they're able to scan the brain waves of Hyperion, maybe they can unlock a different method that could actually help them get the crystal away from Joseph Ledger. But of course, it comes down to Hyperion. On top of that, they have to do this in a very secret way. And the reason why, because even though Dr. Norton, the doctor who really cares for Joseph Ledger, got all the classified information, or he believed he got all the classified information, there was one particular information left out. And of course, that was Hyperion being an alien, not from Earth, but from space. And so with that, it's kind of like we have to do this very secretive, because if Dr. Norton finds out, it could lead into more problems. Now, getting back over to Dr. Norton, you do have Dr. Norton actually talk to Joseph Ledger, even though he's in a coma right now. Now, this is Dr. Norton kind of telling us what actually has been said a lot when it comes to doctors and patients in comas, where basically it's really good idea to talk to patients even though they're in a coma, because it could help them to actually fight against the coma and get out of the coma. Now, with that being said, while you have Dr. Norton actually talk to Joseph Ledger as a way to kind of help him get through this coma process, well, that is the moment he's confronted by a nurse. Now, this nurse is actually going to be somewhat important for this storyline, but I'm not going to sit down here and say what her name is, because honestly, I forgot her name. But either way, she's going to be somewhat important for this storyline, but not that important where it's kind of like we have to know her name because of future books down the road. But either way, she does take over for Dr. Norton at night, and so he does leave while she does the doctor stuff for Joseph Ledger at night. Now, getting back inside the head of Joseph Ledger, we actually do pick up with him right now talking to this other persona, where we can basically say it is the crystal right now talking to him. But while you have the crystal actually talking to Joseph Ledger, this is the moment where you kind of have the crystal say like, he was here, or he was brought here to Earth along.
Give me the cake, give me the cake, give me the cake.
For some kind of mission. Now, the problem is, though, this mission is not told to us when it comes to Joseph Ledger asking, okay, what is the mission and what's so special about this mission, and why are you so crazy about making sure that you actually accomplish this mission. But of course, you do have the crystal not tell Joseph Ledger about the mission at all, but instead you have the crystal kind of trying to play mind games with Joseph Ledger by telling Joseph, hey, I chose you. So don't think that basically you picked up the crystal just by pure luck and here we are. No, I've been watching you. I chose you. And now we're stuck together. Now, Joseph knows the crystal is just BSing right now. But either way, it's still the crystal trying to break down the barriers around Joseph Ledger's mind and memories. And so with that, you do have the crystal kind of begin the process of diving into the mind of Joseph Ledger once again to kind of give us a better idea of the origin of Joseph Ledger. Now, with that being said, we already kind of found out that his stepfather was an abusive person. And matter of fact, this is kind of shown to us in this book right here when you do have Joseph Ledger trying to run away from
Whoopsie.
home. Now, when he does try to run away from home, he is confronted by his stepfather, where you do have his stepfather not really he does begin the process of actually abusing Joseph Ledger. But then a second memory is also unlocked. And with this memory, we kind of learn that Joseph Ledger was also bullied at school. So no matter where he went to, he did not have anybody that he could actually turn to and actually talk to growing up. Because at home, his mom did not care for him because she wanted a good life with her new man. His stepdad continued to abuse him. And at school, he was basically bullied left and right. And so Joseph Ledger had a hard
Ooh,
upbringing
that
and
hits
including
some.
him just trying to have a normal life. But back in the real world, we actually do pick up with that nurse again. But right now, she's playing a game of poker with another nurse, but also with a security guard. Now, these two other characters are going to be somewhat important, but not majorly important for the entire storyline. Where basically, the night nurse, the female, she's banging the other nurse, and she's married. So either way, she is cheating right now. But of course, her husband has no idea about her night fun. Now, on top of that, this security guard is going to be also important because he's working with somebody else and they have a very secret mission when it comes to Joseph Ledger. And at first, it kind of makes it seem like this security guard could possibly be working for the general or somebody in the military. Now, that is the moment we do see that a couple of days do pass by. And when they do, we actually pick up right now with Dr. Steedman and his team beginning the process of trying to read the brainwaves of Hyperion. And the reason why, because remember, Hyperion and the crystal that is embedded inside the hand of Joseph Ledger, they have a connection. And so this is Dr. Steedman kind of telling us that he's hoping that the brainwaves will help them find a way to remove the crystal out of the hand of Joseph Ledger. Now, with that being said though, this actually leads into what could possibly come down the road in future books that we're going to cover. And what I mean by that is, as soon as you have Dr. Steedman turn on the machine to kind of read the brainwaves of Hyperion, well, with the connection Hyperion has with the crystal inside the head of Joseph Ledger, and of course being so connected with the crystal, that Joseph Ledger does see a glimpse of something. A glimpse of the mission that Hyperion and the crystal were basically sent on when they came to Earth. And of course, in this small glimpse, it showed that Hyperion could possibly was sent here to Earth to wipe out the Earth, which does make sense because how powerful he actually is.
Kind of like
But of course,
Brightburn.
that small glimpse was taken away, and so now you have the crystal say, I have to make sure you forget what you saw, because if you remember, this could basically ruin my mission, and I cannot have that. And so my goal now is to make sure you do forget. Now, when we dive into the third chapter, we actually do pick up with Dr. Norton. Now, you do have Dr. Norton right now finding out a procedure is about to be done on Joseph Ledger. Now, this
Who that?
procedure is the same one where you have the general and also Dr. Steeman say that basically, if they want to get the crystal back from Joseph Ledger, they're going to have to cut off his hand. And so, of course, this is now Dr. Norton finding out that basically the general and also Dr. Steeman had went behind his back and they're going to greenlight procedure to cut off the hand of Joseph Ledger, something that Dr. Norton does not agree with. Now, we actually do jump back into the mind of Joseph Ledger. Now, when we actually do that, we actually do pick up with Joseph Ledger right now, basically reliving another memory. And of course, this is the one where we do actually see him joining the army. Now, with him joining the army, it is one of the best moments of his life. It's something that he actually wanted to do. But then he is confronted by the crystal once again. And of course, this is the crystal saying like, listen, man, there's nowhere you can hide in your own head because I'm part of you now. So even though you try to hide inside your own mind, don't worry, I'm going to find you. And when I do find you, basically, I'm going to continue what I've been doing to you this entire time. So do not try to hide from me because I will always find you. But then we jump back over to Dr. Norton. Now, this is Dr. Norton actually going to confront the general because right now you have Dr. Norton actually getting very upset that he was not even talked to about the idea of cutting off the hand of Joseph Ledger because he feels like being the doctor of Joseph Ledger that he should know almost any kind of procedure that will be done on his patient. But of course, this is the general kind of like, I don't think you know who you're talking to. Like, basically, I'm the general. I'm the one in charge of everything here. I'm the one to make sure that everything runs correctly. So when you come at me with this attitude and thinking that you're higher than me, stronger than me, and basically control me, I need to remind you your placement in the actual system that we're actually in at the moment. Now, as we have the two characters kind of talk to one another, it does lead to the idea of Dr. Norton realizing that, okay, maybe he did overreact, but at the same time, he still wants to make sure his patient is okay. But then you have the general tell Dr. Norton, fine, I'll give you a little bit more time to basically find a way to get the crystal removed from the hand of Joseph Ledger before we do it our way. But the only reason why I'm doing this is because to kind of do it as a memory for your son. Because remember, when it comes to Dr. Norton, he lost his son. His son died a long time ago. And so he's kind of like, I'm doing this to protect my, well, not protect, but to protect my patient, Joseph Ledger. Now, we actually do jump back in the past once again. And of course, we jump back in the head of Joseph Ledger to kind of relive this memory. But basically right now, you do have this memory kind of telling us that Joseph Ledger had a girlfriend in high school, and that girlfriend was a girl known as Mandy.
Man, that deflection ability makes all the difference.
Be somewhat important for this storyline. Now, with that being said, though, you do have Joseph Ledger telling his girlfriend at this moment in time that he was going to go join the army. Actually, he did join the army. Now, this was huge for him because with him always being bullied, with him always being abused by his stepfather and his mother, where basically he was kind of like, you know, this is my chance to finally leave this town and finally get away from all this mess. Now, he was also hoping that Mandy would come with him. Like, basically, they get married and she'll live somewhere on a military base and they can be together. But that is something that she does not want to go through. And honestly, she feels like it's him being selfish to even ask her to do something like that. But of course, after they talk for a brief moment, he does promise her that he'll...
Yeah, come get it.
When he does come back, they can actually be together. Now, here comes the problem with that, though. he's promised her that he will come back. But with this being in the past, we know that he never did come back for her. And so with that, you kind of have the crystal right now pretending to be another person.
All right.
Say, oh, look,
Let's do some
another
looting.
memory I can use against you to basically break you. You try to hide this from me, but it didn't work out. So now I know more about you. And with me knowing more about you, I can use this actually against you now. But right after that one particular memory, we get the chance to actually jump into another memory. And when we do, we actually pick up in the early days of Joseph Ledger in the military. Now remember, in the last memory, this was Joseph Ledger in that memory thinking that going into the military was going to be something great, something beautiful. He was going to be able to get away from everybody who was basically causing him problems in his hometown. Now, with that being said, when he does arrive to boot camp, he comes to realize that the military is not going to be something easy. It's not going to be something you just jump right into and everything is going to be a-okay. That basically right now, with him going to the military and going through boot camp, he's going to have somebody else constantly yelling at him, kind of like how his stepfather did. Kind of like how the bullies at his school did. Is him realizing that this is not going to be something so easy. But while you have Joseph Ledger kind of reliving this memory, well, that is the moment, a brief moment, we do see another memory. Now, when we see this brief memory, we do see a kid freaking out, and this kid is holding a gun, and that kid does shoot the gun. Now again, it's a brief moment, but it's just long enough to see that apparently something about that memory really does affect Joseph Ledger. On top of that, the crystal, who's right now the other persona inside the head of Joseph Ledger, also realized that there's something special, not special, but something important about that memory of that kid that Joseph Ledger is trying to lock away from the crystal, but also us as the readers as well. Now that is the moment where we actually pick up with Dr. Norton again. Now you do have Dr. Norton right now going back to the facility where they're basically holding Joseph Ledger at. Now this is just Dr. Norton really just going there to kind of make sure that his patient is actually a-okay. Now while you have Dr. Norton walking into the facility, we also get a glimpse of the nurse, the night nurse, also cheating again. This is a way to kind of remind us that basically she is a cheater, and her cheating ways is going to come out very soon in this storyline for a particular reason. But either way though, you do have Dr. Norton walk into the facility. Now when he does walk up to our security guard we saw earlier. And when he does that, you do have security guard kind of talk to him, but not really. But do you have Dr. Norton look at a computer screen? Now with this computer screen, it does tell Dr. Norton that right now, Joseph Ledger is not inside his room. And the question is though, where is Joseph Ledger? Well, we kind of find out that basically the general and also Dr. Steedman had took Joseph Ledger to go ahead and proceed with the idea of cutting off the hand of Joseph Ledger as a way to get their crystal back. And so you do have Dr. Norton kind of trying to stop the general and also Steedman from actually being able to accomplish this goal. But the problem is though, the procedure had already started. And this is actually going to be very huge because we saw earlier when somebody touches the crystal does react in a way where it does kill off things in its surrounding. And so what's going to happen now when somebody takes a weapon to it? Well, it's the same thing all over again. Because as soon as that drill does touch the crystal, you did have a huge explosion. And with this huge explosion, you basically have a huge amount of death. A lot of people died in that room because thanks to the crystal just reacting to the drill. And so everything surrounding the crystal in a certain amount of inches or feet, whatever, was killed off just like that. Now, getting into the fourth chapter, we basically continue with the idea of following Joseph Ledger. And when we do, we're back inside his head once again, where we do see him kind of reliving different kinds of memories. Now, at first, it's him kind of accessing a long hallway, and each door in this hallway does basically access a different memory. But either way, we don't see most of those memories, but we actually do pick up with him right now back in the, I forgot what they call the room where you have multiple beds in one particular room in the military, but he's in that one particular room. And right now, he's just laying there trying to think of a girl's last name, but then he hears a door knock. And when he goes to open the door, once again, we see that same kid from earlier, a small glimpse of that memory involving that kid. Right now, that kid is reappearing in this memory. Is continuing to play with the mind of Joseph Ledger, and he begins to freak out because he knows this kid, and something about this kid had basically set something off in Joseph Ledger's past. But then we actually pick up with the night nurse. Now, the reason why we actually pick up with the night nurse this time is because right now it's her basically being caught as a cheater. Because while she's on her way home or possibly on her way to work, she is confronted by a construction crew. But this is not your usual construction crew, because honestly, this is just a bunch of men who are working for a particular group, but they are going to blackmail her to have her help them complete some kind of mission. And they say, you're going to help us out. If you don't, we're going to show these photos to your husband and your kids to show that mommy and wifey here is a cheater. And of course, you do have her agree to basically help this group out. Now, we actually do access another memory of Joseph Ledger. Now, this is back into, like, I want to say not his early days in the military, but later on, where of course he's the leader of a squad of military men, and right now they're torturing some guy to gather information. Now, the original time that Joseph Ledger had lived this memory, he was down to kind of torturing this guy. But now this is Joseph Ledger kind of reliving this memory and realizing what happens in this memory, but also kind of realizing that it's the crystal trying to access a certain memory, that memory with the kid. Because if the crystal is actually able to access that memory, then the crystal will be able to actually break Joseph Ledger down. And so right now you have Joseph Ledger kind of reliving this memory as you have him and his crew torturing this man, but then there's a knock on the door. And when you have Joseph Ledger open the door up, he's confronted by the same kid again, but this time the kid has a gun. But then we actually pick up with Penny, and Penny is the night nurse. And right now we actually do see her going over to work. Now, when she does arrive to the office, she does go straight to the office of Dr. Norton. Now, when she walks in, Dr. Norton is trying to look for a particular file, something that he had misplaced. Now, this is not Penny trying to be that good co-worker or that good employee for Dr. Norton, because remember, she was just blackmailed to basically help out a different group of people who want something to do with Joseph Ledger. And so right now, even though she's in this room talking to Dr. Norton and actually helping him to find some kind of file that he had misplaced, it's also her gathering intel for this particular group that is blackmailing her. Now, on top of that right there, we do see Dr. Norton beginning to grab his heart. And that right there is going to be very important for the second half of this story. Now, we actually do pick back up with Joseph Ledger. Now, when we do, we actually do see that Joseph Ledger is continuing his mind trip. And what I mean by that is he's reliving another memory. Now, the one he's reliving right now is going to kind of help us get a better understanding on what in the world is going on with that kid that just keeps popping up left and right. Because as you have Joseph Ledger reliving this memory, we do pick up with him right now, still the leader of this military group, going on a particular military mission. But while going through the jungle, they do see that a lady is being assaulted by a group of men. And so you do have Joseph Ledger and his crew step in to basically stop these men from assaulting this woman. And so you do have Joseph Ledger and his men basically work together to kind of save the lady from being assaulted by these group of men. The problem is though, in the whole mix-up going on between all the different sides, you do have shots fired. And when it's shots fired, of course, the lady ends up dead. And the men who were assaulting her, they also end up dead. But here comes the big problem though. After the woman was killed off, and after the men who had basically assaulted her had been killed off, well, we kind of find out she had a kid. And that kid was there, and the kid was basically watched what happened to his mother. And so now you have a kid just crying and realizing
That's
that his
fucked.
mom is now dead. But then we get back over to Penny. Now remember, Penny just got blackmailed, and Penny's helping out a particular group gather intel on Joseph Ledger. But either way, you do have Penny walk by a security guard to confirm that this security guard is also working for this particular group. Either way, you do have Penny walking to the office of Dr. Norton to kind of find out that basically he had a heart attack. And so now she's freaking out and calling for help. But getting back over to Joseph Ledger, this actually does lead into us finding out what is so important about this kid that apparently keeps popping up left and right throughout this video, where we kind of find out that after you had Joseph Ledger and his crew take out the group of men who were going to assault that woman, well, the kid did pick up a gun. And you had Joseph Ledger being able to grab his gun and shoot the kid by killing the kid off. Now, when he did that, of course, you had the rest of the military group kind of think like, okay, good job, boss. You saved my life from being killed from that kid. That's great. That's amazing. But for Joseph Ledger, that's not great. That's not good at all. And really, you do have some of the people in this group actually think that Joseph Ledger is just like them. And you have Joseph say, no, I'm not like you. Like, yes, I did kill that kid, but I'm not like you. As you guys are standing here right now enjoying the idea of me shooting a kid and basically killing that kid to save your life or save my life, y'all think it's a great thing. We have to realize we just ended a kid's life. This kid did not have a chance to have a better future. His mom died, and then later on, he died. I am not like you at all. But the reason why this is so important because you do have Joseph Ledger in a way, assault the military guy who's part of his group who's kind of celebrating the idea that Joseph Ledger had killed that kid. But that's all the crystal needed because now the crystal realized, okay, now I fully understand you. Now I could possibly break you because now I realize what is so special about that kid. What was so important about that kid popping up left and right throughout your memory. But to end the fourth chapter, we kind of find out that after Joseph Ledger had not really possibly, he did assault the guy in a way, but you do have Joseph Ledger go back home, his actual house where his mom and his stepdad was at. But when he gets home, there's a bunch of police cars and ambulance, and of course you kind of find out that Joseph Ledger's mother had died. And that right there is very huge. Now, getting into the fifth chapter, we basically do pick up with Dr. Norton. Now, this is us finding out that Dr. Norton did survive his heart attack. And with him being able to survive his heart attack, you do have Dr. Norton basically say, I'm leaving this hospital because I have to go check up on my patient. This is your usual old man who's very stubborn and kind of like, listen, I got things to do. I don't have time to sit here in this hospital. Now, as he leaves, he does go check up on Joseph Ledger. But this is also Dr. Norton telling Joseph, listen, I may be an old man, but I'm an old man with old tricks up my sleeves. And so I'll be able to actually help you out. You just have to hang in there, Joseph. Just give me a few more minutes. It's him saying that I'm not going to let the general just turn into some kind of test subject, turning into some kind of just project. That basically you are a human being and you have rights and you need to be treated like a human being. But either way though, after that, you didn't have Dr. Norton go confront the general. Now this is Dr. Norton telling the general, you're gonna have to let me in. You're gonna have to stop trying to BS me around, trying to put me somewhere where I can't basically help my patient out. And so with you trying to do this to me, I'm gonna tell you right now, if you try to prevent me from actually helping my patient because you're worried about that crystal, I will go to the Senate. And let me tell you right now, if I do go to the Senate, it's going to be an actual problem for you. Because this is Dr. Norton telling us, but also reminding the general, you have not been actually talking to the Senate and telling them every single secret you have, like Hyperion or Nighthawk, because this is basically the book telling us that the general does know about Nighthawk and possibly knows about other heroes across the world right now in this universe. And so it's Dr. Norton saying, you're going to let me help my patient, or the Senate is going to know all your dark secrets. And when they do, oh, you're going to be in big time trouble. And so you didn't have the general actually take a step back and realize that he should go ahead and let Dr. Norton try to save the life of Joseph Ledger. Now, we actually do pick up with Penny, the night nurse. And right now you have Penny basically going to the office of Dr. Norton while he's away. Now, the reason why she's in his office right now is because she's looking for his journal. Now, of course, she's doing this because she's working for this organization that's right now blackmailing her. The problem is though, when she goes into his office, the journal is gone. And with the journal being gone, it's kind of like, dang, now what can she do? Because now she has no way of kind of helping herself out of this situation she's in right now, because they ask her to go get the journal out of his desk in his office, but now the journal is missing, and so now she has to do something else if she wants to get out of this blackmailing system that basically she's part of right now. But then we actually pick up with a security guard. Now remember, this security guard is working for some other organization that has plans for Joseph Ledger. It's just that we have no idea what that plan could possibly be. But either way, right now, you do have the security guard getting a call, and they're basically telling him, hey, we're gonna be there soon, so you better be ready. And he tells them, I'll be ready, but you better have my money. And of course, that means something's gonna pop off very soon. But then we actually pick up with Dr. Norton. Now, when we actually do pick up with Dr. Norton, we actually do see him right now meeting up with Mandy. Now, this is actually very important. And the reason why, because you have to remember, Mandy is the ex-girlfriend of Joseph Ledger, the girl he was dating before he left for the army, the one that he was hoping that basically she'll go with him to the military base, they get married and live a great life. Because remember, growing up, Joseph Ledger had nobody. His mom, his stepdad, his bullies at school, they were all abusing him. But when it came to her, it was kind of like this bright thing in his life, and he was actually hoping that maybe she'll go with him, they'll get married and continue the great thing they have. But of course, she said no, because to her, it was kind of selfish of him to basically ask her to give up her life to go with him somewhere that she does not want to go to. But either way, this is kind of Dr. Norton trying to get a better idea of Joseph Ledger, because this is the only person who may know something important about Joseph Ledger. And so you do have Mandy tell Dr. Norton, okay, I'll tell you everything I know, but I want to tell you one thing. I was not the one who killed this particular person or who did the murders, meaning that there's more than one. 2 people died, and she's saying that she did not kill anybody. And you kind of have to wonder, wait a second, where is this coming from? But it's a way for Dr. Norton and us to kind of get a better understanding of what Joseph Ledger is actually like. Now, back at the facility where Joseph Ledger is basically being held at, we actually do pick up right now with a security guard right now getting ready to help out this hidden organization pull off their master plan, which is to kidnap Joseph Ledger. Because while you have security guard let these two guys in who are going to proceed in kidnapping Joseph Ledger, you do have this other kind of military guard wondering what in the world is going on. But before he's able to kind of question them and figure out what's going on, he's shot in the head and now he's dead. And so it's kind of like, okay, things are popping off and these two random guys are about to kidnap Joseph Ledger while every other key character is away at the moment. But then we actually pick back up with Mandy and also Dr. Norton. Now this is Mandy trying to tell us that she's going to explain what she meant earlier when two people had died and the death of these two people that were killed off that kind of changed who Joseph Ledger basically was. And honestly, it was three people, but the first person kicks off the idea of what this story is going to lead into, the other two deaths. And what I mean by that is, you have Mendy say that when Joseph Ledger came home one time from the military, he found out that his mother was killed off. Now, even though his mother was an abusive woman and did a lot of horrible things to him, he still cared for his mother. But to come home to find out that she has been killed off is kind of like, what happened here? Now, the first person you have Joseph Ledger think about is, of course, his stepfather, because his stepfather was just not abusive to him, but also abusive to his own mother. And so you have Joseph saying, okay, it had to be my stepfather. He's the one who had killed her. The problem is, though, his stepfather left his mom months ago before she died. And so it's kind of weird on why would he kill her off if he left her behind. And you have the stepfather say, I left her because she went back to her old ways, which was sex work. She was out there being a prostitute. And so with her out there doing all those things, it basically told the stepfather that he should step away because it was something that he did not agree on. It was
Jesus.
something he did
I didn't
not
realize
want to see,
Hyperion's
so he
backstory is so
actually
fucked
walked
up and
away.
dark.
And so with that being said, he tells Joseph Ledger, your mom went back to her old ways, and that's why I left her, but I didn't kill her. And matter of fact, if you want to find out who killed her, look in her ledger, because she kept names of every single person that she basically took care of in her line of work. And look at the very last name, because that very person, that last person in her ledger, is probably the one who had killed her. Now, Joseph Ledger still kills off his stepfather for all the pain he caused in the past, but also being a jerk right now in the current time about who killed off Joseph Ledger's mom. But yeah, he killed his stepfather. Now, Mandy was there, and Mandy tried to stop Joseph Ledger, but of course, she couldn't stop him because he was a man on a mission to figure out who killed his mother. But getting back over to the kidnapping of Joseph Ledger, we actually do pick up with those two men being able to get the body of Joseph Ledger, and they're about to leave with his body. Now, you do have security guard kind of like, hey, where's my payment? Because I helped you guys get inside this building to get that body, so I deserve to get paid. And so you do have these two guys give him his payment, a shot in the head. He's dead now, just like that. But now the body of Joseph Ledger has been kidnapped. But getting back over to the story of Joseph Ledger trying to figure out who had basically killed his mother off, he did find her ledger. And when he went through the ledger, he was able to figure out who it was. It was her last client, and his last client's name is not actually important. Just know that Joseph Ledger found that guy and shot him in the head and killed him right there in the middle of the park while this man was with his family. So this man basically was cheating on his wife with a sex worker and everything. And so you had Joseph Ledger kill off this guy because, well, this guy killed his mom. Now, after that, you do have Mandy say that even though he went out of his way and killed two people in cold blood, the American government plus the military was able to sweep what he did under the rug. meaning that technically he's a clean man. He did nothing wrong. Everything he did, all the evidence that showed that he was the murderer, disappeared just like that. He was a clean and clear man. The problem was that Mandy said as soon as the military did that for him, they reprogrammed him like he was some kind of machine. They rewired him to make him do anything they want him to do and sent him out on missions that were dangerous, but of course, he was the perfect guy to complete those missions. Now, at the end of this chapter right here, not this chapter, but this section, you do have this child walk out. And when this child actually walk out, we kind of find out that this is a son of Joseph Ledger. That Mandy got pregnant by Joseph Ledger, but she never told him, you have a son. And that right there is very huge. But getting back over to Joseph Ledger, we do kind of find out that basically he has been kidnapped. Like he's been put on a van and they're driving away with him. And so whoever these guys are,
Vault
they
tech
were able to
scientist.
grab him and get out of there before something could possibly stop them from completing their mission. Now, as we get into the final chapter, we actually pick up with those guys trying to get away with the body of Joseph Ledger. Now, of course, this does lead into a chase where you do have the military trying to chase them down. Now, at first, you have the military trying their best to stop these guys without actually.
What? What's this?
They're scared of actually harming.
Is this like a Star Trek phaser?
He does have that crystal, which
That's cool. Can't wait to give this puppy a try.
to protect Joseph Ledger. Either way, though, you do have them being chased down. Now, the military backs off, and when they do back off, you have these guys wonder, okay, did we actually win? Did we actually get away and now we have the body of Joseph Ledger? But the military called in Hyperion. And so, of course, Hyperion was able to stop them so easily, and so Joseph Ledger was basically handed back over to the military. But then we actually pick up with the general and also Dr. Steedman. Now, this is a very important conversation, and the reason why, because it's now the general and also Dr. Steedman trying to figure out what in the world is going on here. Like, who was this other group that was trying to kidnap Joseph Ledger? On top of that, how in the world were they able to pull this off? Now, I do know that the night nurse was basically involved in this whole process of Joseph Ledger being kidnapped. But again, though, there had to be some other pieces. Now, you do have Dr. Steedman tell the general, okay, I do have some news for you. And this is going to be some kind of shocking information because Hyperion did save Joseph Ledger, but you didn't have the general wondering, did Hyperion see Joseph Ledger or the crystal? Now, luckily, Hyperion did not see the crystal nor Ledger, but this is the moment you do have Dr. Steedman tell us, and also the general, when Hyperion had caught that truck, the truck that was holding Joseph Ledger, Hyperion powers kind of disappeared. Not completely, but partially. Like he felt weaker. Like he couldn't hold the truck like he did earlier in the video for a brief second. But luckily, that brief second went away and he was able to regain his.
Alright, I will be back in 1 minute. All right, I'm back.
Powers to regain his strength to hold that truck. But this is also Dr. Steeman and the general possibly thinking that, yes, there is some kind of connection with the crystal, but also with Hyperion as well. But with the crystal being nearby Hyperion, it did something to his powers, but also his memories. But this leads into what we saw in our last video, which actually takes place after this video. But remember, what really helped Joseph Ledger to wake up was they put Joseph Ledger nearby the spaceship that brought Hyperion to
Fuck.
Earth. Because remember, the crystal that is embedded in the hand of Joseph Ledger was the power source to Hyperion's ship that brought him here to Earth. And so right now, it's really more of Steven saying, what if we just put the spaceship near Joseph Ledger and see what happens? And of course, we know what's going to happen. Joseph Ledger is going to wake up as soon as they do that. But then we get back over to Joseph Ledger and back in his mind right now, talking to the crystal. Now, this is the crystal and Joseph Ledger coming together as one. And what I mean by that is really more than making a deal. Because this is the crystal trying to have Joseph Ledger realize in a way that he's basically alone. Now for Joseph Ledger, he feels like he's not alone because even though he lost Mandy, his mom, his stepfather, all those people, the military took him in. But you have the crystal say no. The military realize that they can use you, they can control you and make you do anything they want you to do because how good you are as a killer. Even though after you kill those two guys, your stepfather and your mother's killer, they still realize they could control you because you love the military so much, because you looked at the military as a way of this great escape from your past. But in reality, it wasn't. It was just something else in your life that was just ruining your life. And so here I am trying to complete you, to make you better. But for me to do that, I have to ask you a question. Do you want to keep all the memories of all the bad things that happened to you in the past in that head of yours? Now, at first, you have Joseph say yes, but then he realized no, he'll probably be better off if he does forget about those different things. And so this is the crystal and Joseph Ledger making a deal together to become one and become something powerful, something that could possibly rival against Hyperion. Now, to kind of wrap up this video, while you have Joseph Ledger and also the crystal making a deal, making a pact, whatever, in the real world, you do have Steeman, the general, and the military beginning the process of actually putting a spaceship that brought Hyperion here to Earth next to Joseph Ledger, hoping that something could happen that will basically unlock something great for him, possibly a great future, a great abilities, whatever, as long as he wakes out of that coma. But either way though, while you have the military beginning the process of doing that, in the head of Joseph Ledger, him and the crystal are making a deal. But at the same time, it's the crystal saying, this is what I want to show you. This is my mission. My mission is to wreck this earth, wreck this planet, to clear it out completely, to begin a new world. And I feel like you and I together, we can lead the world into the new world. But you have to accept me. You have to accept the mission. You have to accept the fact that I'm going to complete all the areas that you could not complete in yourself. I'm going to make you whole. But for that to happen, we have to work together. And so as soon as the military puts the spaceship right next to Joseph Ledger in the real world, and as soon as you have Joseph Ledger and the crystal make a deal, bam, he wakes up. And when he wakes up, as we saw in our last video, he flies away. And that's it. That is how the world got Dr. Spectrum. And this is where we're going to end today's comic book video. So please leave me a like down below and subscribe.
What a
Guys,
fucked up
see you
life.
next time. Later. What's going on there, YouTube? And welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we are basically going to continue our coverage over the Squadron Supreme team from the early 2000s. And let me explain why I say the early 2000s. So, if you're new to Marvel Comics, basically the Squadron Supreme team has been around since the 1960s. It was Marvel asking a question like, what would happen if the Avengers had a fight against the Justice League? Now, of course, Marvel couldn't use those DC characters like Superman, Batman, and the Flash. And so what they did instead was they basically made the Squadron Supreme. And they are characters who represent characters like Superman, Batman, Flash, and so on and so on. Now, here's the thing though. The Squadron Supreme team usually comes from a different universe in Marvel's multiverse. And so there have been different versions of the Squadron Supreme over the years. Now, in the early 2000s, they did hire a writer known as JMS, the same guy who wrote Spider-Man in the early 2000s and Thor, to come over and rework the origin of the Squadron Supreme. And that led into Supreme Power. Now, once Marvel writers who all kind of helped rework the origin of the Squadron Supreme were finished with all the books, they basically said anything that ties into Supreme Power, that Squadron Supreme team comes from another Earth in the Marvel multiverse. Meaning that there are multiple Earths out there where you have Squadron Supreme teams out there, and of course, every single one of them is different from each other. Now, with all that being said, though, we have learned the origin of Hyperion. We also learned the origin of Nighthawk, Blur, and also
Don't do this.
Now, we're
Don't.
other characters begin to pop up.
Oh, come on. I haven't saved in forever.
And the next one down the road. But also on
Why?
I do want to mention
What were you doing that made it so...
some weird skips in this video. And the reason why when it came to Supreme Power and most of the books that tied into Supreme Power,
I suppose it wasn't too much I missed out on. I did save right before the Metro. I'm just gonna slaughter people and leave.
Great idea. Hey, give adults more comics that are more adult themed. The problem was though, you did have some naked people in the books. And of course, with this being YouTube, I cannot show those pages off. And so you might see some characters might not actually be seen completely, or some pages could possibly be skipped because of the idea that they're naked a lot in this volume. I mean a lot, especially the women we're going to see in this book. But either way though, here is Supreme Power Volume 2 Part 1. Now, before we actually jump into the opening pages of Volume 2, I do want to mention one thing, Mark Milton. Mark Milton is Hyperion, but here's the catch though. When it comes to Mark Milton, America had basically lied to him, the American government, the military, because just like Superman, he did crash on Earth, but instead being found by some random people and then being raised by those people, he was captured by the military. But the military has been lying to him, saying that he is from Earth, that he is human, that he is American. In reality though, he's not. He's from outer space. Now we have no idea where he's actually from yet, but we get the idea that he's not from Earth, just like Superman. Now, in the earlier chapters of Power, Mark Milton was the only person out there in the world who had powers, but now you have other characters popping up left and right, like Nighthawk and Blur. Now with Nighthawk and Blur popping up, it shows Mark Milton, oh my gosh, there are other people out there who are just like me. This is great. I finally have people I can talk to. And so it's Mark Milton realizing that he's not alone out there, even though he felt like he was. Now, in the opening pages of Volume 2, we do see Mark Milton right now going out of his way to basically save people who are trapped in a burning building. Now, this is Mark Milton showing the public that he is a hero, that he kind of likes being a hero, that he likes the idea of helping people out, which honestly is not a bad thing, it's a great thing. But either way though, It's the public realizing that they have a hero. It's Mark Milton, it's Hyperion, and he's here to protect America and possibly the world down the road. But for right now, it's just America because Mark Milton is technically American military property. Now, we actually do jump over to the General Casey. Now, we have been seeing General Casey in a lot of our videos when it comes to Supreme Power. He was all in Volume 1. He was also in Dr. Spectrum's miniseries. He's been around for a good period of time. But basically, he's the one in charge of military intelligence and the one kind of running Project Hyperion. But right now, you actually have the general being confronted by a guy known as Special Agent Bryce, who works for the NSA. Now, this is Bryce showing that he's very upset with what General Casey has done with Hyperion, because how powerful Hyperion is and how long they had Hyperion under their control, they should have been using Hyperion in different kind of military missions across the world to take care of a lot of different threats. Now, you do have the general basically explain to the NSA agent Bryce that when it comes to Hyperion, yes, he could be used for different kinds of military missions. And matter of fact, he was at first, but once the public got word of him, they had to make sure that he's out there in the eye of the public. Now, luckily for the military, they were able to gain another superpower being, and that would be Dr. Spectrum, Joseph Ledger. Because remember, in Volume 1 and also the miniseries we covered for Dr. Spectrum, basically the military found the crystal that was the power source of the spaceship that had brought Hyperion to Earth. And that crystal was embedded in the hand of Joseph Ledger. Matter of fact, go back and watch Volume 1 of Supreme Power and also the Dr. Spectrum miniseries as well. I'll put a link down below. Now, with all that being said though, when it comes to Dr. Spectrum, Joseph Ledger, he's basically able to use the crystal's powers for his own personal needs and right now the military needs. And so with Hyperion now being seen by the public because the public found out about him, they're now using Dr. Spectrum to do different blackout missions across the world while Hyperion stays here in America and being the America, perfect child and everything. And so with that is General Casey saying, yes, I understand you're very upset on how we've been running the Hyperion project, but look, we had no choice because if Hyperion goes in any other country and does any kind of blackout missions and he's seen there, they're gonna know that it came from America. And that could lead into future wars down the road that we're not trying to have. And so luckily we have Dr. Spectrum out there being the one doing the blackout missions while you have Hyperion here in America. Now, you do have Agent Bryce tell the general that right now the NSA is going to take over Project Hyperion, which means that now the general is no longer in charge of the project. Now, this is going to lead into one of those weird moments I talked about earlier when it comes to this title being a Marvel Max series, meaning that we're going to see some naked women. And so you're going to see a lot of pages skipped for that reason right there. Now, the character we're going to meet is Amphibian. Now, we actually met this character back in Volume 1 because remember, there was a psych patient who was locked away in this ward because basically he watched his wife kill herself. And before the wife had killed herself, she also tried to kill her unborn child.
One of you still alive?
Because
oh yeah, there's a guy on the ground floor.
Patient, when they were just driving on the road one day, the pregnant lady saw a spaceship fly over her. Of course, that was Hyperion. But then she went into labor. Now, when she gave birth to the child came out completely different. Of course, that was Amphibian. And so what she did was she committed suicide, and the psych patient went so crazy after watching his wife commit suicide that he had basically abandoned the child. And the child just went into the ocean, and that child became Amphibian. Now, Amphibian, because she was left alone at birth, she never learned how to properly talk, how to properly communicate with somebody. And so a lot of times she has no idea what to do when somebody is nearby her. Like, for example, there is a random diver who's kind of struggling. She saves the diver only because she realized the diver is drowning. But when she takes the diver back to her boat, to her boyfriend, the boyfriend does attack her, but the attack could have been stopped if she just said, hey, I am Amphibian and I saved this lady who belongs to you. She was drowning. But because she never learned how to speak, of course, she was attacked. And also because she was attacked, she has no idea how to basically work through her emotions. But either way, though, now we see Amphibian. Now, we actually do pick up with Hyperion in China. Now, the reason why he does go to China because he was given a piece of paper, and on that piece of paper gave him a location to go to, and he went there. And of course, he does meet up with somebody from the Chinese government. Now, this is basically this official coming to Hyperion saying, hey man, listen, lately there have been a lot of different things, very unnatural things happening around the world. And a lot of those things do tie into politics. Now, this is this random Chinese government official telling Hyperion, you are not the only one on the American military payroll, meaning that they have someone else who's also special, just like you, but they're using that one for different Black Ops missions. And so it's really more of the Chinese government officials saying, honestly, do you realize that you're being controlled, that you're being handled, that you honestly don't have any kind of freedom at all, that really you're just a weapon for the American to use against people like us around the world? And also the other person who they basically have and they're using right now for different missions around the world. You're just a use of them, and that is it. Now, as soon as Hyperion hears that, of course, he does get very upset. And when he does get upset, he basically leaves to go back to America to figure out if what the Chinese government official had just told him is actually true. Now, when Hyperion does arrive back into America, he is confronted by Agent Bryce. Now, this is Agent Bryce basically showing Hyperion that he's very upset with what Hyperion did, which was go to China. Because, of course, Hyperion does not have a passport. On top of that, Hyperion is a military weapon that just went to another country. And with him going to another country without permission, you do have a lot of people in government offices kind of asking, hey, why was our secret weapon in another country for? Aren't you in control of him, Agent Bryce? And so right now, it's Hyperion kind of making Agent Bryce look bad. But either way, though, you do have Hyperion say, well, here's the thing, though. If I want to go anywhere in the world, what could you possibly do to stop me? And we have to realize that America never found a weakness for Hyperion at all yet. So actually, this man is unbeatable. Now, you do have Hyperion basically go to Somalia. Now, Somalia is a country that's right now holding on to some American hostages. Now, these hostages are basically just teenagers who went to that country but now being held as hostages for a political move between the two countries. But of course, America has not taken any kind of steps to actually help those kids out. And so you do have Hyperion say, well, fine, I'll go out of my way to basically save those kids. And so you do have Hyperion go out of his way to save those children. But right after he does that, he does see a light. Now, something about this light does call to Hyperion, and he's wondering, okay, what in the world is going on with that light? I should go and investigate it. And so you do have Hyperion fly towards the light, but when he does fly towards the light, that is the moment he is basically slammed right into the ground. He was hit hard by a huge amount of energy. And that is the moment you have Dr. Spectrum appear, aka Joseph Ledger. We're about to have Hyperion fight against Joseph Ledger and see who is actually going to win the battle. Now, getting into the second chapter, we actually do pick up with Hyperion fighting against Dr. Spectrum. Now, when it comes to this battle right here, it does bring up a lot of different things that basically we have to talk about. Like, for example, the reason why Dr. Spectrum is fighting against Hyperion 4. And you do have Dr. Spectrum tell us that the reason why he's here right now is because Hyperion is no longer following orders. He's no longer trying to listen to the military. He has become a person who believes that he has the freedom to do whatever he wants to do because what in the world could basically stop him? And so this is the American government hoping that Dr. Spectrum could be strong enough to actually stop Hyperion. Now, the second thing I do want to talk about is Hyperion actually experiencing pain. Because for Hyperion, he never experienced pain because remember, Hyperion is just like your Marvel Superman. And so he has a very high level of durability. And so with that high level of durability, that means he never actually felt pain before. But with Dr. Spectrum being able to use the crystal powers to basically hurt Hyperion, he's kind of like, wait a second, what's this? That hurt. Is this pain? Like, is
Oh,
this what pain
sorry,
feels
Pupper.
like? And he begs Dr. Spectrum to do it again because it's a new experience for Hyperion. Now, after that, you did have Hyperion kind of wonder, okay, why is Dr. Spectrum here for? And so he does ask Hyperion, you do have Hyperion ask Dr. Spectrum a lot of different questions to figure out why in the world Dr. Spectrum is actually here for. But while you have the two characters battle continue on, you do have Hyperion basically being able to break through the force field of Dr. Spectrum to touch the crystal. Now remember, the crystal is or was the power source to Hyperion's spaceship. But we also saw in the miniseries for Dr. Spectrum that the crystal is also holding on to a mission. And it has to give Hyperion the memories or whatever to say, hey, this is your mission. This is why you were brought here to this planet. And so when Hyperion touches the crystal that is embedded in the hand of Joseph Ledger, Dr. Spectrum, you do have Hyperion get a whole lot of different images of different things that he's supposed to do and where he came from. It's kind of like the crystal saying, okay, here is your origin, but also here is your mission. But you didn't have Joseph Ledger just fly away because he realized that he was basically losing the battle. Now, after the battle, you do have Hyperion kind of look around to see what happened when two characters that powerful battle against one another. Well, of course, they do cause a lot of damage to the actual area, where now the area is kind of like a dead zone. A bunch of animals have been killed off. It's very huge. And for Hyperion, he realized, oh my god, this would happen when you have two powerful characters actually battle against one another. Now, you do have Hyperion basically go to a Catholic church. Now, the reason why he's going to this Catholic church is because it's really more of Hyperion needing someone to talk to. And so he does talk to the father of that church. Now, when he does meet up with the father of this church, it's really Hyperion telling the father how he truly feels
You
right
mean
now. And what
priest?
I mean by that is Hyperion telling Gus that he kind of realized a long time ago that the American government, the fake parents, anybody he had basically met who was not a superhero, so like Blur, Nighthawk, and now Dr. Spectrum, that he knows they have been lying to him, that they have been trying to use him. but he was so afraid to actually face the truth that basically he just kept going on. But as the lies just kept stacking up and the lies just kept coming out more and more, is Hyperion's mental state just breaking down. And so you do have the Catholic father ask Hyperion one particular question. What are you going to do with all the information that you have basically learned from the people who have been trying to withhold
Oh
this
shit.
information from you? What are you going to do? And you have Hyperion eyes just glow purple, meaning that he's full of rage and he flies away. And we do know where he's actually going to. He's going to meet up with the people who have been lying to him this entire time. Now, as we get into the third chapter, we actually do pick up with General Casey, Dr. Steedman, and also Agent Bryce. Now, they're having a meeting about, of course, Hyperion, because you do have Dr. Steedman tell General Casey and also Agent Bryce that Hyperion is on his way. And when he does come here, nothing in this facility can basically stop him. Now remember, Dr. Steedman's been a character we have been seeing this entire run of Supreme Power, but also in the Dr. Spectrum miniseries. Now when it comes to Dr. Steedman, he has been
Oh, fuck off.
Dr. Spectrum for a very good time. And so he knows that when it comes to Hyperion, Hyperion has been, well, holding back. And now he's no longer holding back. And so you have Dr. Steedman tell Agent Bryce, here's a chart. This chart shows how much damage Hyperion can basically do in a short period of time. In 16.6 days, this man can kill off 1 million people. And that's just in 16 days. Meaning that as that double, of course, the death total will also double as well. But on top of that, that death total will rise even faster because the damage that Hyperion will do across the world will also affect how people will survive. You're basically talking about the idea of a super powerful weapon who can basically wipe out the earth if he decides to actually do it. And so that is the moment you have the general come in and say, this is your fault, Agent Bryce, because you guys felt like we were doing the wrong things when it came to Hyperion. That you guys had to step in, take over, and do what you guys wanted to do, which is use him for different military operations to make him be a weapon more than an actual person. Like, yes, we were doing the same thing, but we had a better way to actually controlling him. But because you guys want to rush him and have him do all these different things across the world for you guys, look what you have done. Now the secrets are out, and now he's coming here, and now there's nothing we can basically do. But that is the moment you do have the general kind of mention that they do have something up their sleeve that could actually stop Hyperion, or possibly stop him. They don't know, but the reason why they had this idea made because even when he was a baby, his skin was very durable. His strength was already there. And they realized that the older he got, the stronger he got. And of course, he was just a baby. And so this is the general saying, listen, we had this planned out for a very long time because we knew this day was going to come sooner or later, and here it comes. So basically, we have to find a way to stop Hyperion, and we have one last trick up our sleeve. Now, you do have Hyperion arrive at the military base. Now, when he does arrive at this military base, it does show that basically right now, nobody can stop him. Nothing can stop him. You have the military just shooting at him, firing missiles, and this man is just walking through all these different kinds of attacks like they're basically nothing to him. And so, of course, you have these guys all like, okay, what can we do here? Because honestly, we were told to hold him off, but we actually can't hold off Hyperion. Like, look how powerful this man actually is. He's just walking through the entire attacks like they're nothing. He rips the door open to the military base so that he can actually confront General Casey. Now, you do have the general be confronted by Hyperion. Now, as soon as the general is confronted by Hyperion, you do have Hyperion ask the general why. Why did you do all of this? Why did you lie to me? Why not actually work with me so that I could actually be something great for you guys? Because to Hyperion, he feels like if the army, his parents, or his fake parents, whoever, had not lied to him and actually raised him like a regular human boy, even though he has powers, he would still do great things for America. He would still help America out. But now, because he knows that everything was a lie and that basically they were just using him to be a weapon, he's kind of like, that right there hurts me even more, because it shows that you guys would do anything to have the perfect weapon. You would do anything to have that weapon under your control, to take care of your enemies for you and treat that weapon like a weapon. And the problem is, though, I'm not a weapon, I'm a human being, I'm a person. But that is the moment you have the general say, you're not human. You have no rights. You're not from Earth. You're not American. You have no rights at all. So why in the world should we treat you the same like we treat others on this planet? And that right there is very huge, because in DC Comics, when it comes to Superman, he basically talks about the idea of you treat somebody no matter what they are, even if they're from Earth or not. And for Superman, with him not being from Earth, he's definitely, out there trying to spread the word that, hey, you treat aliens the same way you treat people of Earth. But when it comes to this universe, this general, he's showing how people actually think in the real world. Is kind of like, you're an alien. Why in the world should I treat you any kind of way I treat another human being? No. Then you have the general basically tell us what is their secret weapon.
Yeah, no joke.
They're hoping that could basically stop Hyperion. And what that weapon is basically a bomb. A very, very powerful bomb. So powerful, it is going to leave a crater, a huge crater in the area they're in right now. But they're hoping that this amount of explosives could basically take out Hyperion. Even though that means General Casey will die, for him, this is the only way to stop Hyperion. And so with that, he basically blows up the entire area. And the question we're left with now, did it work? Did he actually stop Hyperion? Except the book ends, or this story ends, with Hyperion showing his heat vision and showing us that he is alive and well. And so what America government thought was the most powerful weapon they had, a bomb, to use against Hyperion, didn't even stop him at all. And that right there is scary. But this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, I'll see y'all next time. Later. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we are basically going to continue our coverage over Supreme Power. Now, remember, Supreme Power is basically a retelling of the origin of the Squadron Supreme. And let me explain. So back in the 1960s, Marvel gave us this question, which was, what would happen if the Avengers fought against the Justice League? Now, unfortunately for Marvel, they couldn't use the characters. And so what they did was they created a new team called the Squadron Supreme. Now, they come from an alternate universe, but basically these characters represent characters from DC Comics. So Hyperion is Superman, Blur is Flash,
well, I guess it worked out.
is Batman. Now, ever since the 1960s, you did have different versions of these characters that would just pop up left and right to fight against the Avengers, to basically say what would happen if the Avengers fought against the Justice League. Now, that went on for years and years and years. And like I said,
how'd you get up there?
Different versions of those characters. But then in the early 2000s, Marvel launched Marvel Max. Now, Marvel Max was was a way for Marvel to do more adult comics, more graphic comics, like Punisher Max, for example. Now, with that being said, they also gave us Supreme Power, and they hired the writer known as JMS, who basically wrote Spider-Man in the early 2000s, to come over and work on this series as well, to retell the origin of the Squadron Supreme. Now, like I said earlier though, there have been different versions of this team throughout the years of Marvel Comics. And so when it came to Supreme Power, it was a somewhat popular series. It had a couple spin-offs and a sequel series as well. But once everything was basically done, you didn't have Marvel say, oh yeah, this is just another version of the team out there in Marvel's multiverse. And so when you're reading Supreme Power, you're reading the early 2000 version of these characters. Now, so far we have covered Supreme Power Volume 1, Dr. Spectrum miniseries, and we also covered the first half of Supreme Power Volume 2. Now, in today's video, we're going to cover the second half of Supreme Power Volume 2. Now, each of these videos have been used.
What a bad day she had.
Introduce basically a different character on the Squadron Supreme. So far, we met Hyperion, Blur, Nighthawk, Dr. Spectrum, but now it's time for us to meet another character. And that character will be Zarda, our power princess. And of course, as you all know,
You are good, Batman. I don't know how you got up here before me.
Wonder Woman. Now, I do want to mention one thing. When it comes to Marvel Max, like I said earlier,
Is that it? Guess that's it.
comic book line. So of course it has some naked people in the books. And so in this video, you might see some things kind of cut off or some weird skips, because a lot of these pages in this story right here were just filled with naked women left and right. And of course, I cannot show those naked women on YouTube. So you might see a lot of different skips and cuts because I had to basically make sure I don't break any rules with YouTube. So now this video right here is going to give you the origin of Power Princess Zarda, which is basically the Squadron Supreme version of Wonder Woman. Now, getting into today's video, it does pick up where our last video left off at. Now, with that being said, remember, at the end of our last video, Hyperion found out that basically he is an alien. Because remember, he does represent Superman in this comic book series. And so with that, his origin is very similar to Superman in some ways, but also different. Because when it came to Hyperion, once he crashed on Earth, of course, he was taken in by a couple, but that couple was stopped by the military. And then they took Hyperion and began the process of trying to turn him into a military weapon. Now, with all that being said, though, Hyperion found out in our last video that he's not human, that he's not American.
Yeah, you know, Destiny kind of looks cool from a distance, but I just haven't seen anything that's pulled me toward the game. Like, I couldn't tell you what the story's about. I couldn't tell you, like, I don't know. Kind of seems like the Diablo 3 of shooters or something.
When Hyperion did confront the general at the end of our last video, we came to find out that the general knew that nothing on Earth could technically stop Hyperion. And so he created a more powerful bomb than a nuclear bomb, hoping that it would...
Are they still releasing new expansions for Destiny?
We come to find out in this video right here, Hyperion survived. He basically survived, and he's right now hiding out in the cave just trying to recover after being hit with that bomb. But it's also him wondering what to do next with his life, because right now he just realized that his entire life was a complete lie, that he's not human, he's not American, he never had parents, the military never liked him, they basically just used him as...
Oh, you dickhead.
But then we jump over to a random location. Now, this random location is going to begin the process of us learning about Power Princess. Now remember, Power Princess is basically the character who represents Wonder Woman in this comic book series. Now, with that being said, though, we actually pick up with a father and a son who are right now walking down into some kind of tomb. Now, in this tomb, a princess has been buried here. And every few days, months, years, whatever, they have to leave food in this tomb to basically feed the
Wow.
princess. Now, the father, we
I don't know, for like a game
actually
that's released so much expansion packs and whatever, I don't know, I feel like I should know something about the story. Like, if you were to sum up the story in like one sentence, what would you say Destiny is about overall?
in this tomb for so many years, but when the father was a boy, he did hear her speak and wondered if there was an actual princess down there. Now, as time went on, he basically grew up and had his own son. And so right now, they're going down into this tomb once again to basically feed the princess for the
Like, if I had to sum up Halo, I'd be like, Super Soldier fights aliens and eldritch monsters, you know?
walking down those steps in the tomb and walk back up. Now you do have the
I was
father
grossly oversimplifying it.
up to be with the grandmother to basically go ahead and leave because the boy was getting bored. But while you have the dad staying down there, he does hear the voice again, like he did so many years ago. The problem was, though, this time he is confronted by the princess. Yes, Zarda herself. Now, unfortunately, I cannot show you her in this section because, again, there was a lot of nudity. She was naked when she came out of the tomb. But then she does attack the father. And when she does, we kind of find out that basically when she attacks somebody, she's draining their life energy to make herself young again. Because when she came out of that tomb, she looked really old. And so she killed off the father to get some life back into her body. And so she does look mostly young. Now, after Zarda comes out of the tomb, she is confronted by the grandmother of the family. Now, you do have the grandmother basically tell Zarda that your name is Zarda, you are the champion of the women, and you need to go out there and help save man's world because right now, man's world is just falling apart. It's in an all-time low. Now, for Zarda, though, even though she now remembers her name, she looks at her hair and she realized that she has some gray hair, which means that the life energy that she had absorbed from the father earlier in this section right here did not give her enough life into her body. And so she's kind of like, oh, I look young, but I have gray hair, which means I'm not young enough and hot enough yet. So I'm going to go ahead and absorb more life energy. And so she goes ahead and kills off the grandma as well to show that Zarda does not care about people's lives at all.
So what, it's about like either achieving destiny or fighting your destiny kind of thing? Is that like a theme of the game?
And that right there is very important because what really brought her back to life was not the food or anything. It was the idea that
I don't know, like even games I don't play or like movies I don't watch, I have like some, like I've never seen a Hunger Games movie, but I could tell you like the loose idea of it, you know? I know it's like sci-fi, probably space-related stuff? Yeah, see, I couldn't tell you even a precursory description of Destiny. I know that it looks like you loot a lot of stuff, maybe? I don't know. It kind of seems like it has some stuff in common with Borderlands in terms of like the gameplay loop. If I like as an outsider looking in.
that have brought Hyperion to Earth, but the military want to learn more about the crystal, and so they ran tests on the crystal by using Joseph Ledger, which then led into the crystal being embedded in the hand of Joseph Ledger. Now, with all that being said, the crystal took Joseph to the bottom of the ocean and put him inside a cocoon to help heal him up. Now, when he does wake up, he is confronted by Amphibian. Now, remember, Amphibian is basically the Aqua Woman of the series. Either way, though, her origin is that when she was, well, actually, before she was born, her mom was excited to give birth to her very soon. But then her mom saw the spaceship of Hyperion. Now, when the spaceship flew over the mother of Amphibian, something happened. Something changed with Amphibian when the spaceship flew over her. And so when
Okay.
mom gave birth to Amphibian, well, of course, she came out.
See, that's the best description I've ever gotten of Destiny.
That right there freaked the
Because
mom
it...
out. So the mom killed herself.
see, I get it.
Dad freaked out because the baby seemed to be, well, a monster, and the baby left into the ocean. Now, of course, because she was born...
I always hear people talking about Destiny, but they never talk about what the game's about. They're just like, oh, it's boring now, it's good now, it's the new expansion gives us something to do, but they never... people hardly ever talk about, like, what the why of it, I feel like. Although I don't go out of my way to watch Destiny lore videos, but I might have to now.
Kind of human side to her, and you can tell that she's kind of lonely and she needs a friend. But then he realized that he has been gone for so long that he has to go back to the military base, but he promised her that he'll be back, and when he does come back, he'll be able to give her an actual name. But then we actually jump back over to Zarda.
I'm having such
Now,
problems with
remember,
this.
Zarda said earlier that somebody out there needs her help. Somebody is in pain, and they're calling out for help. And that person was Hyperion. And so you have Zarda find Hyperion. She picks him up, they fly in the sky together, and then she kisses him. Now, the reason why she does kiss him is because it's a way for her to actually heal him up, to make him better again. And so Hyperion is now fully recovered. But the question is, though, why...
okay, I get it twice as hard now.
to him? Why was she sensing him for? What is their connection? Because she just came back to the world of the living.
I mean, do you think it's worth it to play, like, from Destiny 1 all the way to wherever the current expansion is to Destiny 2? Like, do you think that would be a fun run?
Pick back up with Dr. Spectrum. Now, you do have Dr. Spectrum.
Or does the gameplay loop kind of not allow for that kind of continuous gameplay?
And of course, it failed. Now, with that being said, you do have somebody asking Dr. Spectrum to basically use the crystal to figure out where in the world Hyperion's actually at. Now, the reason why they're asking him to do that with the crystal is because, remember, the crystal was the power source to Hyperion's spaceship that had basically brought him here to Earth. And so really you have this guy telling Dr. Spectrum to use the crystal to hopefully locate Hyperion. Now, at first, you have Dr. Spectrum kind of playing around because he thinks that idea is really stupid, but then you have the crystal actually take over his mind. Now, this is actually
What the
we saw this back
flippin' shitters?
before Dr. Spectrum.
I didn't even see it coming. Did she shoot through the wall?
Basically, sometimes the crystal is...
Damn it.
How do I say this? Basically, the crystal is another personality in the mind of Dr. Spectrum. And so you do have a character who does have multiple personalities, but one of those personalities really comes from the crystal. Now, you do have the...
I might give it a shot, because I might even own Destiny 1 on something. Like, I'm positive I got it as a free game somewhere.
They're not alone. They were never alone. Now,
And I'm sure I can get a good deal on Destiny 2.
he means by that, but it's going to be somewhat important for later chapters down the road. Either way, when you have the crystal basically give the body back over to Dr. Spectrum to control, you do have Dr. Spectrum say, hey, you know, I need some help out here, some high-tech military gear, but the guy on his radio
Oh,
say,
that's
"Dude,
lucky.
go." You went radio silence for 10 whole minutes, which means that when the crystal had taken over his body, it was 10 whole minutes, where basically the crystal had complete control over Dr. Spectrum's body. So then we actually jump back over to Zarda and Hyperion. Now, this is Zarda basically telling the origin of her and Hyperion, telling us where they actually came from. Now, I'm going to say right now, this origin is partially wrong. Not partially, mostly wrong. Not mostly, yeah, I'll say partially. It's partially wrong. And the reason why, because Zarda been asleep for so long that there is some key information
Huh.
that she has.
I've never found one of these out in the wild before.
There is some information that she's getting confused about. Now, what she tells Hyperions this right here. Thousands and thousands of years ago, you basically had this alien race that was traveling through space. Now, this alien race that was traveling through space was sending kids across the universe. Now, when they did that, though, they only sent 2 kids to each particular planet. So right now, you're probably wondering, okay, for Earth, those 2 kids were Hyperion and Zarda. But you have to remember, though, that this part of the story takes place thousands of years ago, and Hyperion only came about 20 years ago. So again, this is why I say Zarda's origins kind of...
Alright, this time I'm gonna smoke a joint before I go get destroyed by the Triggermen again. For the 3rd time. It's my Krusty the Clown sigh. Oh, did it do it? Huff Puff Pass. What does that mean?
Are really more aliens who came from space who crashed on Earth, and the reason why they are gods is because the powers they had. Now, with that being said,
alright, this again.
Another war has broke out between
there we go.
From all the different planets across the universe. And the reason why, because you had gods going to these planets and beginning to breed with the regular people of those planets. So for example, the god of war and god of night came to Earth and began to, of course, have, fun time with the regular people of Earth, which of course led to children being born. And that was a huge no-no. And so you had some gods who felt like that the offsprings of the other gods should be killed off, because
I don't want to take the decorations.
Now, with this war breaking out, you had the god of war and the god of night
back to your homeland.
Okay, it's time for us to send our youngest kids away so that they would not be consumed by the war. And so the god of night, which is Zarda's father, he has sent his child Zarda in the ground, and the god of war, Hyperion's father, sent his child into space. Now again, though,
no one will ever know.
Story, there are some parts that are correct and other parts that are particularly wrong. But you didn't have Zarda say that they were originally sent here to Earth to...
Oh, come on.
So
for fuck's sake, good thing I saved.
To basically conquer the Earth. But then we actually jump over to Kyle Richmond and also Stanley Stewart. Now remember, Stanley Stewart is Blur, and Blur is basically the Flash in this comic book series. And Kyle Richmond is Nighthawk, which is Batman. Now, right now, you have Kyle Richmond, who's the Batman of this universe, actually donating money to Blur's foundation, because you have to remember that when Blur basically came out to the public, and the reason why he did come out to the public with his powers, which was some agents were able to figure out who he was, that he was the guy...
Damn, you had a power fist on you? Son of a bitch.
So what they said was, if you basically help promote these companies across America, you'll basically get a lot of money. But on top of that, you can also be a hero, but at the same time, while you're being a hero, you are also promoting these companies who are promoting you. And so for the last couple, months, years, whatever, he has been a hero who has been promoting companies, but at the same time still being a hero somewhat. Now you have Nighthawk right now being Kyle Richmond and being a rich person, donating money to Blur's foundation to kind of help out with some different things. But then you have Nighthawk ask Blur to talk in private later on in the night. Now this conversation is really more of Nighthawk telling Blur that he's actually very upset with Blur. And the reason why, because both of them being black men, it's Nighthawk feeling like Blur's not doing anything to help out the black community. Now, you do have Blur trying to explain things to Nighthawk that with them kind of being under multiple countries contracts from different companies that he is promoting, there are some things he can't just actually do so freely. Even though that means him being a hero, he can only be a hero at certain times. But for Nighthawk, he's kind of like, you're
No, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. It's like seeing Freddy Krueger naked.
helping the black community. Now, this is something I want you guys to remember.
You go over here. None of that.
Were killed by racist people. And so ever since then, when he became Nighthawk officially, at night, he would go out and help only black people, no one else. So if you are Caucasian, you were basically being helpless. You were not really helped at all. He would leave you there to, well, die or get hurt. And I want to say other races as well, but I could be wrong. Either way, though, this is Nighthawk saying that I'm going to give you a chance to basically help your black community out more and stop wasting your powers and your potential by doing these things for these different companies. And so you have Nighthawk leave, but as he does leave, he does hand Blur a piece of card. And of course, it has his logo on there, but it's Nighthawk saying, find me and we'll work together on something really important. But then we actually pick up with Nighthawk and Blur. Now you do have Nighthawk and Blur actually going to a certain crime scene. Now this crime scene is going to give us the first actual villain of the Squadron Supreme universe, but on top of that though, it is going to wrap up Volume 2 but lead us into Volume 3. Now with that being said though, what's happening right now is that you have Nighthawk and Blur going to this crime scene where apparently somebody is going around killing off black women. Now these black women who are dying are part of sex work. And so still though, for Nighthawk, because there are black women who are dying, he wants to step in because his black community is being attacked once again. Now with that being said, when he does take Blur to that crime scene, he shows Blur the pile of arms that he had found. Now, at first, it was told to the public that the person who's going around doing this to black sex workers and basically taking their arms, that he cuts off their arms. But we kind of find out their arms are not getting cut off. Their arms are actually getting ripped off, which means that somebody has to have
Explore more. I didn't mean to leave.
rip an arm off a body. And so this is Nighthawk kind of telling Blur there is a possibility that Hyperions doing this are somebody out there who has the same power set as Hyperion. Either way, Blur and Nighthawk must work together to basically stop this from continuing on. Now, the final chapter of today's video is actually going to jump between 4 different settings. So, for example, one setting is basically focusing on Hyperion and Zarda, where right now you have Hyperion wondering what he's going to do next with his life. Because right now he just found out that 1, he's an alien. 2, Zarda is part of his alien race. And 3, he just found out in the Earth.
Alright, I will be back in 1 minute. And we're back.
Earlier chapters that basically the military, the people he looked as family and friends, had basically lied to him his entire life. And so he's wondering what's next for him in life. And so he does tell Zarda that he's going to go back home to basically think about all these different things and wonder what is the next step in his life. But on top of that, he does say that when the time comes, he'll call out for Zarda and they can continue to possibly work together or to try to do something new for the Earth. We have no idea yet. But basically, he does leave and she goes her own path as well. Now, the second setting picks up with Nighthawk and Blur. Now, Nighthawk and Blur are trying to figure out what to do. Like, are they actually going to try to figure out who is going around killing off these black sex workers? Now, at first, for Blur, he's kind of like, leave it to the police. They're already doing their jobs. But you have Nighthawk say, when it comes to sex workers and black people as well, the police are not going to give a you-know-what. And so it's Nighthawk saying, Blur, it's time for us black superheroes to actually step in, but we might need some extra help. And the help is Hyperion. And so what Nighthawk did, he basically put an ad out there calling out to Hyperion to say, hey, we need to talk because I have something to actually show you. Now, the third setting is Dr. Spectrum and Dr. Steedman. Now, remember, Dr. Steedman is the lead scientist for all the different projects that was going on with the military and different characters who were getting powers. Now, Dr. Steedman is wondering what happened to Dr. Spectrum earlier, because after his battle with Hyperion in our last video, he disappeared. And we know where he went to. He went to the bottom of the ocean. Now, when he was in the bottom of the ocean, he was confronted by another character. Now, that character is Amphibian. But of course, he does not tell Dr. Steedman about her because he is afraid that maybe the military go down there and try to grab her as well. Now, on top of that, you also have Dr. Steedman wondering, okay, well, where did you go? You say it was at the bottom of the ocean, but why though? Like, was it the crystal? Was it you? Is the crystal basically taking over your body once again? And the reason why Dr. Steedman said that, because when the first time Dr. Spectrum popped back up with his power for the first time, his mind was not in control. His body was not in his control. It was the crystal had control over his mind and his body. And Dr. Steedman realized that basically when it comes to Dr. Spectrum, there's two minds in that one particular body. Now, the last setting is actually a random guy who lives out in the middle of the nowhere, and this is the way we're going to kind of get introduced to a new character. But this character does leave and he goes somewhere and we have no idea where he went to. Now, the second half of the last chapter continues the idea of jumping between 4 different settings, but the settings have now changed. Like, for example, the first one is Zarda. Now, you do see Zarda right now actually going to a nearby city because she wants to see how much the Earth has changed ever since she was asleep. Now, with that happening, of course, you're talking about the idea of a crazy woman who had just killed a father and a grandmother earlier just because she wants to make sure she looks young again, now going to a nearby city to just basically see like, oh, let's see how the Earth has changed ever since I was put to sleep. Now, with that being said though, this is also her with the thought process that she was sent here to the Earth to basically conquer it. And so she thinks that no one has the right to control her. She has no idea that she needs to follow certain laws because to her, the laws are basically pointless because she was sent here to basically do her own thing. And so you have her just go to this random town and begin the process of just, you know, stealing things, taking things that she thinks belongs to her, and nobody can actually stop her. Now, in Chicago, you do have Hyperion.
May as well go visit Sanctuary.
Because remember,
Been a while.
put an ad out there calling out to Hyperion. Now, with this meeting happening, you do have Nighthawk basically tell Hyperion, hey man, listen. So basically what happened was there's someone out there with powers just like yours going out killing black sex workers and ripping off their arms. Now at first, this is Nighthawk kind of wondering if it is Hyperion, even though we know it's not Hyperion, but Nighthawk doesn't know that. But now is Hyperion wondering, did the military hide other projects from him? Because right now, it seems like there could be somebody else out there with the same power set of Hyperion, which means that he could be an alien like Hyperion, or possibly have powers that are just as strong as Hyperion, but he is a regular human. Either way though, it's Hyperion telling Nighthawk, no, it's not me, it has to be somebody else, but I need to go and leave and confirm some different things to basically figure out what in the world is going on. Now, when Hyperion does leave, he does go to his apartment where basically he burns everything. And this is him saying that, okay, it's time for me to basically make my own path in life and not take any more orders or instructions or directions from anybody else at all. Now, you do have Nighthawk kind of mad at Hyperion because of course, again, Hyperion is white and he does not like white people. Now, the third setting actually follows Dr. Steedman because in the first half, Dr. Spectrum realized that something is wrong with Helen. Helen is a doctor that works for Dr. Steedman at his facility. And so you have Steedman follow Helen to another facility. Now, this was a way for JMS, the writer of this book, to basically say that what Helen is actually doing is that she has been giving this other scientific group or this other military government group, whatever they called, a sample of the virus. Now remember, back in the earlier chapters of Supreme Power, we learned that on the spaceship that had brought Hyperion to Earth, there were small containers, and these small containers were basically holding viruses that came from the alien race Hyperion came from. Now, most of those containers were empty. Now, some were not. And so what Helen did was she joined this group and they began to test different humans with this virus. Now, at first, they did test it on military people, and every single one they gave the virus to, they died. Now, they said they couldn't test animals for some unknown reason, I forgot. But then they said they went out of their way and started testing on military prisoners to basically say like,
oh, give me a fucking break.
That they have committed some crazy crimes, so we use them instead and began
It's driving me crazy with this shit.
if we gave them the virus, would they gain powers? And this is how we get into the idea of our first super villain, which also jumps
Do it to myself.
Of this last chapter. Because
yeah, I know. I had no idea how dark Hyperion and Squadron Supreme stories were. I just thought it was a Superman ripoff. Or DC ripoff in general.
And you do have Dr. Spectrum also appear to protect Dr. Steedman from this other group. But basically, what she tells him is that when they gave this sample out to the military prisoners, some of those prisoners got away, but one of them, he was a murderer, a big-time murderer, who actually did kill black sex workers before he was locked away. And so that means when he escaped, it would make sense that he would go back out into the world and do it all over again. But now he has powers now, it's more fun to him. And so the last setting, we do see another woman who had went to that house that's out in the middle of nowhere, and he had killed that woman and basically took her arm. And so it does lead us into the idea that basically we now have our first super villain. But now the heroes of Supreme Power must come together to basically stop this new super villain. But this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, I'll see y'all next time. Later. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Alright guys, so we are going to continue our coverage over Supreme Power. Now remember, Supreme Power was originally the origin for the Squadron Supreme. Let me explain. So back in the 1960s, Marvel had this idea where basically they wondered what would happen if the Avengers fought against the Justice League, which honestly is a very interesting question. The problem was though, Marvel could not use the characters from DC Comics in their books. And so what Marvel did was they created a bunch of characters who will basically represent DC characters. So Hyperion is Superman, Nighthawk is Batman, Blur is Flash, Zarda is Wonder Woman. Now, with all that being said though, over the years in Marvel Comics, we had different versions of those characters of the Squadron Supreme from different universes across the multiverse to fight against the Avengers, to basically answer the question, what would happen if the Avengers had fought against the Justice League? Now, with all that being
Oh, I
said,
missed this before.
in the early 2000s, Marvel launched Marvel Max. Now, Marvel Max was this great idea where basically Marvel was trying to do more adult comics, like Punisher Max, where basically it's more adult books, more blood, more graphic, naked people, all that stuff. Now, one of the titles was Supreme Power, what we have been covering on this channel. Now, when it comes to Supreme Power, they hired the writer JMS, the same guy who wrote Spider-Man in the early 2000s, to come over and to basically give us the origin of the Squadron Supreme. Now, Supreme Power was somewhat popular to the point that it was able to create a bunch of spinoffs. Dr. Spectrum, Nighthawk spinoff, a Hyperion spinoff, Hyperion versus Nighthawk, and on top of that, a second Supreme Power miniseries. But basically, once Marvel was done with all those different books, they came out and said, all these books right here are technically about a different version of the Squadron Supreme in the Marvel multiverse, meaning that if we do see another Squadron Supreme, there is a possibility that those characters are different from these right here, because in the Marvel multiverse, you do have a bunch of different versions of the Squadron Supreme. But either way though, we're covering Supreme Power. Now, like I said earlier, Supreme Power was originally used to kind of tell the origin of different characters from the Squadron Supreme. So like Hyperion, Blur, and Nighthawk, Zarda, a lot of different characters. Now, when it came to Supreme Power though, the earlier stories really did focus on the origins of these different characters. And so if you go back and watch my previous videos, you do learn a lot about Hyperion, Nighthawk, Zarda, Dr. Spectrum, but now it's time for them to come together to basically stop a villain. It's time for them to face their first actual super villain. And this is actually very huge, because when it comes to the Squadron Supreme universe, their bad guys were originally just regular bad people with no powers. But now you're talking about the idea that there's somebody out there with powers very similar to Hyperion. And that right there is very dangerous, because that means there's somebody out there who's able to go toe to toe with Hyperion. And on top of that, Hyperion represents Superman in these comics. And so the question is now, how can our characters, not heroes yet, can come together to basically defeat this new super villain? And so getting into today's storyline, we actually do pick up with Hyperion and Nighthawk. Now, with Hyperion and Nighthawk being characters who were basically made to represent Superman and Batman, you would think that these two characters would actually be best friends, but they're not. In reality, Nighthawk hates Hyperion. And the reason why, because when it comes to Nighthawk, he watched his parents be killed off by some racist white people. And so for Nighthawk, everybody who is white or who's part of the government system cannot be trusted. And with Hyperion being both white and also being part of the government system, this is Nighthawk kind of not really trusting Hyperion. but at the same time, he realized he has no choice but to actually work with Hyperion if they're going to actually be able to stop this supervillain that is going around the area and basically killing off sex workers. Now remember, that is how Nighthawk and Blur found out about this supervillain. There's somebody going around being able to kill off sex workers, but when he does kill them off, he basically rips off their
But sex
powers
workers are
and rips off their
invincible.
breaths off. And that tells Nighthawk and Blur that whoever is doing this must have the same power set as Hyperion, because now you're talking about the idea of ripping somebody's arm off. Now, of course, you do have Nighthawk say that he is going to work with Hyperion to only be able to stop this guy, but at the same time still, it is Nighthawk saying, I do not trust you because you work for the government. Now, Nighthawk has no idea that Hyperion has stepped away from the government. And the reason why, because Hyperion found out that the government has been lying to him. Because remember, the government told Hyperion that he was from America, his parents basically gave birth to him, he had powers, and they're going to help him kind of control his powers. But he found out that he is an alien and that he crashed on Earth, and the government was only using him as a weapon. And so now he no longer works for the government. And so this is him kind of telling Nighthawk in his own way, like, hey man, listen, things change. I'm technically no longer with the American government. Now, we actually do pick up the two guys right now going to the apartment of Hyperion, or what was his apartment. Because in our last video, we actually saw Hyperion burn down the place, because this place was also given to him by the American government as a place to stay. Now, of course, he burned that down because he hates everything the American government actually stands for at the moment. Either way, though, you do have these two guys kind of looking around the apartment, kind of upset with what Hyperion
Alright,
did.
this is where I crashed last time, so I'm actually going to save right here.
Because it was these two guys and other people who gave Hyperion everything he wanted in life, especially the government giving him fake parents, fake money, fake items, all these different things to kind of give him the easy life.
And I think I'll have a Smoky Boo too.
Guys tell the other guy, you're actually in the wrong here, because to Hyperion, we had lied to him, and now he knows the truth. He's now unstoppable, and technically he no longer needs us. Now the other guy, the blonde guy, wonders why the bald guy said that Hyperion no longer needs them. And he's kind of like, we already know when it comes to Hyperion that he does not need to eat nor sleep. He's basically always energized, and on top of that, who is going to stop him from going to different places that he actually wants to go to? And it shows that now Hyperion is truly free to do whatever he actually wants. Now that is the moment where we actually do pick up with a lieutenant who's kind of like in charge of this case of this super villain that is going around killing off sex workers in the area. Now he is confronted by Hyperion, and this is Hyperion trying to get more information about this super villain. Now you do have the lieutenant actually tell Hyperion some very important things, like when it comes to killers, you usually have two kinds of killers: the ones who are organized and the ones who are not organized. But when it comes to this guy right here, he's both. Because usually if you're organized killer, you basically take your time planning out your killing, days, weeks, months, years, whatever. But if you're not organized, it's all about the rage. You're full of rage when you're trying to kill somebody off. And so when it comes to this guy right here, he's both. There's times where he is organized, but then there are times when he's not organized. And there's also times when he's both, where it does seem like he planned out his next killing, but something happened where he then goes full rage mode. Now, you do have the lieutenant say that he was able to actually run the fingerprints, and it came back to a character known as Michael Redstone. Now, Michael Redstone is a character who apparently died 3 years ago. And that right there is actually very important because it ties into something we talked about in our last video, which I'm going to bring up later on in this video. as we covered the origin of Michael Redstone. But they said that this guy was in the military
No
and he
rest for
died
the
30 years
wicked.
ago after going into prison. And so the question is, though, if the fingerprints come back to a guy who is dead, then how in the world is he around here right now killing people left and right? But did we actually pick up with Blur? Now remember, Blur represents the Flash in these comics, but on top of that though, Blur has teamed up with Nighthawk and Hyperion as a three-man force to basically stop this super villain. And so you do have Blur right now going around the areas to kind of gather more intel about the different sex workers who had disappeared, hoping that it'll be able to give them some kind of information on to find this guy and to hopefully stop him. Now, here comes this weird section though. Because Blur has never truly been with any kind of girls, when he's with these other sex workers, they make him very uncomfortable, and he's kind of like, listen, I know you guys want to take me somewhere and do some things with me, but listen, we cannot do that. But of course, as they talk, the more and more he does become uncomfortable. Either way though, he was able to get some information that does tell him that you do have a lot of sex workers now kind of leaving the work life behind because they are afraid about being killed off by this mysterious guy who is going around capturing sex workers, killing them, and then ripping off their arms. But then we pick up with Dr. Steedman. Now remember, Dr. Steedman was actually the lead scientist in the Project Hyperion thing that was going on with the American government.
There it is. Ooh, I could think of some dirty shit to do with this.
Over and over again. Now, Dr. Steedman also helped create Dr. Spectrum. And what I mean by that is, when it came to Dr. Spectrum, he was this random army guy who was brought in to test the crystal, the same crystal that was the power source to Hyperion's spaceship that brought Hyperion to Earth. Now, of course, when Joseph Ledger had tested the crystal, it then had embedded in his hand, and then made him Dr. Spectrum and gave him a bunch of different powers. Now, with that being said, though,
Oh, I found a two-shot pistol, legendary pistol. And of course I crashed though. Oh my fucking god, I can't believe it. I find a two-shot legendary weapon. This shit happens again. I tell you, man, I was having good luck all week with this. I don't know what's different today. I just officially hit 1,500 hours, by the way, on the PC version of Fallout.
Michael Redstone was one of those people. But of course, those people
Doesn't even count my Xbox time.
out of the prison and got away. And it seems like Michael Redstone
Oh, God. It's cruel. It's a cruel world.
now, thanks to the virus, he does have a set of powers that makes him rival to Hyperion. Now, with all that being said,
Well, at least I got to feel what it was like to have a two-shot weapon for a minute.
are looking for Michael Redstone. And so what he is doing is he is going to send in Dr. Spectrum to hopefully capture.
Yeah, because if I could have, what I was gonna do is take that modification off that two-shot weapon and put it on my scatter plasma. That's got the explosive modifier. That would have been pretty fucking cool.
Who's going around killing all these.
Maybe I could still find it.
Pimps are no longer making money, which means that the pimps may have some.
I use loot and yeah, I use loot to check my my load order and to see if there's any errors, and it doesn't really give me anything. I clean up all my mods. I don't know. I think there's something wrong with the spawns. Because I noticed like like some areas don't spawn anything at all, and some enemies aren't spawning with the correct weapons. It's strange. So it's definitely something with the enemies, I think.
If our mysterious killer is going around killing off women who are sex workers, he goes there. because usually their careers are basically over in the line of sex. And that information was actually solid because we actually do pick up with a sex worker, and by her appearance, what the pimp said earlier is true. That if you go to work in this area, it really means that your career is possibly over in the line of sex work. Because right now, by her appearance, she does look kind of defeated. Now, you do have her get picked up by this random guy in a truck. Now, we already know this random
Oh,
guy is
see?
our super villain, the one known as Michael Redstone, who possibly has been going around killing
Although the fact that
civilians
it's crashing consistently over here,
arms.
maybe it's
And so
something
he
related to the
does get inside this
Raiders.
truck and he does drive them back to his house, the same house we saw in our last
Because it's
video.
crashing pretty
And the
consistently
Redstone
near
is
the
actually followed by Nighthawk. Let's
Corvega
call him
factory,
Corvega.
whatever it's
Either
called.
way, he was followed by Nighthawk, and Nighthawk now knows where he lives, and so you do have Nighthawk try to call in Hyperion to basically stop this guy. And so, unfortunately for Nighthawk, he does get his butt kicked by Michael Redstone because Michael Redstone overheard Nighthawk call out for help to Hyperion. Because we have to remember that when it comes to Hyperion, he's basically represents Superman, which means that he possibly has super hearing. And so if Michael Redstone is some guy who may have the same powers as Hyperion, that means he possibly has super hearing as well. And so it does lead into a battle. You know what? Scratch that. This is not even a battle at all because honestly, it's a beatdown for Nighthawk. Because as soon as Michael overheard Nighthawk call for help, Michael popped out of his house and began to beat down on Nighthawk. And that is why I say it is not a battle. Because to me, a battle is when you have two characters being able to lay punches on each other. Unfortunately, right now, you have Nighthawk being unable to lay a punch on this guy. And so you have Michael actually get ready to kill off Nighthawk. Luckily for Nighthawk, that is the moment you do have Hyperion flying in. But before we actually jump into the battle between Hyperion and Michael Redstone, we actually do pick up with General Alexander. Now, this is going to be the new
Yeah,
general
see?
for the
It's
rest
related to
of Supreme
NPCs.
Power. And remember, the last general, General Casey, had died at the end of the very
So maybe I
beginning
should get rid of
of
anything that
Season 2. Because remember,
changes.
that was the moment where Hyperion found out that he was lied to his entire life. That basically he's not American, but
Ah,
a
it
regular
sucks.
human being. That
I'm using
basically
some
he
of that
was
stuff.
and the American government was trying to use him as a weapon. And so when he tried to confront
Maybe
General
it's more of
Casey,
this that's
Casey
causing
tried to blow
issues.
him up. And of course, it did not work. It almost did, but not completely. And so now you have a new general stepping in. But this new general, Alexander, he's ticked off. And the reason why he is ticked off because he has seen what the government or the military had basically failed at, which is Project Hyperion, because they tried to do an approach where they tried to be nice with the
Huh.
alien and make the alien believe that he's part of the human race, that he's actually American. And when I say alien, I mean Hyperion. But
Maybe
it's
I'll just start with the leveled
no matter
list
what you
here.
guys try to do and where we at right now, that we have lost Hyperion. Now we have this other guy in Chicago known as Nighthawk. There's also Blur, but Blur does not work for us. He works for some kind of agency that basically makes some money as long as companies are trying to promote him. And on top of that, we had a rogue group of scientists try to use the alien virus for their own personal needs, and look what happened. Now we have a crazy guy out there causing more problems for us. Do y'all realize what you guys have done under the last general? A whole lot of you know what. And so basically this is Alexander becoming the more strict general. Kind of like, I am not going to sit here and allow you guys to
I think
cause more
everything's up to
problems
date.
for the American government, but also the military. And so we need to actually fix all of your mistakes, because the only thing we have right now in our possession is Dr. Spectrum, and that is it. Now, you do have Dr. Steedman inform the general that basically he does have Dr. Spectrum on side on the sideline, sorry, to get ready to actually grab Michael Redstone once Hyperion, Nighthawk, and Blur are able to actually defeat Redstone. And when they do defeat Redstone, then you'll have Dr. Spectrum come in and grab Redstone and get him out of there before the public wonders why in the world were there two characters fighting against one another. Talking about, of course, Hyperion and Redstone, because they're both really two powerful characters. Now, the rest of issue number 14, not the rest, but most of the pages in issue number 14 is really more of our heroes fighting against Michael Redstone. Now, at first, you do have Hyperion go in and try to fight against Michael Redstone. Here comes the big problem though. Michael Redstone is basically a character who is on the same level as Hyperion. And that right there is actually scary, because now you're basically saying that there's somebody out there who is Hyperion, who is strong as Hyperion, fast as Hyperion. And so while you have Hyperion trying to fight against Michael Redstone, he is actually struggling because he never fought against somebody who is literally just like him. Now, Nighthawk honestly can't help out much here, because Nighthawk is really more just a regular guy in the way. And this shows what JMS is trying to say about Batman, really. Because remember, when it comes to Nighthawk, Nighthawk represents Batman, and Batman is just a guy with a bunch of tech to use to help bring down super villains. But the problem is though, Batman is just a regular guy. And so is JMS saying, in reality, if this was a real thing, superheroes and super villains, someone like Batman and Nighthawk would basically be pointless in actually helping out to defeat someone like Michael Redstone. Now, Blur does help out a tad bit, but again, it all comes down to Hyperion. And so while this battle does last for a few pages across different cities in America, you do have our heroes actually being able to defeat Michael Redstone. Now, the way they actually do is because they cut off his airways, basically putting a lot of pudding or something in his mouth to basically help him stop breathing just long enough that he goes unconscious. And once he does pass out, they basically put a straw in there in this kind of pudding in his mouth to make an airway so that he'll be able to actually breathe once again. But for right now, he is knocked out. But it did take all three characters to basically work together to bring down this guy. And this shows that if Hyperion goes bad, it could be really hard for Blur and Nighthawk, because Hyperion does have more
Alright,
experience
let's give that a
with
shot.
powers. Now, right after the battle, you do have Dr. Spectrum actually appear. Now, when he does appear, you do have Dr. Spectrum just go ahead and take Michael Redstone away with him. Now, of course, you do have Nighthawk very upset with the idea that basically somebody from the government is once again coming in and just taking away the person that he has stopped, but the person he feels like needs to go through the actual American justice system. Now, of course, for Hyperion and Blur, they realize that if Dr. Spectrum is coming in here and he works for the American government and they're trying to take away Michael Redstone, it's probably the best option. And the reason why, because they possibly have some kind of way to actually lock him up, to keep Michael Redstone locked away from the rest of the world. And so with that information being said, you do have Dr. Spectrum he does take away Michael Redstone. You do have Blur get upset with Nighthawk, because Nighthawk's kind of like saying Blur and Hyperion are basically useless heroes because they allow Dr. Spectrum to take away Michael Redstone. But we do see that the American government does have a way to actually contain Michael Redstone. And so right now, he is locked away for the time being. And so getting into the last chapter for today's video, we actually do pick up right now with the general meeting up with Michael in Michael's new prison cell. Now, this prison was actually made as a way to hold Hyperion just in case they ever needed to lock up Hyperion. And so with that, they made this prison as a way to hold Hyperion. And when it comes to this prison, it's basically pumping in a bunch of chemicals are a certain kind of chemical that is 5 times heavier than air. Now, that right there is actually very important because it shows that when it came to the American government and military, they realized that they needed some kind of way to actually stop Hyperion. But the problem was, though, they couldn't find a way. Because even though Hyperion does represent Superman in these comics, unlike Superman, we have not seen not one kind of thing that could basically weaken Hyperion. And so what they did was they realized that when it comes to Hyperion, he has to breathe. If he cannot breathe, he'll basically die. And so what they did was they made this prison where it is 5 times harder to breathe in. And so with that happening right now to Michael, he is unable to actually focus on using his different powers to basically escape. And so right now, Michael is just stuck in there. And if he ever tries to escape, then the cell release more of this chemical that makes it even harder for him to breathe, which could possibly kill him. And so this is right now the general
Kill some raiders.
conversation with Michael about his origin, but on top of that, a future mission down the road. But then we jump over to Hyperion and Nighthawk. Now, this conversation is actually very important. And the reason why, because you have Nighthawk explaining to Hyperion why he's so
Shit.
with Hyperion. And the reason why Nighthawk is
Just when I start to feel like, maybe I'm a little too overpowered,
like that,
get humbled by fucking raiders. All things.
without actually facing the American justice system. Now, to Hyperion, he's kind of like, what do you mean? He got taken away by the American military because they're the best people to actually hold someone like that. But to Nighthawk, he knows how the system works when it comes to the government and the military. Yes, it may look like they're going to lock him away forever, but
Okay.
instead they're going to basically use him as some kind of weapon down the road to take out different enemies from
No! Be nice to me, Mrs. Summer!
wanting Hyperion
Mrs. Parker, no!
messed up at. Yes, you may think that the American government is actually going to go through the process of making sure that he stays alive.
Shit.
But knowing them, they're going to basically use him as a weapon. And right there, it shows that another white serial killer is able to get a free walk after killing mostly black sex workers. Now, in the earlier chapters, it wasn't really mentioned that he killed black sex workers the most, but now we're being told by Nighthawk here that yes, he has killed mostly black sex workers. There were some whites, but mostly black.
He says black sex worker one more time. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen to my brain.
Chicago, but he really only protects black people, not any other race. And so when he hears that a white serial killer is able to get away freely, that right there is not fair. Now, he also talks bad about Blur. And the reason why, because even though Blur is also black, what he says is that when it comes to Blur and Nighthawk, they're two different people. That basically, when it comes to Blur, Blur will do anything to help out the white man. But when it comes to Nighthawk, he'll help the white man out, but he'll be aware to watch his back around the white man and not try to please the white man so easily. But when it comes to Blur, Blur will do anything to please the white man. And so with all that being said,
Oh, it's foggy. I can eat my fried fog meat, whatever it's called. Fog crawler.
It's over, and he leaves. Now we actually do
What?
pick up with the
Let's stack up a little.
when we do, this is the general
I made donuts for a reason.
origin of Michael. Now it is broken up into multiple sections, and so this first section really does focus on how did Michael become a serial killer. And what we learn is that when it came to his first kill of a sex worker, he was basically just hoping to have some fun that night. But of course, while they were having their fun, he on accident had killed her. Now, when he does kill her, instead of freaking out, calling the cops, or trying to run away, he actually observed the body. And he was kind of like, oh my God, this is what I did. It's what I could do to somebody. And so, with that passion he had, a very sick passion, he basically began to go around the area that he was in as a soldier on leave. He was pretending to be a soldier on leave. And so when he did that, the other sex workers in the area would feel more comfortable with him, feel more
All right.
protected by him, because they realized that he was a soldier on leave. But in reality, he was not a soldier on leave. And so anytime a sex worker would fall for his
Hey.
disguise, he would basically grab that sex worker, take her to a place, and then kill her. And so that began his path in becoming a serial killer. Now, you do have Alexander actually stop talking
Yes.
to Michael and go have a conversation with Joseph Ledger, aka Dr. Spectrum. Now, this conversation is actually very important and things we're going to see in the next video. And what I mean by that is because you do have the general right now coming to Joseph Ledger and saying, listen, we have to talk. We have to talk about the idea that you are not the only one special out in the world. Yes, we do have Hyperion. Yes, we do have Blur and Nighthawk and you. But now this is the general finding out that there are now two other people out there who basically have powers and causing problems across the world. The first one is, of course, Amphibian. And remember, Amphibian is kind of like the Aquaman, Aquawoman of this comic book series. But she was a child that came out her mom deformed, but fell in the ocean and just lived in the ocean forever. Now, we could say that basically, thanks to her mom looking at the spaceship,
I'm king of this bitch.
first came to Earth, something changed in her pregnancy, which of course led to Amphibian coming out like a monster in her mom's and dad's eyes. But of course, you had the mom just kill herself, but also was trying to kill off Amphibian, but failed. And so you had Amphibian just living
Superhero landing.
the other character is Zarda. And remember, Zarda does represent Wonder Woman. But after Zarda had left Hyperion at the end of our last video, she went to a different country, I think it was Italy, and she killed off a bunch of people to basically get things that she wanted, which was clothes, items, whatever. And so this is the general saying, I need you to figure out who these two ladies are and basically bring them in.
Who's
So
left?
you do have Joseph
Someone up
say,
there?
cool boss, I got it, and I'll bring these two girls in. Now you do have the general actually continue to kind of explain the origin of Michael, or really his killing ways.
Can't crash my game if you don't all exist.
That when it came to Michael, when he did once join the army, he was confronted by a lady who was his higher up. Now, of course, in the military, your higher up usually yells at you for different things. And so with that being said, he did not like how she had yelled at him. And so with that, he had her killed off. Now, of course, he wouldn't got caught, but the problem was, though, he did put some of her things and body parts in his locker, but buried a lot of body parts where she had actually yelled at him in the middle of the field, where, of course, somebody had found him. And so it shows that when it comes to women, he hates women especially. But he definitely hates women when they talk to him in some kind of way. And his thought process, he believes,
Where are they coming from?
to basically be
Oh.
killed off if they cross him or any man in some kind of way. But then we actually pick up with Hyperion and Blur. Now, you do have Blur still kind of upset with what Nighthawk said about the two guys, but you did have Blur also tell Hyperion that he does understand what Nighthawk is talking about when it comes to the American justice system. That basically it's not fair, it's not perfect, it is crooked. But at the same time, though, it is how it is when it comes to the justice system. And so if you're a black person, you honestly just have to keep your head down and try to get away from the crookedness in the American government or justice systems. And so either way, this actually leads into that moment where we saw
Yes.
the one guy said that when it comes to Hyperion, because he's no longer working for the American government and he's no longer being controlled by us, that basically when it comes to Hyperion,
May as well keep going.
anything he wants to do. and nobody can truly stop him. And that shows right here at this diner, because while you have the two characters right now eating food, it does come time to pay. But instead of paying, you have Hyperion actually burn the receipt and kind of show Blur that because nobody can clearly stop him, that he should not be able to follow rules that belong to the human race. And so when the waiter freaks out because he saw Hyperion burn up the receipt, he's kind of like, you know what, it's on the house. I am not going to stop you. And it shows what the guy said earlier. When it comes to Hyperion, he's now somebody that people are not going to try to stop, because honestly, you can't stop him. Now, the rest of this section really does kind of wrap up today's video. It wraps up Michael's origin, but also show us what they're going to do with Michael for what seems to be the rest of the series. Because you do have the general basically tell us that after Michael had killed off his superior, his higher up, he was thrown into prison, which does make sense. Except, of course, this ties into what we saw at the end of our last video, where basically you had this rogue group of scientists came in, took the virus from the spaceship that brought Hyperion to Earth, and began to use that virus on different people to see if they would gain abilities. And so when you had those scientists do that, they basically took prisoners from different prisons, and of course that meant Michael, and gave him that virus to see if he would gain abilities. Now, before he did though, when he did arrive at the prison, he did see that some people who were infected by the virus, it worked well on them, because he does see one guy who was shrunk down inside. And of course, that guy right there could represent Ant-Man for Marvel or Captain Atom for DC. And when it comes to the Squadron Supreme, they all usually represent DC characters. Either way though, you did have some people who got the virus and they died. Now, of course, we know when it came to Michael, when he got the virus, he survived, got the powers, escaped.
How am I missing you?
Of course, are heroes. Now, this is where you have the general say, listen, we could use somebody like you, somebody who is the perfect killing machine, who won't stop until everybody's dead in that town or in that country or whatever. And that is what we need. And so what they're going to do actually is that they're going to send him around the world as this military weapon to take out different enemies in different parts of the world. But of course, they know that he'll make sure that every single person of that crew they're trying to take out is actually dead. And so it makes him the perfect weapon to actually use. And so it shows that even though that basically our heroes were able to stop him, what Nighthawk said is true earlier, that the system is kind of made to help out white people, but not black people. And once again, another white serial killer, one who was going around killing off black sex workers, is now free again to cause havoc across the world, even though technically he works for the American military. But with that being said, this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So with that being said, I do hope you enjoyed today's comic book video. And if you did, hit that like button down below and subscribe. But guys, I'll see y'all next time. Later. What's going on there, YouTube? And welcome back to another comic book video. All right, guys, so we are going to continue our coverage over Supreme Power. Now, remember, when it came to Supreme Power, it was originally the origin of the Squadron Supreme. So let me explain. So back in the 1960s, Marvel had this great idea where basically they wanted to know what would happen if the Avengers had fought against the Justice League, which honestly is not a bad question to ask. The problem was Marvel couldn't use the characters they wanted to use because they belong to DC Comics. And so Marvel made a bunch of characters as a way to represent the Justice League, but in Marvel Comics. So Hyperion is Superman, Nighthawk is Batman, Blur is Flash, and so on and so on. Now,
Move it, Batman.
what Marvel did was they originally we said, the Squadron Supreme comes from an alternate universe in Marvel's multiverse. And so over the years, the Avengers from the main Marvel universe have met different versions of the Squadron Supreme over the years. Now, in the early 2000s, Marvel released Marvel Max. Now, Marvel Max was a way for Marvel to kind of go ahead and do more adult comics, like Punisher Max. Now, with that, they also gave us Supreme Power, which was written by JMS, who was actually the same writer at that time who was working on Spider-Man. Either way, they brought JMS over and said, hey man, listen, we need you to give us the origin of the Squadron Supreme, which is Supreme Power, the series we have been covering. Now, Supreme Power actually did very well, to the point where we actually got a bunch of spin-offs out of Supreme Power. So like the miniseries for Dr. Spectrum, the miniseries for Hyperion, and also one for Nighthawk, and another one where Nighthawk fights against Hyperion. Either way, we did have a lot of spin-offs and sequels done for this actual series because it was giving us the early days of the Squadron Supreme, Marvel's Justice League. Now, once Marvel was done with all these different books, Marvel then came back and said, okay, all the books that are basically about the Squadron Supreme in the early 2000s up till like the early 2010s, yeah, that all took place in another alternate Earth in Marvel's multiverse. And so that was just another version of the Squadron Supreme. But a lot of people still love Supreme Power and all the stuff was done in Supreme Power because honestly, it was a very interesting take on the characters that was done by JMS. Now, when it comes to our coverage over the Squadron Supreme, by this point, we have actually reached the end of our coverage over Supreme Power. Now, what I mean by that is Supreme Power was very popular, but it only had 18 issues. So technically, we're going to wrap up our coverage over Supreme Power, but you have to remember, this was so popular that Marvel gave us a bunch of different spin-offs, miniseries that continue the stories of this version of the Squadron Supreme. And so even though we're wrapping up Supreme Power, we then jump into a bunch of different miniseries that basically continue the stories of this version of the Squadron Supreme. Now, the last story for Supreme Power is honestly not as big as the earlier stories, but it's still a nice little wrap-up story for this series to get us ready for all the different miniseries to come down the road. Now, when it comes to this last story, we also have to remember that right now, you have the heroes take down their first super villain. But on top of that, it's kind of them realizing that they have powers that are equal to gods. And what I mean by that is they're beginning to realize that regular humans can't stop them so easily because how powerful they are. And so now the question is, what is the Squadron Supreme actually going to do with their powers? Are they going to help the world out or try to take over the world? And on top of that, we also have to remember that when it comes to the last 3 issues of this storyline, it's basically telling us you now know the origin of all the important members of the Squadron Supreme, but there's still other characters who we are going to meet in later stories down the road in different series who are also going to be somewhat important to the Squadron Supreme. But we have met the main ones so far: Hyperion, Nighthawk, Blur, Zarda, Dr. Spectrum. I totally forgot about him. But we have met the main ones who are actually important. But the question is now, what are they going to do with their powers? But finally getting into today's storyline, we actually do pick up with General Alexander. Now remember, when it comes to General Alexander, he is the newest general in this series. The last one, General Casey, was killed off when he tried to actually kill off Hyperion, but of course he failed. Now Alexander stepped in, and really is Alexander trying to regain control of Hyperion, but also gain control of other super beings out there across the world. Now, when we actually pick up with Alexander, he's actually at home with his daughter and his granddaughter, and you do have his granddaughter asking him, why is he working on this watch or this clock? And the reason why, because he's trying to fix this clock. But what he says to her is that he wants to know all the different pieces of this clock so that when he puts it together and hopefully it does work, there are no more surprises, because he knows all the ins and outs of this clock. And so if something else happens, then he'll be able to actually fix it. And so what he's trying to say to us as the readers, that when it comes to the Hyperion and the other beings out there in the world, he's trying to learn everything he can about each and every single one of them so that he knows how to control them, or how to talk to them, or to how to basically use them when he needs to use them for some kind of special mission. He wants to know everything he can about these heroes so that there are no more surprises when they actually pop up when it comes to these heroes. But then we actually pick up with Alexander in his office, but talking to a soldier who of course works under him. Now, this is Alexander wondering what should he do with Hyperion. And what I mean by that is because in our last video, we saw Hyperion, Nighthawk, and Blur work together to take down their first supervillain. The problem is though, right after our heroes were able to capture him and hand him over to the military turned Redstone into a weapon they can use against their own enemies across the world. And so right now, it's the general wants to make sure that Hyperion and the other heroes don't find out that basically Redstone, even though he was captured, was re-released to be used as a powerful weapon in America's military. But on top of that, he's trying to figure out what should the narrative be when it comes to Hyperion. Because people heard that Hyperion fought someone with powers in the last video. And so now the public wants to know what exactly happened. And so at first, it is the general saying we could make Hyperion a bigger hero than he already is, but we're trying to regain control of him. So let's go ahead and change the narrative of what happened in that mall. Let's change the story so that it actually tarnished his reputation with the public, and so then we could possibly regain control of Hyperion. Because once he realized that the public no longer likes him, he then comes over to us, we get control of him, and we have another powerful military weapon under our control. Now, what I mean when I say that the general is trying to control the narrative of what exactly happened in our last video, because right now he's trying to tell the public that there was no battle. There was no fight between Hyperion and some random super villain. Now, the reason why you have the general actually doing this is for two different reasons. The first is that if word gets out that Hyperion fought against a guy known as Michael Redstone, who was the bad guy, then you're gonna have people actually wondering, okay, where is Michael Redstone? And the general right now is using Redstone as a weapon against other countries who are basically enemies to America. And so he wants to keep that wrapped up. But on top of that, he's trying to change the narrative and take away things from Hyperion, his achievements. Because if this story actually did get out with all the videos and the witnesses, basically it will make Hyperion look better in the eye of the public. He'll become a bigger hero. And that is something the general does not want to happen, because he's trying to hope that sooner or later he'll find a way to actually control Hyperion again and have Hyperion back under his control. And so this is just the first step in his what he thinks is a master plan to help him control Hyperion all over again. And so then you have the American military actually go after Blur. Now this is actually very important, and the reason why, because the reason why they're going after Blur is to have him change his story, because they're saying, listen, we're trying to control the narrative. And we need you to go out to the public and change your story because you're going around telling people that you, Hyperion, and Nighthawk had worked together to take down some super villain. We need that story to change. Now, for Blur, he's kind of like, why would I do that? But then you have the military say, if you don't, we'll take you to court and give you a bunch of charges because you have to realize you're telling the public that you, Hyperion, and Nighthawk fought against a man and basically stopped him. But we could technically say that you had assaulted Michael Redstone in so many different ways where we could basically lock you up. And then if you do get locked up, you lose all your sponsors. Because remember, when it came to Blur, when he was found by the public, you had all these different companies wanting to sponsor him. As long as he ran around the area of America, being a hero, and show off different brands' logos, he got a lot of money. And so now you have the military saying, if we lock you up, you lose all those sponsors. You lose all your money, and your mom is back to being poor again. So what are you going to do, Blur? Help us and help your mom, or ruin her life and you get locked up for basically assaulting someone? But getting back over to the lesson that the general is trying to teach his granddaughter, what he tells her is that when it comes to the idea of learning something, the ins and outs of things, you have to take your time. You just can't rush those things. And what he is saying is that that's the problem with a lot of people. They want to rush the process. They want to break into things to learn the ins and outs of things, but they don't want to take their time when it comes to learning about different things. And so it's him telling his granddaughter, if you want to learn about different things, you have to take your time, girl. Learn it. Take your time, take every step slow. And then he has to walk away because he has a phone call to answer. But then we actually pick up with Mark Milton. Now, when we do, we actually do see Mark Milton right now, Hyperion, trying to get drunk, because this is something he kind of thought about. Like, could he actually get drunk? And so right now he's trying to get drunk, but of course he cannot get drunk. He's kind of like Superman. It's something that cannot happen to them. And so he's like 15
Ain't
drinks
that a
in,
bitch?
and the bartender is like, yo, listen, bro, you're like 15 shots in or 15 drinks in. We can tell after this right here, you can't get drunk. So I'll give you a few more drinks, but like sooner or later, we gotta call it because one, you're wasting a lot of money for me, and two, like it's just not working. But then we jump over to Jason Scott having a conversation with the general on the phone. And this is actually
Oh,
very important. And the reason why,
okay.
because Jason Scott is a character that we have not seen in a little while. But basically, he was a reporter who had told the world about Mark Milton, about Hyperion. Now, the story he told the world was not the complete truth. And honestly, it wasn't his fault. He was told what the military wanted him to know so that he'll tell the public and that'll be it. But now this is Alexander saying, listen, I know the person who was the general before me, Casey, he told you what he wanted to tell you. But now I feel like you and the public should basically know everything about Mark Milton. And so this is really more of Scott finding out the actual origin of Hyperion. Because when he wrote the first story, yeah, he was told some things, but most of the things he were told was not true. But now he's getting the complete origin of Hyperion to share with the entire public. But then we pick up with Dr. Spectrum. Now remember, Dr. Spectrum is just the Green Lantern of this team. But on top of that, though, his powers comes from a
Doctor on the
crystal that is
Spectrum?
embedded in his hand. Now remember, the crystal
That'd
was
be a sweet
also the
superhero
power
name,
source
right?
to the ship that brought Hyperion to Earth. Now, with all that information being
Alright.
said, though, when it came to Dr. Spectrum, he found another
Let's have a little
creature
smoke.
that is
Feel
actually
like I
connected to the
accomplished a lot in
superpower,
there.
which is Amphibian, which is just the Aquaman or Aquawoman of these comics. Now, we saw over time that these two characters actually began to fall in love with
Nothing.
one another. And for Joseph Ledger, Dr. Spectre,
Sometimes it takes
he found
two.
someone that he feels like he's actually able to communicate with, and that person understands what kind of person he is. And really, it's the same thing for Amphibian as well. She has somebody to communicate with who actually understands who she is as a person or a aqua person. Now, the reason why he's here right now because the military found out about her. They found out that she lives in the ocean and they are plotting to come after her sooner or later. Because remember, when she first popped up in our series, she was trying to save a swimmer who had fell in the ocean. But when she brought that swimmer back to her boyfriend, the boyfriend freaked out and tried to attack her, Amphibian, and Amphibian attacked him back, and I think we're left to believe that she actually killed the guy. Either way, the military knows about her, and so this is Joseph Ledger saying, I am coming to you to tell you I need to take you away and hide you before the military comes. Because it's Joseph kind of pronouncing his love for her. But then we pick up with Jason Scott. Now, when we do, this is actually Jason Scott meeting up with two people who were actually very close to Hyperion. And those two people were the parents that were assigned to Mark Milton. Let me explain. So back in Volume 1, when it came to Hyperion, when he crashed on Earth, he was found by some farmers like Superman was. The difference is that the military tracked him down, took him away from those people, and then began to run tests on him. And then they realized if they wanted him to be the perfect American soldier, he needs to have the American life. And so they picked two random people to basically help raise Hyperion as an American. And so those two people were kind of lying to Hyperion by saying, oh yeah, where your
I don't know what it is, but
they weren't.
marijuana and sugar-free Red Bull taste exactly like nerds. Like grape nerds or something. Grape or strawberry nerds.
Because they want to continue
It's like the most delicious flavor.
like putting him through the ringer to hopefully have more control over him. And so they faked their deaths to make it seem like Hyperion parents had died on him. In reality, they're just living somewhere else in the world. But it's Jason Scott coming to them and saying, is it true that basically you guys were assigned by the military to raise Hyperion, and on top of that, he's not from Earth. And on top of that as well, why were you so scared? And so it's these two people
Where's my robot?
about to tell Jason Scott everything he needs to know about Hyperion in his origin. But then getting into the next chapter, we actually do pick up with Jason Scott. Now, when we actually do that, this is Jason Scott now kind of thinking through everything he was basically told about Mark Milton. Like, he's just waiting for 24 more hours, because in those 24 more hours, the true story of Mark Milton, his origin story, will be shared to the entire world. And so this is him hoping that after this story right here, he knows that he had actually made some kind of difference or made his mark in the world. And so this is him praying that he'll just live 24 more hours to see his story come out to the public. Now, the next section is really more of Mark Milton actually meeting up with Alexander at the strip club. Now, this is another good example of Marvel Max. And what I mean by that is, you're going to see some weird skips in this video, and honestly, please forgive me, but when it comes to Marvel Max, it was a more adult content era. And so with that, you had a lot of naked people. And because we're on YouTube, I cannot show the naked people. And so right now you have Mark and Alexander having this meeting at a strip club because Mark never experienced a strip club before. Yeah, I know, right? So either way, this is Alexander kind of coming to Mark like, hey, you have one last chance to basically rejoin the military. Like, come back and work for us. Now, for Mark, he's kind of like, that's a threat. Like, you honestly come to the one person that you cannot really stop and make a threat? Honestly, have you lost your mind? As a matter of fact, you have Mark shoot himself in the eye to show how durable
Jesus.
he actually is. He's kind of like, dude, I am basically a god to your kind. Now, he does say your kind to show that he knows that he's not human, but he does not put himself in the grouping system along with humans. Like, yes, he is from Earth in his mind, but he's not human. He's an alien who just live on Earth. He's basically separating himself from the human race. And so this is Mark kind of like, fine, you said no, I'm going to back away. But there's other ways to actually hurt you that are not physical. Now, with that being said, you didn't have Alexander tell a sniper, do not shoot Jason Scott. And what that means is that Alexander was hoping that Hyperion would basically say yes. If he does, the sniper would have shot Jason Scott and that story would never get out. But because you basically have Mark telling Alexander, no, I'm not going to rejoin the military, is Alexander telling the sniper, let Jason Scott live and let the story come out to ruin Mark's life. But then we jump over to Dr. Spectrum. Now, when we do, this is a reminder of what happened in the last chapter, that him and Amphibian had basically established some kind of relationship with one another because they kind of understand what each person has gone through. And honestly, it's kind of weird. But either way, it's seen here that he had built her some kind of tank to kind of help her live, but to also attach it to his home so that they can actually be together and form some kind of, you know, an actual relationship, some kind of strange living status. And so it's him kind of looking at her as something or someone so intriguing that his heart is full of love, and for her, it's the same thing. Which again, is still kind of weird how these two characters have come together, but hey, moving on. But while you have these two characters kind of happy about their new living situation, they are confronted by Zarda. Now remember, Zarda is basically the Wonder Woman in this universe, but on top of that, her origin is somewhat very similar to Hyperion. And when I say similar, I mean that they are the same alien race, but the origin story she told about their race, some parts actually do line up, but some other parts do not line up.
Holy
And we
shit,
saw
look
that
at
in our
you.
previous video. But with that being said, this is her coming to Dr. Spectrum because the crystal he has in his possession. Because remember, the crystal that's embedded in his hand was the power source to Hyperion's spaceship that brought Hyperion to Earth. But apparently Zarda has some kind of connection to this crystal. It was kind of like it was calling out to her. But when she arrives, the crystal personality takes over the body of Dr. Spectrum. Because remember, we had established that when it came to Dr. Spectrum, you have two different personalities in that body. You have Joseph Ledger, but you also have the crystal personality as well in one body, thanks to the crystal being embedded in his hand. And so when Zarda appears, the crystal personality comes out and tells Zarda, hey, listen, you may think you know your origin, but I can see your mind. Your mind is broken, which means that some parts you know are correct about your origin, but other parts are basically wrong about your origin. So let me help you out and tell you the true origin of your kind. Now, that's the moment we see Zarda actually touch the crystal. While you have Zarda actually touching the crystal and actually learning more about her origin, that is the moment she is attacked by Amphibian. Now, the reason why Amphibian had actually attacked her is because to Amphibian, it actually looked like that she was attacking Dr. Spectrum. And remember, Amphibian really does like Dr. Spectrum. And so she comes out of the water to actually attack Zarda. But when you have Joseph Ledger Roger regain control of his body, he stops the two ladies from fighting, and you have Zarda tell him, hey man, listen, I'm innocent. Like your creature right there had actually attacked me. I was all good. For some strange reason, she began to attack me, and honestly, I only came here to get some answers, and that is it. And so you have Zarda leave, but then you have Dr. Spectrum kind of give Amphibian a lecture like, hey, she's right. Like, honestly, she just came here, and that's it. She was not even attacking me, and here you go attacking people because you felt like they were hurting me. You have to kind of observe things first to kind of get a better understanding on what is actually happening, before you do something crazy like that. Now, for Amphibian, to her, it seems like it's Dr. Spectrum kind of calling her an animal, calling her a monster, because he does say it's different on how things work up here on the surface world. And for her, it's kind of like, why would you say that? Because I came from underwater and you look at me as a creature, but not as a woman. And so you do have her kind of swim away, but it shows that now these two characters are having their first relationship problem. But then we actually pick up with Zarda going to a random person's hotel, apartment, whatever. Now, this person is going to die, but this is a reminder that when it comes to Zarda, she basically has to drain people life force to keep herself looking beautiful and young. And the reason why I say beautiful and young is not really me saying that to be some kind of weird person, but it's more because to Zarda, she wants to look beautiful herself. And so anytime she gets scratched up, banged up, whatever, she goes around draining people life force to kind of heal herself up so that in her eyes, she continues to look beautiful. But it does seem like she's going to replace the person that she had just killed, meaning that she's going to pretend to be that person because they look somewhat alike. But to wrap up the second chapter of today's video, we actually do pick up with Jason Scott one more time. And when we do, we actually do see Jason Scott telling us, the readers, and telling his editor, it's time for him to release the story, the true story of Mark Milton. And so that right there, that news, it does get back to Mark Milton, because we do see him what seems to be a sex worker, but we do see him with that sex worker. They're watching the news, and you have the news announce the actual true origin of Mark Milton, telling the world that he is an alien. And for Mark Milton, he's kind of like, okay, this is what they meant. There's other ways to hurt you that are not physical. Of course, that means emotional. You love being a hero? How you think the public will feel when they find out you're not even human? That basically you're just some kind of alien who crashed on Earth. Now, getting into the final chapter of today's storyline, we actually do pick up with Jason Scott once again. Now, when we actually do, we pick up with Jason Scott right now talking to his editor. Now, when he kind of shows that he's kind of upset but also happy with what he was able to actually accomplish. Now, the reason why I say upset, because remember, he wrote the original story that told the public, hey, there's this guy out there who has powers and we never seen him before. It was him who announced to the world about Hyperion. But now he feels like his first story, where he did win a lot of different awards, is now basically a fake story. It's not deserving the awards that he had actually received, because now this story comes out and he has the actual true story of Mark Milton, which of course now makes his
I'll just put it on
look like
data.
a phony. And so right now he's kind of upset by that. But
I already put a bunch on her.
He's actually worried what's going to happen next with Hyperion, because we just told the entire world his secret, and that right there could affect everything for us, but also for him especially. And so then you have the president, which honestly is George Bush, but either way, you have George Bush announcing to the world about what he felt like
What a
when he remembered
callback.
him hearing about the idea that Hyperion is basically an alien. Now, of course, President Bush knew about it because with him being the president, he does have close ties with the military. He has to know about everything that is going on. And so he knew about it, but he's pretending like him and his team had no idea about this at all. And so right now is him telling America, we are
He's like,
going to
what,
invest
America?
you
That's
guys basically withheld
crazy.
this information from us, but also you guys, the public. Even though we know that with the president, he knew about this, he's just pretending he had no idea about it. Now, then he basically says that he has a few laws that he's going to make up right now. And with these laws, what he is going to do actually is say, listen, if you have powers, you must come out and reveal yourself to the public, to the American government. But on top of that, you're going to be somewhat forced to work for us or somewhat basically identify
Oh
that you
no.
might have to do
Thought I was
certain
gonna
tasks
crash.
that involve the American government, which again is just saying, hey, you are going to work for us. Either way, it's the president saying, if you are out there and you are some kind of super being, you have to come out now and tell the American government. And this is huge because now it's kind of like, is there other characters we have not seen so far out there in the Supreme Power universe who are now having to come out and show the world their powers? But then we jump over to Hyperion. Now, when we do, we actually see how that story actually affected Hyperion. And what I mean by that is, when it came to Hyperion, at first, when he came out to the world like, hey, I am Hyperion, I have powers, I'm here to be a hero and basically help you guys out. At first, no one really cared. Like, they did care, but they looked at him as a hero because in their mind, they were like, oh yeah, you're a human, but just with powers, and you're a hero. So technically, we're okay. But here what happened next though. When that story came out, now you have the world looking at him as a creature, a monster, an alien, because now his origin came out. And with his origin coming out, now the people are basically scared of him. And so when he tries to be a hero and he actually helps people, instead of them saying, thank you for helping me, now it's kind of like, whoa, you're an alien. You're a monster. We can't trust you. No, let me run away from you. And it happens all over the country where basically everybody is scared of him now. And this shows what Alexander meant earlier. Hey, we are going to attack you, but not physically, emotionally. We attacked your reputation with the world. Now the world basically hates you. And hopefully it will bring you
Almost
back to us,
home.
the military.
Original home.
But then we see Mark Milton, Hyperion, actually meet up with Blur. Now remember, Blur is basically the Flash in this universe. Now, this is honestly JMS kind of reminding us what happened in the earlier parts of Supreme Power. And what I mean by that is, when it came to Supreme Power, remember, Hyperion for a long time thought he was the only person out there with powers. And then we found out about Blur. And when he found out about Blur, him and Blur became close friends. And matter of fact, as they talk to one another, it
How was
shows
that?
for Blur and Hyperion, they are the only friends they have
Huh.
for each other. Nighthawk is a jerk. Zarda is somewhere around the world right now. Dr. Spectrum actually fought Hyperion earlier in the series, and Hyperion and Blur never met Amphibian. And so when it comes to these two characters, they're kind of like, hey man, listen, we both got powers, but you're the only person I can actually talk to.
Jesus.
Now, this is Mark Milton saying, they hurt me. Like, not physically, emotionally.
God, I just cannot get rid of this fucking thing.
And now everybody hates me. And so this is Mark
There it
saying,
is.
"I know
God.
what I'm
So
going
sick of
to
that
do,
thing.
But Blur, I want you to basically do this one thing for me. Give this letter to them personally. Because I want them to read
Something's
this letter,
going on.
because when they do, they're going to see what I'm going to do next. And this right here, guys, is going to lead us into all the different miniseries
Home sweet home.
down the road. But this is Hyperion telling Blur, go. Give this
Hey,
to
buddy.
me because I'm going to show the is going to happen next. But to wrap up this storyline, Supreme Power, we actually have the last section go between two different settings. Now, these two different settings are very important because while you have Blur actually delivering the letter over to Alexander, the general, you have Hyperion going into space. Now, when he does, this is Hyperion in the letter telling Alexander how he truly feels. And he says this right here. Listen, you guys have ruined what I built here on this world. Like when I crashed here, I had no idea who I was, where I came from. But at first, I believed I was American. I believed I was human. But then I found out that was all lies. The parents I had were also fake. Everything you guys gave me throughout my entire life was basically faked. But still, I wanted to be a hero. But then you told the world my true origin. And now the world basically hates me. And so with the world hating me right now, my country especially, I'm now going to tell you this right here. I love my country as much as it loves me, meaning that he still has some kind of love for his country, but it's low. It's the same thing though, how the country loves him. Because right now, the people of America, they're scared of him because again, they learn about his true origin. But this is him saying, I'm going to be around. I'm going to be a hero for this world. But I'm telling you right now, you thought I was going to come to you and basically rejoin your military program and be a weapon for you. But I'm not going to be a weapon for you. Instead, I'm going to be free out here doing my own thing. Now, while this letter is being read by Alexander, you have Hyperion crashing down into the earth so hard that it basically destroyed all kind of scales across the world. But with that happening is him saying, listen very carefully. This is my warning. You are going to fix everything you did wrong to me starting right now. Because if you don't, I will do this again. But after my second warning, I'm telling you, I'm going to end everything you're trying to do with me. It's basically Hyperion saying, we can go to war, but I'm pretty sure you can't stop me. But at the same time, I'm still going to be here protecting these people. And this is how Supreme Power actually ends, and we jump into the miniseries like Supreme Power Hyperion, Supreme Power Nighthawk. Like there are three.
I didn't realize there was so much of these
we have to
comics
before we actually jump into the sequel to Supreme Power. But with that being said, guys, I do hope you enjoyed today's comic book video. And if you did, please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, I'll see y'all next time. Later. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Alright, so we are going to continue our coverage over the Supreme Power universe. Now, if you're new to Marvel Comics or new to my channel, and you have no idea what Supreme Power is all about, let me explain. So back in the 1960s, Marvel had this idea, which was what would happen if the Avengers fought against the Justice League. Now, unfortunately for Marvel, they couldn't use the characters on the Justice League because those characters were owned by DC Comics. But what Marvel actually did was they created a bunch of characters to represent the characters on the Justice League in their comics. So Hyperion is Superman, Dr. Spectrum, Green Lantern, Blur is Flash, and so on and so on. Now, that gave a way for Marvel to say, here's what would happen if the Avengers fought against the Justice League, but this team is not called the Justice League. This team is called the Squadron Supreme, and they actually come from an alternate universe in Marvel's multiverse, and they would just travel over to the main Marvel universe to fight against the Avengers. Now, over the years, we have seen many different versions of the Squadron Supreme, But in the early 2000s, Marvel launched Marvel Max. Now, Marvel Max was a way for Marvel to tell more adult stories, like Punisher Max, more bloody and some naked people as well. But either way, they were able to tell more adult stories. Now, with that being said, they hired the writer JMS. And matter of fact, at that time, he was working on Spider-Man in the early 2000s as well. They said, hey man, give us an updated origin of the Squadron Supreme. And so Supreme Power, the first series of Supreme Power, was a way for JMS to tell us the origin of these characters. And honestly, it was pretty cool. Now, you also had a bunch of miniseries that tie into Supreme Power and also a sequel series called Supreme Power as well, to continue to tell stories about this universe that JMS was writing about. Now, once Marvel was done with all the Supreme Power books, Marvel then came out and said, that is not the true origin of the Squadron Supreme. That is just the origin of that version of the Squadron Supreme. There are many different versions of the Squadron Supreme out there, and they all may have different origins. Now, this version of the Squadron Supreme actually died after Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, because Marvel gave us another version of the Squadron Supreme. But we're going to focus on this one right here that we have been covering. Now, when it comes to today's video, we are going to cover Supreme Power Hyperion. Now, when it comes to Supreme Power Hyperion, it's all about Hyperion, but after the original run of Supreme Power. Because at the end of Supreme Power, you had Hyperion tell the American government and America's military that he is no longer going to help out America at all. And the reason why, because we have to remember, when it comes to Hyperion, he had a similar origin to Superman, where he crashed on Earth. The only difference was that instead of being taken in by some random couple who would then raise him as their son, he was taken in by the military. Now, the military had lied to him and said, you are an American boy, you are human, and we are here to help you get better and learn control over your powers. Now, Hyperion found out that that was actually a lie. He learned that he was an alien, that the military lied about his origin to him so that they could use him for different military missions. Now, after that, Hyperion did step away from helping out the American military, but then it felt like they had the right to pull him back in. They wanted to control him again and use him again on different military missions. But unfortunately, he did not want to rejoin their forces. And so what the military did was they went to the public and told the public, oh, by the way, your hero Hyperion, yeah, he's an alien. And with him being an alien, of course, the public began to be scared of him.
Oh
And so
boy.
Hyperion just
You
left
want to do it,
America
Bravo, or do you want
and
me to
said,
do
I
it?
am no longer going to help out America at all.
Maybe
I
with
am
our
going to
powers
go over
combined.
there because what you guys did to me, you now lost your number one hero. And so this is
It's like I
Hyperion
think it's the
back
kindly
in
that's a dead
Hyperion.
giveaway,
But
isn't
unfortunately,
it?
when it comes to the military, they don't care. They want him back. And so this is the story
Oh,
of
okay. Well, I
JMS
deleted it.
coming
You
back,
can ban
and
them.
it actually leads into them going into an alternate reality. But then we actually pick up with
Thank you,
General
sir.
Alexander. Now, this is General Alexander right now putting together a team of characters to go after Hyperion, because he's the one who believes that Hyperion should be working for the military, but he's also the one who told the public about the idea that Hyperion is not from Earth, that he is an alien, to hurt Hyperion emotionally. Now, with that being said, he's putting together a team of characters to go after Hyperion to bring him back. And the
Yeah.
first character he does
It's the
recruit is
kindly, isn't it?
Will
It's
Burbank.
always a dead
Now, I
giveaway.
feel like personally that Will
Kindly.
Burbank is actually the Lex Luthor of this universe in some kind of way. But When it comes to Emil, he's actually different than other characters in Supreme Power who claims they have powers. And what I mean by that is when it comes to the characters who
Get
have powers, their powers
fucked.
came from a virus that was on Hyperion's ship. Now, not every character who has powers got their powers from that
They have to
virus,
know
but
by now it's a
most
dead
of them
giveaway.
did because when he crashed, we came to find out that he has some kind of airborne virus in his ship that was spread across the world that gave different people powers. Now, when it came to Emil, his power is not an active power. His power is his brain, meaning that it made him super smart. So smart, he was able to accomplish so many things in life but at a very young age. Now, with all that being said, though, when it comes to Emil, he had killed off his mother, his father. He sent his sister to a psych ward. Like, he did a lot of dark things to remove his family, but as a way to show how smart he is. But on top of that, to get all their money to himself. But this is him saying, hey, Alexander, I am going to join your super team to go after Hyperion and to hopefully bring him back here. Now, you do have the general say, you're in, but I want you to meet the rest of your team. Now, the next character we are actually going to meet is Raw Lee Lund. Now, Raw Lee Lund's code name is going to be Shape, but he's going to be on the team along with Emil to go after Hyperion. Now, when it comes to Shape, he had a very hard upbringing to the point where he's not very intelligent. But what makes him very useful for this team is that he's very durable. Matter of fact, he's kind of like this universe version of the Blob, where he's actually able to take almost anything without actually getting hurt, which means that he could take a hit from Hyperion and most likely not get hurt, which honestly makes him a more interesting character. Now, at first, Emil looks at his teammate like, but yeah, he's not intelligent. He's very kind of slow there. But you didn't have the general say, yes, he may not be intelligent, but he's very durable, which could help you slow down Hyperion when it comes to Hyperion and his super strength. Now, the next character we get introduced to is Arcania. Now, when it comes to Arcania, she does have quantum reality warping abilities. Now, I'm going to try my best to kind of explain who this character actually is, like what her powers is. So like she's able to warp reality around her, which is honestly pretty cool for this universe. So for example, if she wants to walk on water, she can do that. Now she can also kind of pull objects out from parallel dimensions from this earth. So for example, if she wants to pull an apple from another dimension that is parallel to this one right here, she can do that very easily. Now, when I say easily, I mean smaller objects. But the reason why she's joining this team is
Hey,
to find a power source for her powers, which right now everyone believes it was the virus from Hyperion's ship. But at the same time, she believes Hyperion could be the power source to her powers. And she wants to kill him or get rid of him so that she may get rid of her powers. Either way, she does join the team, and this makes the team even stronger and give them a better chance to actually take down Hyperion. But then the next character we are actually introduced to is Albert Gaines, aka Nuke. Now, Nuke has the ability to actually emit radiation nonstop. And the reason why I say nonstop because he does not have the ability to actually control it, to actually stop it. And so nonstop, his body's just always emitting radiation in the air. Now, he's also able to sense radiation from different parts of the world as well, which again makes him a very strong opponent. And so he's also going to join the team, and they're going to give him a special armor as a way to protect people around him when he is always emitting radiation nonstop. But this is going to be the team that's going to go after Hyperion and to hopefully bring him back into the military fold. And so getting into the second chapter, we actually do pick up with this new super team going to where Hyperion is actually at. And at first, they're trying to convince Hyperion to rejoin the military, to come back to work for the military. Now, of course, you have Hyperion say no. And so that is the moment you have Emil actually walk over and try to talk to Hyperion, try to convince him to actually rejoin the military. Now, this is why I say Emil is just Lex Luthor for Hyperion, because yes, you do have Emil trying to convince Hyperion to actually rejoin the military, but at the same time, it's also Emil being very cocky because he knows that when it comes to the rest of the team, their powers combined together could easily help them stop Hyperion. And so if Hyperion actually tries to attack Emil, well then the rest of the characters will be able to actually stop Hyperion. And so yes, you do have Emil say, hey man, you should go ahead and like rejoin the military. But at the same time, he's like, yeah, but if you try to attack me, my team here can easily stop you. Now, you do have Hyperion take the words of what Emil says as a threat. And the reason why, because remember, when it came to Hyperion, he said he wanted to be left alone. He did not want to be bothered anymore by anything or anyone from America. But here we are now, a new super team that was put together by Alexander coming here to say you should rejoin the military. Now, the reason why Alexander is doing this, the new general, because he's afraid that Hyperion could come back
starting to get
down
hangry.
and just wreck America. And nobody in America could possibly stop him if he actually goes on a rampage. And so again, it's Alexander trying to control him. But because America once again did not follow what Hyperion wanted, which was to be left alone and he'll leave America alone, and you have Emil being this cocky jerk right now, you have Hyperion say, yeah, you know what? I don't like you guys. And so it does lead into a battle between Hyperion and this super team.
Hey there.
And they are able to show us that when it comes to the other characters' powers on his team, they actually give Hyperion a challenge. They actually make this battle really hard for him, to the point where he does lose the battle, but is Hyperion not trying to give up? He's trying to continue to fight against the forces that were put together to bring him back to the military. But then this is going to lead into a very
There she is.
And what I mean is that when it comes to Hyperion, Nuke, and also Arcania using their powers at the exact same time, something happens, something shifts. And what I mean by that is when they use their powers at the same time all together, it goes complete dark. Now, this darkness only happens for a brief moment, but when the characters that were put together to become this super team to bring Hyperion back in, when they wake up, Hyperion is gone. And so you had a team say, okay, you know what? He got away and we have no idea how to track him. So let's go ahead and go back to base. Now, Emil realized that something is wrong with Arcania. And the reason why, because she's highly drained, because she did use a lot of her powers in that big battle against Hyperion. But on top of that, she feels like something is off. Something is wrong, which honestly, she's right. Because when you have the team travel back to America to kind of hopefully regroup and find a way to find Hyperion now, when they do get back to a major city, and honestly, I don't know what city this is, they see a huge crater in the ground. Now, when they actually go into the city, they kind of feel like it has to be some kind of terrorist attack. While they were away fighting against Hyperion, something must have happened where bombs blew up or something, some kind of terrorist attack attacked the city that they are in at the moment. Now, here's the problem though. When they go down into the city, they realize that the public is actually scared of them. And they're wondering why in the world
Wow, that
is the
didn't take
public
long.
so scared of them. Now, you then have Arcania look up in the sky, and when she does, she sees Hyperion, but he looks different. But on
At
top
least
of
they
that,
didn't use the
he's
word
surrounded
kindly.
by a bunch of characters. Now, some of these characters we have actually seen, but some of these other characters we have not seen yet in this universe. And so that tells Arcania something is off, something is wrong. And on top of that, why does it look like they have formed some kind of team? And of course, right now to us as the readers, we're like, oh, they made the Squadron Supreme team. But the problem is, though, how is that possible? Because before their battle with Arcania, our super team here, there was no Squadron Supreme team. And so right now to Arcania and the rest of her group, they feel like, okay, we must be in some kind of alternate universe. And you do have an old man tell her, yeah, by the way, there were big battles across America in all the major cities. So like San Diego, Chicago, so on and so on. And you always had these different groups of heroes try to fight against this Squadron Supreme team, but they would always lose. And so when it came to this city, yeah, it happened again. You had some heroes try to stop the Squadron Supreme, but they couldn't do it at all. Now, he does point to one character who's left who was fighting against the Squadron Supreme team, but he barely made it out, and that is Nighthawk. And so right now, you have our hero say, okay, let's talk to Nighthawk and figure out if it's true that we are in some kind of alternate universe. And so getting into the third chapter, we actually do pick up with confirmation that right now our heroes are in a alternate universe. Now, for Arcania, she doesn't call it a alternate universe. She calls it a quantum possibility. And what she means by that is, okay, let me explain. So let's say you, a regular person who's just living your regular life, but there's always a possibility that something could happen to you that could change your life, like winning millions of dollars or winning a brand new car. But again, those are things that could possibly happen to you. But let's say in an alternate universe, and let's say up to a certain point, everything is going the same as it was in your regular universe, except one of those possibilities actually happens in that other universe. So let's say in that other universe, up to a certain point, everything is going the same way as it was in the regular universe, except in the new one, you did win $1 million. And so now the timeline is different. Or let's say you did win a car. And so that timeline is different from the original timeline. And so that is a quantum possibility. And so right now it's Arcania saying something must have happened in this alternate Earth or this alternate quantum possibility, meaning that something had changed to lead to a world that is so dark. And the question is, though, what happened to lead to this quantum possibility so that when our heroes go back to their timeline, to their world, their universe, they can try to prevent that from actually happening. Now, you do have Nighthawk kind of explain what happened that led to a darker world, a darker future. And what he says is that two things happened that led to this darker world: the American military and Hyperion. But you couldn't have a second without the first, meaning that thanks to the American military, the American government, the American system, because they tried to control Hyperion in so many different kinds of ways, it changed the man. And so after he had left America alone for a certain amount of years, he came back here. And when he did come back here, that began the downfall for America. That began the downfall for Hyperion. Because again, the American government, the American military, the American system, they kept trying to control Hyperion. Even when he asked to be left alone, he was brought back into the system. But because they kept trying over and over again, something had changed in him. And so it led to Nighthawk saying, you know what? I cannot trust Hyperion. Now, when it comes to Nighthawk, he never did trust Hyperion. And the reason why, because to Nighthawk, really, almost anybody who's not black, they can't be trusted. But either way, you have Nighthawk say, I couldn't trust Hyperion, and I needed to know what he was actually plotting to do. And so Nighthawk asked Blur to kind of keep eyes on Hyperion. Now remember, Blur is just a Flash in this universe. But either way, it's Nighthawk asking Blur, keep a close eye on Hyperion. I can't do that. You can. And on top of that, he trusts you more than he actually trusts me. So I'm hoping you'll be able to gather some kind of intel to tell me what's going on with Hyperion. Now, when it comes to Blur, he honestly doesn't want to betray his friend Hyperion. Now, remember, if this is a quantum possibility, that means a lot of events that happen in this timeline also happen in the regular timeline that we have followed in Supreme Power, which means that in this universe as well, Hyperion and Blur were close friends. Because remember, in Supreme Power, when Hyperion heard about Blur, someone else out in the world with abilities, Hyperion was happy to finally find someone that he could communicate with. And so in this universe, it's the same way. Hyperion came first, then came Blur. They became best friends. And so even though you have Nighthawk asking Blur to kind of keep eyes on Hyperion, is Blur kind of feeling bad on the idea of actually following Hyperion around. He feels like he is portraying a close friend of his. But you do have Blur actually agree with Nighthawk to keep some eyes on Hyperion. Now, you do have Nighthawk tell our heroes, but also tell us, the readers, that after he had asked Blur to keep eyes on Hyperion, that was 2 years ago. But he said after he had asked Blur to keep eyes on Hyperion, he no longer heard back from Blur. And that was at first okay.
How are some of these not ready? I've been gone for like a month in game time.
Two characters were no longer talking. He knew that Blur was okay. It was
Are they damaged, maybe?
he got worried. And the reason why, because he no longer saw Blur at all with the rest of the Squadron Supreme, which told Nighthawk, oh my god, Hyperion did something to Blur, but the question is though, what? And we kind of find out, thanks to the story, one day Blur saw Hyperion and Blue Eagle leaving. Now, Blue Eagle is a new character for this story and the ones down the road, but either way, because this alternate universe has more heroes, Blue Eagle is one of them. Now, you have Hyperion and Blue Eagle going to the mountains because it's Hyperion wanting to show Blue Eagle something special in the cave he has in the mountains. Now, Blur felt like something was up, and so Blur had actually followed Hyperion and Blue Eagle to this cave that they actually went to. Now, once Blur is able to catch up, he comes to find out what Hyperion did to Blue Eagle. Because while you have Blur still outside the cave, Hyperion had actually knocked out Blue Eagle and then hooked him up to some kind of device. And so when Blur finally catches up and goes inside the cave, he sees what Hyperion has done to Blue Eagle. And we kind of find out that what Hyperion had actually built is some kind of machine that can break somebody's will. And that right there is very important because now you are talking about the idea that Hyperion has some kind of machine that he can use as a way to control people and make those people actually do what he wants them to do, to respect him even more than they already did. And so now Blue Eagle is kind of like fully controlled by Hyperion. And Blur saw the whole thing went down. Now, after the process was actually done, after that whole process was done where you have Hyperion break the willpower of Blue Eagle, you didn't have Hyperion hear Blur's breathing. And so he's kind of like, oh, someone else is in the cave that should not be here right now, and that is Blur. And so you have Hyperion begin to chase down Blur. And the reason why, because Blur cannot tell the rest of the Squadron Supreme what Hyperion is trying to do, or he cannot warn the public or the military what Hyperion is trying to do. And so Blur tried to give away. But the end of the third chapter, we are left to believe that Hyperion was able to capture Blur, and we're left to believe that maybe he killed off Blur to keep his secret, that he has some kind of machine that can break people's willpower. And so getting into the fourth chapter, we actually do see Nighthawk kind of wrapping up his story about what happened to Blur. But right as soon as he does that, he gets an alert. And this alert is actually telling him, hey, you have trouble coming your way. Because what Nighthawk did was he placed sensors outside a place that him and our heroes are hiding in. And so with that being said, those sensors went off, which means that the heroes who are working with Hyperion, they found the place that Nighthawk and our heroes are hiding in. And so they are about to get attacked. Matter of fact, they do get attacked. Now, you would think that with this battle going on, Hyperion would actually step in and try to end the battle. But he doesn't do that. And you would think that the alternate Hyperion would step in, but he doesn't. Instead, what this alternate Hyperion does, he tells his team, stop, fall back, leave them alone. Matter of fact, they are not even a threat at all. And so you have Hyperion fly away. Now, when
I'll be back in 1 minute. All right.
he does fly away, Zarda knows what's happening to this alternate Hyperion because she says he knows what he has to do. he did not know it would be today. And so right now, it's Zarda kind of telling us Hyperion knows something else that we don't know yet, and not even our heroes know about yet either. But we are about to learn here in this chapter and the next one. Now, we come to find out that the alternate Hyperion actually left to go find our Hyperion, the Supreme Power Hyperion, which would make sense because when our other heroes have been teleported to this alternate Earth, that would make sense that Hyperion would be here as well, because he was there when the darkness surrounded them, and when that darkness went away, he disappeared, but at the same time, he was still teleported to this alternate Earth as well. Now, you do have the alternate Hyperion tell our Hyperion that he knows what he's thinking right now. Because we have to remember, this is a quantum possibility, which means that when it comes to the Supreme Power universe and this universe, the timelines are exactly the same up to a certain point. Something possibly happened that changed the future of this timeline. And so it's alternate Hyperion saying, I know what you're thinking. You had left America. You asked them to leave you alone, to stop bothering you, but they couldn't do that. And now you're kind of wondering, what is your next step? Well, let me tell you what your next step is. Your next step is actually to take control. And that right there is very huge, because what you have this alternate Hyperion say is that he realized that after he told America to leave him alone, they couldn't. They just kept bothering him over and over again. And so he came back. And when he came back, he realized he has the power to control the entire world. And that's what he did, because he realized if you leave the humans to do their own problems, to control their own problems, they can't do it. There's so many wars left and right. People are starving left and right. People are dying left and right because of the different problems that the humans have. And we cannot leave them on their own to fix their problems. It's up to you and I to actually take control of the world to make the world better. Now, you didn't have the alternate Hyperion tell our Hyperion, follow me, because I want to show you something very important. And so we come to find out that this alternate Hyperion took our Hyperion to the same cave we saw Blur go into earlier. Now, when they go into this cave, the cave had evolved. Because remember, Blur went into this cave 2 years ago, which means that it gave this cave enough time to be changed in the 2 years since Blur was supposedly killed off by Hyperion. And we come to find out that when it comes to the cave, it evolved only because the spaceship that brought Hyperion made this cave evolve. It's kind of like his fortress of solitude. Because what this Hyperion says to our Hyperion is that the spaceship that brought him to Earth is a living organism. It went around and began to grab different kinds of text to add it to its own. And once it did that, it began to evolve. It got bigger and bigger and bigger to the point it made this huge place for me, my fortress of solitude, my home, a way to control the earth. Now remember, this is a quantum possibility, which means that this timeline and our Supreme Power timeline should be very similar, except there was something that happened, a possibility which changed everything. But with this possibility, that means it could still
Jesus.
actually happen in the Supreme Power universe. It's a maybe, but it could still technically happen. Now, when it comes to our Hyperion, he does not believe that this is going to happen to him in Supreme Power universe. But then you have this alternate Hyperion say, oh no, this could technically still happen. And the reason why? Because I pull out this piece of paper that has the same phrase of words that I knew you're going to say to me, which tells me this could still technically happen. So even though we are a quantum possibility timeline, it can still happen for you. We're technically a possible future to come to your Earth. And so I'm trying to tell you the best way to help this planet out is to take control. So follow my directions, and when you go back to your Earth, do what I did, and you'll have all of this. And so, yes, this is a quantum possibility. It's a quantum possibility future for the Supreme Power universe. And so then we see the alternate Hyperion go deeper into the cave. Now, when he does, he is actually going to check up on a prisoner, and that prisoner is no other than Blur himself of this universe, which means that we were told wrong. Blur never died. Blur was just captured by Hyperion, which honestly makes sense. And the reason why I say that, because remember, this is a quantum possibility future. And what I mean by that is, this timeline was exactly the same as the Supreme Power timeline, but something happened to create this possible future, which means that when it came to this Hyperion of this Earth, when he first began to look around for someone who was just like him, someone with powers, he found Blur first, and him and Blur became best friends. They became brothers, just like in the Supreme Power universe. And so when it came to this Hyperion, he realized he couldn't just kill off Blur, because if he did, he killed off the one person he had left in the world that he looked at as a friend, as a brother. But at the same time, he couldn't have Blur out there just running around telling everybody what Hyperion was actually up to. And so he had no choice but to lock up his friend, just in case his friend actually tried to ruin his plans. And so that what happened to this Blur of this universe. But you didn't have Blur tell us, the readers, but also this Hyperion, that this Hyperion did not tell our Hyperion what happened to Blur. And that right there is actually very important. And the reason why, because this Hyperion knows if he had told our Hyperion what happened to Blur in this possible future, then our Hyperion would not go down the same footsteps as this Hyperion. It would be a completely different future then. Something that this Hyperion does not want to happen. And so that is why he didn't tell our Hyperion, oh yeah, by the way, we end up capturing Blur and locking him away. No, if he had told our Hyperion that right there, it would have changed everything, because our Hyperion has the same timeline as this one. When he went out in the world, he began to look around and try to find people who were just like him. And the first person was Blur, which means that he had to make sure not to tell our Hyperion about Blur and anything else about Blur. And so when we get into the 5th chapter of this storyline, we actually do pick up with the alternate Hyperion once again. Now, this is where he realized that it's time for our heroes to go back home to their Earth. But the problem is, though, he knows that when it comes to our Hyperion, he's not going to go back so easily. And what he means by that is, when it comes to Arcania, Emil, Nuke, and Shape, they were originally sent to capture our Hyperion before they came over to this timeline. And so what the alternate Hyperion is trying to say is that when it comes to our Hyperion, he's not going to go back as their prisoner. But at the same time, though, when it comes to Arcania, Shape, Nuke, and Emil, they're not going to take just some random surrender. So that means we have to put them in some kind of situation where basically everybody wants to go home and they're forced to work together to actually go back home. And so that leads into a huge battle between our heroes and the heroes of this universe. But it's a way to kind of force our heroes to actually work together so that they have a way to go back home. Because remember, the reason why they got here was the combined powers of Nuke, Arcania, and Hyperion. And so if they want to go back, they have to use their powers together once again to go back to their point in time. And so you do have the heroes of this Earth begin to attack our heroes from the Supreme Power universe. And it does lead into a big battle. Now, before our heroes actually go back in time, we do learn one piece of information, which could be very important because as our heroes were fighting against the heroes of this universe, well, Dr. Spectrum of this universe began to freak out. And the reason why? Because he saw Nuke. Now remember, this alternate Earth is a possible future, 2 years in the future, which means that something happened between this point and the last point in our Earth where Nuke has supposedly been killed off by Dr. Spectrum. Because when he sees Nuke, he's like, oh my God, Nuke, you're alive? This is crazy, this is wild. But he has no idea that this is not his Nuke, that this is a Nuke from our Supreme Power universe. But he freaks out because Dr. Spectrum had killed Nuke in this possible future, which could still happen in the Supreme Power timeline. Either way, you then have Nuke, Arcania, and Hyperion use their powers all together to actually go back to their point in time. And so to kind of wrap up today's video, we actually pick up with a conversation that's going on between Arcania, Alexander, and also Emil. Now, this conversation is right now talking about the idea that could that quantum possibility future actually happen over here in the Supreme Power universe? Now, when it comes to Arcania, she tells Alexander, the general, no, I do not believe that that could happen over here because that was a quantum reality possibility, meaning that that was just an alternate universe where the timelines were very similar to one another, but then a possibility had changed that timeline over there. But the problem is though, you have the general kind of concern because right now we come to find out Mark Milton, aka Hyperion, is coming back to America. He agreed to work with the military. He agreed to work with the American government. And that's a problem because remember what Nighthawk said earlier about that universe over there, that alternate universe Nighthawk. He said, what let us down the dark path we're on right now was when Hyperion came back to America. Because when he came back to America, he had a plan. And that plan was control the earth to make it better. And so he said it all began when he came back or when he agreed to come back to America. And right now in this universe is happening right now. Hyperion had agreed to come back to America because he has a plan to control the earth. He got that plan from his future self. But guys, when it comes to Arcania, she still doesn't believe that what they went through was actually real or it can happen over here because again, that was a quantum reality possibility. And so when Arcania and also the general leave the room, you have Emil looking at a piece of paper. It has a date on there, 2 years in the future. And so to Emil, that wasn't no quantum reality possibility. That was the actual future of the Supreme Power universe, which means that if they're going to stop Hyperion or change his mind anytime soon, they have 2 years to actually do it. And so that means they're now on a countdown. They have to figure out how to change Hyperion's mind or to stop him before he takes over the earth. And so with that being said, guys, this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. And so if you like today's comic book video, please leave me a like down below and subscribe. Also, if you have any suggestions on books I should read, well, please let me know in the comments below because you never know, your suggestion could be a future video down the road. But guys, I'll see y'all next time. Later. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay guys, so we are going to continue our coverage over the Supreme Power universe. Now, if you're new to Marvel Comics and you have no idea what Supreme Power is, it's technically the Squadron Supreme, but from the early 2000s. And if you don't know who the Squadron Supreme team is, let me explain. So back in the 1960s, Marvel had this big idea. And the question was, what would happen if the Avengers fought against the Justice League? Now, of course, Marvel couldn't use the characters on the Justice League because those characters belong to DC Comics. And so you have Marvel create a bunch of characters as a way to represent the characters on the Justice League. So you had Hyperion for Superman, Blur for Flash, Zarda for Wonder Woman, Nighthawk for Batman, and the list goes on. But it gave Marvel a way to say, we could do stories about the Avengers fighting against the Justice League without actually using the Justice League. Now, when it came to the Squadron Supreme, they came from an alternate universe because, of course, when it comes to Marvel, they have the multiverse. Now, over the years, you would see Marvel kind of use the Avengers to fight against the Squadron Supreme. But over the years as well, we would also see different versions of the Squadron Supreme because there are other universes out in the multiverse that has a Squadron Supreme team. And so it gave Marvel different ways to kind of use the team to fight against the Avengers. Now, in the early 2000s, Marvel launched Marvel Max. And Marvel Max was a way to do more adult comics, to tell more adult stories, like Punisher Max. Now, with that being said, the writer JMS, he was also working on Spider-Man at that time. And Marvel came to him and said, hey, we want you to work on a updated origin of the Squadron Supreme. And so that gave us Supreme Power. Now, this was a whole new universe of the Squadron Supreme, a whole new version. And so with that, he created Supreme Power. And Supreme Power was used as a way to kind of tell an updated origin of the Squadron Supreme. Now, Supreme Power was actually very popular, even though it only ran for 18 issues. But with those 18 issues, a lot of fans loved the series so much that Marvel then launched a bunch of different tie-ins or miniseries that comes after the actual main series had ended. So like, for example, Supreme Power Hyperion and the one we're covering today, Supreme Power Nighthawk. Now, with that being said though, like I said, this was an updated origin of the actual team. And so today we're covering Supreme Power Nighthawk. Now, when it comes to Supreme Power Nighthawk, it actually takes place after Supreme Power, but at the same time, you don't really need to know what happened in Supreme Power to understand what's happening in this storyline. The only thing you need to know about Supreme Power is the origin of the character of Nighthawk. And what I mean by that is, when it comes to Nighthawk, you have to realize he is the Batman of this universe. His name is Kyle Richmond. Now, like Bruce Wayne, when it came to Kyle, his parents died, except when it came to Kyle's parents dying, they were killed off because they were black. They were killed off by a racist person. And so that led him to become the Nighthawk character. Now, when he did become the Nighthawk character, instead of being like Batman and trying to save everybody's lives who are innocent, he only saved the lives of the black people who are innocent. And that is it. And so if you're trying to hurt the black community in some kind of way, he will take you out. And that is it. And when I say he'll take you out, I literally mean he will kill you. And so if you're a non-black person attacking the black community and in Chicago, you are going to die by the hands of Nighthawk. That's all you literally need to know about the character for this storyline. And so the opening pages of this book, we actually do get confirmation that when it comes to Nighthawk, if you're going to attack the black community, most likely you are going to die because he is going to find you and then most likely kill you. And so we actually do pick up with a Caucasian person. Now, when it comes to this Caucasian person, what he did was, well, he did not actually steal anything from the black community, but he also did not attack the black community. What he did was he went into a black neighborhood in Chicago and decided to spray paint on one of the walls in the black neighborhood the hard N-word. And so as soon as Nighthawk saw
I'll
that,
do
he
it.
said, that is a way of you attacking the black community by basically spraying on the wall that word right there. And so Nighthawk paid him a visit. Now, like I said earlier, usually Nighthawk will kill you off, but instead, he's like, you know what? I'm not gonna waste my time because technically you did not hurt, like you didn't actually beat someone down. You didn't physically hurt someone, but you did emotionally hurt this neighborhood. And now they know what you did. I'm gonna let them take care of it. And so you actually have Nighthawk lead this Caucasian character in the middle of a black neighborhood, but surrounded by a bunch of black people who now know, oh, so you're the one going around our neighborhood spraying the hard N word on different walls in our neighborhood. Okay, and you're also ruining a lot of different things in our neighborhood as well. Cool, you know what? We are going to technically jump you. And so you do have this
We are
Caucasian
technically going to
Nighthawk for
jump
help.
you.
But Nighthawk's all like, no, you deserve this. You attacked the black community, not physically, but emotionally. And that's enough for me to let them go ahead and handle you. And honestly, whatever they do to you, I don't honestly care. And he walks away. And so then we jump over to a mental facility. Now, when we do, we actually kind of find out that when it comes to this mental facility, it does hold a lot of mental prisoners. Prisoners who are not fit for a regular prison because of their mental state. And so they're kept here. Now, a lot of these prisoners are right now are up for parole. And so right now you do have a committee who is kind of there to kind of say, yes, you are approved for parole, or no, you denied for parole. And so you do have some prisoners actually get approved for the chance of having parole. But then it comes down to the last one, Stephen Benst. Now, Stephen Benst is going to be the bad guy of this storyline. Now, with that being said, though, as soon as he walks into the room to get judged for parole, you have one board member of the committee say no right off the bat. Like, as soon as his name is said, this guy says no. This man right here does not deserve to be out there in the public ever again. Now, of course, you do have the officers take him away, but then you have one of the newest members of the committee as an old member. Why did you do that? Like, that guy did not even have a fair trial, a fair chance to explain why he should have parole. And that is the moment we learn the origin of Stephen Benst and why he was denied the chance of parole. And we kind of find out that he was actually a pharmacist before he became a prisoner. But what he would do was he would give people extra medicine, or he would pretend to give people extra medicine. So for example, if you were a family member, but only one person in that family in your house was covered by some kind of health insurance, then you only got enough pills for that one person. But then he'll give you extra pills, quotation marks, to help everybody in that household if everybody is sick. The problem was, though, the extra pills that he was putting in that bottle was actually something he made, which of course was something poisonous. And so, for example, this black family came in and they came for medicine, but of course only one person was actually covered. And so he said, you know what, I feel bad about that. Here's some extra pills to cover everybody in the household just in case everybody does get sick. Unfortunately, he put in poison pills. And so because that black mother gave each child and her own mother as well those pills, they all died because the pills he put in there were actually poisonous. Now, the only reason why he got caught because one of his clerks actually saw him pour extra pills into the medicine bottle, but not knowing that the pills he poured in there were actually poisonous. But when word got out how the black family actually died, she told the FBI, hey, this man did it. He gave them some kind of poison pills that killed off the entire family. And so the FBI moved in, they found him, got him, but when they came to his house, they found something else in his basement. And so what they found in his basement was actually a lab where he was creating this poison pills. But the thing was, he had different trials for years going on because they found a notebook. And apparently, he was working in this lab for at least 2 years. Now, at first, it was said in his journal that he was testing on, rats and everything. But then he got bigger and bigger. Then he had animals like dogs and cats. And then it came humans. And so when
What
it
the
came to
hell? Come
humans,
on.
it was kind of like, okay, now I know how my pills actually work. And so he would do this for years, give people, different kinds of people, these pills to kind of see what would actually happen to them. Would they die? Would they actually recover? And he made sure there was no kind of antidote. But when it came to the FBI going into that lab, they also found out that he had created so many different kinds of pills, he could literally take out half of Chicago. That's how crazy this guy was. Now, of course, when it came to his trial, he did plead not guilty. But of course, they're like, dude, listen, we have all this evidence on you. There's no way you're not guilty. And so he gets thrown in jail. But as soon as he does get thrown in jail, he is attacked by some black prisoners. And the reason why, because they found out that most of the pills
I better
he was
save real
giving out to
quick.
people were to
Oh, I
black
could get
people.
away with it.
And
We'll
so
see.
these black prisoners are like, we heard that you don't like black people, and we are going to make you like black people because of what you did. And apparently, they had attacked him so bad
I
to the
can't believe
point
this
that
thing's in my way right
what he
now.
did completely catatonic. And so he's in this bad mental state. And so that's why he's here in this mental facility. But he hasn't talked for ever since that attack, honestly, in prison. But when it comes to
It's
this
so
thing being
stupid.
over, he doesn't feel bad for Steven at all. He's kind of like, no, he deserves to stay here in this facility
Tempted
for
to
what
kill
he
it.
did. He destroyed so many family lives because he wanted to be some kind of god in his mind. So no, I don't care how bad his mental state is, he will never get parole at all. And so then we jump over to Nighthawk, who's right now meeting up with Deputy Mayor Stratt. Now, when it
There we
comes to
go.
Deputy Mayor Stratt, he actually does
Stay
like
where you
what he does
are.
with Nighthawk, but on top of that, he does like what Nighthawk
Okay,
does for
well,
the
now
black
you're just
community.
gonna die, I
All of this,
guess.
though, Stratt works for the actual mayor of the city. And when it comes to the actual mayor of the city, he does not like Nighthawk. And the reason why, because when it comes to the mayor, he is trying to get reelected. He's trying to get back in the office once again. And one of the things he's trying to do
This
to
is
get himself
worse.
reelected is saying that he will handle all crimes in Chicago in a better way, or be more efficient in handling the crimes in Chicago. But the problem is, though, the South and the West doesn't really work with the police anymore.
Are you
It
fucking
seems
kidding
like the
me?
South and the West, which are mostly black neighborhoods, call out for Nighthawk. And of course, Nighthawk
Oh
is
my
supposed
god.
to handle the problems in those
Whatever.
areas. And that right there is something the mayor hates, because now it seems like the public no longer trusts the police. And the police don't do their job, then what the mayor is trying to say he's trying to do, which is handle all crimes across the city, then it makes them look bad, because it's not really him taking on the crimes, it's really Nighthawk taking on the crimes. And so right now, it's Strass saying, I'm telling you right
Right.
now, the mayor is trying to take down all crimes, but now he's also coming after you because he hates what you actually have been doing for Chicago, even though it's more efficient than the police have been doing for the South and the West of Chicago. Now, the next section, we actually do see that Steven is going to break out of this mental facility by dressing up as a clown. And what I mean by that is, we do see an employee right now taking Steven to a meeting room. Now, the meeting room is where Steven is supposed to meet with the committee to decide if he does get parole or not. Here's the thing, though. On his way there to the meeting room, they had already said he does not get parole at all.
Are you kidding
And so
me?
because his parole was denied, he needs to go back to his cell. Now, the employee who's right now escorting him to the meeting
Oh
room
my
is
god.
told that and gets very upset. And the reason why he does get upset is
Kill them
the
both?
employee wanted to
No.
have a smoke break while they were kind of talking to Steven about his parole. But because his parole was denied, he now has to go back to his cell, which means our first employee does lose his
Whatever, I
parole.
guess I'll go mess around with a
Now
quest or
we do have our
something.
employee Steven back to his cell, they are confronted by a clown. Now, the reason why this clown is here because in this same mental facility, they also have children here who are patients. And so the clown is their entertainment for the day. Except you do have the clown and our first employee walk away to have a conversation and also have a smoke break. Now, the reason why our
Sure,
employee
why not?
actually does leave Steven behind because technically Steven has not moved, talked, or done anything at all in like 2 years. And so to our guy here, he's kind of like, I'm not worried. You know what? I'm gonna get that smoke break because I know this patient won't do anything at all. But that's the problem. You still left a patient on his own. And so while the clown and our employee here
What, are you
are
guys
having that
pissed off
smoke break,
too?
Steven gets up and walks away and he hides from our employee. And so after the smoke break, you do have our guy who was supposed to watch Steven come back and find out, oh my God, Steven's not here. This is the
Jesus
problem. We
Christ,
have
them
to find
two.
him. And we come to find out that Steven has snuck into the room where the clown and our guy here, who was supposed to watch Steven, were having that smoke break. And so while you have a guy looking for Steven, Steven goes into the room and kills off the clown. He comes behind the clown to kill him off to use his disguise as a way to break out of this mental facility. And so getting into the second chapter of this book, we actually do pick up with Nighthawk. Now, when we do, we actually see Nighthawk right now going to a drug house. Now, this takes place 5 weeks after the end of the first chapter where Steven had broken out that mental facility. Either way, you do have Nighthawk going to this drug house. Now, the reason why he's coming here, because this drug house is hurting the black community in Chicago. And so he's trying to figure out who is the new supplier of this new drug that is spreading around in the black neighborhoods of Chicago. And so with that, Nighthawk breaks in. He does kill up a couple guys here and there, but he does corner one guy as a way to get the information that he is actually looking for. Now, here's the thing though, because soon as Nighthawk does corner this guy does tell him, listen, I'm not the big guy here at all. Matter of fact, the big guy is kind of unknown to me, but he did give me a huge amount to spread across the different areas of Chicago. And of course, those areas being affected are black neighborhoods. And so this is Nighthawk saying, okay, listen, who is it though? But the problem is when it comes to the guy that he is questioning, he dies. He literally spits up a ton of blood right in front of Nighthawk. And for Nighthawk, he's very confused. He's like, wait a second, I did not kill this kid at all. I broke his leg, yes, but he should not have died from that kind of injury. What had happened to him? And so he says, let me
This is
bring on
getting
the rest
pretty
of the
dumb.
people in this drug house. And when he does, when he comes back, he comes to find out there are a bunch of people right now who are just dead in this drug house. Like every single person that was part of this drug house had died because apparently they all took this new kind of drug that's been spreading across Chicago. And because this new drug is spreading across Chicago, you have people who are taking this drug dying left and right. And for example, everybody in this drug house died just like that. But then you have Nighthawk hear something or he realized something. And so he does run
It's so
into the
dumb.
bathroom.
Why are they
Now,
even
when he
over
does go
here?
into the bathroom, is what he finds in the bathroom. Of course, it was a baby that was drowning in his own blood.
Just so
And luckily
stupid.
for Nighthawk, he was able to get that baby out and save its life. But it shows that this drug is going to kill a lot of people and ruin a lot of families as well. But then we see Nighthawk actually go to a nearby hospital. Now, when he does go to this nearby hospital, this is really more of Nighthawk going there to kind of get some help for the baby. But on top of that, he does know someone there, and that is Dr. Aridondo. Now, when it comes to Dr. Aridondo, I really thought she was going to be very important for the storyline, but unfortunately, she is not. Like, yes, she does become somewhat of a love interest, but that's really it for her character. Now, with that being said, though, we do see her right now being confronted by Nighthawk. And this is Nighthawk saying, hey, listen, I found this baby. It needs some kind of medical help. Now, she does say, unfortunately, the baby has to wait in line. And the reason why she said that, because while she was on her break, she realized that she has been called so many times. Because apparently in the ER, there are a lot of different problems happening at the moment. And so we kind of find out that apparently in the ER, it's completely booked. And the reason why, because other huge drug users in the city have come to the ER feeling very bad, and they're dying left and right, like the other drug users we saw in that drug house earlier, because they took that drug and that drug had killed them off left and right. And so you have drug users across the city who have been taking this drug are now dying left and right.
Right.
Now, as we get into the third chapter of this book, we actually do pick up with Steven. Now, when it comes to the Nighthawk series,
3 times in a row? What do you mean?
You guys,
Oh yeah, the bot.
Marvel Max series.
What? You mean they're not real fans of mine?
You may see some more adult things like naked people. And so when we actually do pick up with Steven, he's in Chicago. He's hiding down in some safe house. He killed a person to get to safe house, but when we actually do, he is naked. And so I can't show you that page or multiple pages because again, he is naked and I don't want to get screwed over on YouTube. And so the only thing you need to know is that right now, he's in Chicago, he's watching the news, and he does hear about what's happening right now across Chicago, that drug poisoning. And so he's kind of intrigued to see what he has done in Chicago. And so as we get deeper into the third chapter, we actually do see right now, you do have city officials trying to calm down the public. And the reason why, because they don't want the public to freak out about the idea that right now there is some new kind of drug out there that can cause instant death after you take the pill. And so right now it's the city officials saying, don't worry, we're trying to get a handle on this new drug problem in Chicago. Now, as that's going on right there,
Do these guys respawn?
Actually call up Dr.
Looks like they do.
Does call her up. It's really her calling him, but she's telling him that she was able to get some samples of the drug so that he'll be able to actually analyze it. Except this man had already broke into the hospital that she worked at and stole the samples. And so when she called, she's like, hey, I got some samples for you. But then she's like, wait, where are the samples? He already stole them. And he told her, don't worry, I got it handled. Thanks for your help. Goodbye, later. But then we see that a meeting is going on between three particular people: the governor of Illinois, the mayor of Chicago, and also Deputy Mayor Stratt as well. Now, when it comes to this meeting, it's actually very, very important because they're talking about the idea that this is an actual problem in Chicago. Well, to two people, it is a problem because to the mayor, he honestly doesn't seem like it's a problem. And the reason why, because the only people who are dying right now across Chicago, thanks to this new drug, are drug addicts. And so to the mayor, he's kind of like, this is great because that means our city is finally getting cleaned up. But on top of that though, we'll have no more drugs in our city if all the drug addicts are actually gone. Now, this is the mayor thinking that he'll finally have a clean city, but he has to realize something here. Even if you're able to remove all the current drug addicts, you're still going to have new ones pop up left and right to replace the drug addicts of the old ones. And so yes,
That's so true.
The idea the old drug addicts might all die off, but new ones are going to replace the old ones down the road. Now, when it comes to the deputy mayor, he's very upset in the idea that the mayor even said that. And the reason why, because even though these are drug addicts, they're still citizens of Chicago. And they're supposed to take care of them. They're supposed to help them, no matter what. And so right now, it's the deputy saying, how dare you basically turn your back against the people of Chicago because you feel like if they die, the city will finally be clean, even though that is a huge if. if that actually does happen. Now, when it comes to the governor, he's kind of like, listen, this drug problem is not going to go away. It's only going to get worse before it actually gets better. But then you have the governor actually tell the mayor and deputy mayor, we think we have an idea who could be the new supplier of this new drug. The problem is, though, they cannot get close to this person at all. Now, we come to find out why the mayor, the deputy mayor, and also the governor are unable to make a move on this new supplier. And the reason why? Because he is a federal judge. The new supplier of this drug that is spreading across Chicago right now is coming from this federal judge. Now, it's not like he's the one who's making it, but of course, he is the one who's heavily supplying this drug across Chicago. And the reason why I say that, because what he has been doing is corrupting smaller cops in different parts of the police department in Chicago to be couriers for him to spread the drug across Chicago. He's part of this new drug ring in Chicago. And so that's why the governor and the mayor and the deputy mayor are unable to do anything at all, because they need hardcore evidence to say he is actually guilty to take him down. So with them being unable to make a move, that gives Nighthawk the chance to actually make a move. And let's not forget, if you try to withhold any kind of information from Nighthawk, he's going to break your kneecaps. He's going to break your bones and make you beg for death until you are able to actually give what he wants to hear. And here's the thing, he does break the kneecap of this federal judge. And he does say, listen, if you don't tell me what I want to know, that other kneecap is about to go as well. And so you do have this federal judge actually tell Nighthawk everything he wants to know. Now, Nighthawk wants to kill off this guy, but unfortunately, Nighthawk did attack him at the middle of this golf course. And so that means you have a lot of witnesses right now realizing that, oh my gosh, there's Nighthawk right now, and it seems like he's about to kill off that federal judge. And so Nighthawk's kind of like, you know what? I'm not going to kill you in front of these people, but you did suffer enough to give me what I want to get, which of course is information on this new drug ring. Because even though this federal judge is the one right now supplying this new drug in Chicago, someone has to give him the drug so that he'll be able to actually supply the drug addicts in Chicago with this new drug. But then we jump back over to the mayor. Now we have to remember, when it comes to this mayor, he honestly doesn't care about what happens to the people of Chicago. And the reason why, because to him, he's kind of like, listen, if the drug addicts actually die off, that means that helps us keep the streets clean when it comes to drugs across Chicago. But at the same time, though, you still have a lot of people dying left and right because of this new drug. And the problem is, though, could this technically spread into other things that could affect people who are not drug addicts at all? That's the fear the public has. But when it comes to the mayor, he's trying to downplay every single thing that has happened so far. Now, after his press conference, you do have Strax come over to him and try to tell him once again, what you are doing is actually wrong. You're downplaying this whole situation. You're not showing that you actually care for the people of Chicago. Now, this is where the mayor is going to mess up. And the reason why? Because you have the mayor say, listen, it's done, it's done. I told the city that this is not no big deal. We can all relax. Matter of fact, if I want to get reelected, I have to show the people I'm like them, a family man. Tomorrow is my son's birthday. And with that being said, I want cameras there to show them, the people of Chicago, that their mayor is also a family man. He goes down and celebrates with his kids or his wife with his kid's birthday. He wants to show the world this great picture of himself. But unfortunately, what he just did is open the door to have the most worst thing happen to this guy. And the reason why I said that, because we actually do pick up with Steven. And we have to remember, Steven is still out there just free to the world to do anything he wants to do. And right now it's him saying, I'm going to show the world I'm still able or still capable enough to make powerful poisons that can kill people off left and right. And so his next example is to go to the mayor's son's birthday party. And this is the real messed up part, because the mayor is not there. And so you do have Steven pretend to be this clown, to be the entertainment for this young boy's birthday party. But no one at this party realized that this is going to be their last day, that they are going to die by the hands of Steven. And so this is going to be a very dark day for the mayor as we work our way to the next chapter. And so as we get into the fourth chapter of this book, we actually do pick up with these two guys at a bar. Now, these two guys are not really that important for the story, just for this section really, but honestly not that much. And what I mean by that is these two guys at the bar, they do get into a fight. And the reason why they do get into a fight is because they were watching the news. And you have the news report that when it came to the mayor's son's birthday party, everybody died except the mayor because he was not there. But everybody else at that party, the children, the wives, the husbands, they all died just like that. And the news is telling the people of Chicago that they had died thanks to some kind of food poisoning. But the big question the city has right now is that, is this food poisoning incident related to this new drug problem in Chicago? But unfortunately, no one has any kinds of answers at all. Either way, the two guys at the bar, they do get into a fight. And the reason why, because one guy feels like the mayor actually deserves this. And the reason why, because when it comes to Chicago, it's a really bad area. It's a really bad city to this guy. And he blames the mayor. He says the mayor has not done his job at all. The mayor has not tried to actually make Chicago better at all. And so with that being said, I think he actually deserves this, the death of his kid and his wife. Now, the other guy does get very upset because he's kind of like, how dare you? Yes, this man may be some corrupt mayor. Yes, this man may be a very bad mayor to us and to the rest of Chicago. But this is a man who's going through one of the worst tragedies to have ever in someone's life. This man lost his wife and his son all just like that. His entire family is gone just like that. And here you are saying that he deserves that? No, that is not fair, because that kid, that wife, they were innocent and they died. That right there is a real messed up thing to say. And so they do get in a fight, but the fight does get broken up by the bartender. But then we jump over to the mayor of Chicago. Now, when we do, this is the mayor right now getting ready for a press conference. And the reason why, because he has to talk to the city of Chicago about what happened to his wife and kid. And the reason why, because now you have the news and the public actually talking about the idea that his family's death could be related to this drug problem.
Two of them.
All over Chicago.
And it's a two-shot.
Press conference to kind of talk about what happened to
God, I really hope I get to save this time.
This was a man at a press conference earlier and tried to downplay the drug problem in Chicago. And so now he has to come back and say, I was wrong. I was wrong for downplaying the drug problem in Chicago. I should have taken this thing more seriously, and from here on out, I'm going to. And so he has to do this press conference, but he's having a hard time actually getting ready for it, because every time he wants to get up and go and do the press conference, he thinks about his wife and
failed experiment.
Realize they are dead, and most likely because he did not try to actually take this drug problem very seriously. And so it's kind of like, yeah, this is a very huge day for him. And when it comes to the mayor, he does admit that he was wrong for downplaying his drug problem, except he feels like he deserves death. And the reason why I say that, because he actually does kill himself off. Now, I'm not going to show this scene right here because it is suicide, but he is dead. He did kill himself off because now he feels like he is responsible for the death of his son and his wife. And so now he's officially
Definitely sounds
dead.
like he killed his family
Now we're on
indirectly
to
by
Nighthawk.
being a
Now,
corrupt
when we
piece of
do,
shit.
this is Nighthawk right now having a conversation on the phone with Strat. And the reason why, because they're trying to figure out who could be behind this new drug problem in Chicago. Who is killing off all these different drug addicts across Chicago? And that is the moment everything comes together for Nighthawk. And the reason why, because Nighthawk does see a lot of police officers right now at different parts in Chicago confronting different people who could be the reason why they have this new drug problem in Chicago. And the reason why, because you have the deputy mayor tell Nighthawk that when he came to the mayor's wife hired a clown that was working in one of the many parks in Chicago, and he was at a good price, meaning that he was cheaper than most clowns in Chicago. And so she hired him to do their son's birthday party. And so what the deputy mayor is actually saying right now is that there is a possibility that the person who killed off the mayor's son and wife and all their guests at that party was the clown that she hired. And right now they're trying to figure out who was that clown that she actually hired. But then you have Nighthawk say, listen, I know the new drug that's hitting Chicago came from a certain kind of supplier, that supplier being a federal judge. But the federal judge was using crooked cops as a way to spread his drug across Chicago, kind of like them being couriers for him. And so Nighthawk says he has a list of people who could actually be behind the death of the mayor's wife and son, but on top of that, this new drug problem in Chicago. And the reason why he's saying all of this for, because Nighthawk also tells us
Oh, you
that
don't have to go
there
through
is
all
a
that, man.
shipment
I
of drugs
appreciate it,
that
though,
was
if you
arriving in
do
Chicago,
it.
but that huge shipment got
It,
taken
it,
away by someone
sure would
else,
help a lot.
somebody unknown. And so what
I'm
Nighthawk
pretty
is
sure no
saying
normal
is
person's going to use the word
he's
kindly,
very
you know?
curious for that federal judge possibly got word of that drug shipment, went to that shipment, took the drugs, and began to spread the drugs across Chicago to begin his crazy killing spree in Chicago. And so we actually do pick up with Nighthawk. Now, when we do, this is Nighthawk right now working through the list of names of people who could have technically stolen the shipment of drugs to use it for their own personal gain. And so when he worked through the list of couriers who worked for that federal judge, he did select someone who would most likely stolen that huge shipment of drugs. Now, the person he selected is correct, but also incorrect as well. And the reason why, because that person he selected did steal the drugs. Unfortunately, he was killed off by Steven. And so when that guy stole the drugs and brought it back to his safe house, Steven found him, killed him off, took over the safe house, but then began to play around with that shipment of drugs to kind of change it a tad bit so that it would be very poisonous to whoever actually takes the drug. And so, yes, when it comes to Nighthawk, he did select the right person. It's just the person he select is already dead. And so when Nighthawk goes to that house where the guy actually lives, he will not find that guy. I mean, he will. He'll find his dead body, but he's also going to find Steven. But when he actually does find Steven, it's too late. And what I mean is that when Nighthawk arrives, he does find the guy who most likely did steal the shipment. But when he finds him, that guy been dead for so long that bugs are technically crawling out of his dead bodies. But while you have Nighthawk kind of looking over the dead body and getting very sick at how the body actually looks, he's knocked out from behind by, of course, Steven. And so, yes, Nighthawk got it right, but at the same time, he got it wrong. And so we get into the fifth chapter. Now, when we do get into the fifth chapter of this book, we actually do pick up with Nighthawk right now being tied down. Now, with them being tied down, of course, this is where you have Steven begin the process of doing your usual bad guy thing, where you have Steven kind
Have
of
you?
talking to Nighthawk
Let me
about
pause the
the escape
video.
plan, where you
Have you played Rogue Trader at all? Because I see that it's on sale, and I don't know. I'm kind of split on whether I should get Rogue Trader because I do like Owlcat games for the most part. Kind of sucks that there's not much voiced acting, if any, for it though. But outside of that, I don't know. I kind of want to get Rogue Trader. I've been thinking about playing it on stream. Have you had any experience with that game yet? Because it looks like one of the better RPG games I've seen that's come out of 40K. All right, so we're of the same mind then. Yeah, I think I'm gonna cave. I'm probably gonna buy it tonight. Then maybe Monday I'll play it, or we'll see what happens. I might play it a little bit off stream if I get it, just to familiarize myself.
Steven kind of talking to Nighthawk about the idea of why he's doing all of this for. And so what you have Steven actually tell Nighthawk is that when it comes to his reasoning behind all of this, because he felt like there was some kind of hole in his heart, some kind of hole in his soul. And he felt like every single person that he had killed off in Chicago, thanks to this new kind of drug that he had created, would basically kind of help fill in that hole in his soul. But the problem is, though, even though he killed off so many people in Chicago, that hole in his soul is not being filled up at all. Now, this is where we come to find out how Steven pulled all this off.
I just finished the first book out of the, what was it called? The Void Hunter trilogy, Soul Hunter. I think the first book is called Soul Hunter. Pretty good. Might have to give it another listen. I don't know. I don't always absorb the complete book the first time around when I listen to it.
Is technically getting drugs and trying to spread drugs across Gotham. And he has all these different cops who are dirty cops being couriers for the judge to spread the drugs across Chicago. And because this cop was talking so much while working at the same mental facility that Steven was being held in, Steven realized, I have a plan here. If I'm able to get my hands on that huge shipment, I could do some crazy things in Chicago. And so even though you had the mental facility believe that Steven could no longer talk or could no longer actually have any kind of mental activity, he was actually sitting there and plotting his escape. And after he was able to escape, he was also plotting how to get his hands on the drugs and how to use the drugs. And so that explains what happened so far in this entire story. Now, while you have Steven kind of telling Nighthawk all of this, Nighthawk was also trying to find a way to break free, to hopefully take down Steven. And so while you had Steven talking to Nighthawk, Nighthawk was able to actually find a way to break free by actually setting Steven on fire, but this is going to lead into a battle between the two characters. And so because you had Nighthawk actually set Steven on fire, Nighthawk has to get out of there. And the reason why, because when he did set Steven on fire, he also set the building on fire. And so the flames kind of cut a path between Steven and also Nighthawk as well. And so Nighthawk has to get out of there before he's also taken with the flames. But that also gives Steven the chance to kind of put the flames out on his body and find a way to actually be able to escape the building. And so with all the different commotions happening, oh, by the way, this safe house or this safe apartment actually was part of an apartment complex. And so with the the building being on fire, you do have firefighters showing up, but you also have everybody else in this complex trying to leave as well. And so with all these different kinds of commotion, Steven was able to get away, but Nighthawk had to jump out the window, and right now he needs some serious medical help. And so you do have Nighthawk say, I'm gonna go see my friend, the doctor, to hopefully get some kind of medical help because right now I need it really badly. Now, we actually do see Nighthawk go over to the same hospital that Dr. Aridano is working at. Now, remember what I said earlier. When it comes to Dr. Aridando, she is going to be the love interest for Nighthawk, but literally just for this section and the next one. And you see what I mean here in a moment, because you do have her right now being stopped by Nighthawk. And when he does stop her, he's all like, hey, I need your help. Now, when he comes to her, he's not wearing the mask at all. He's wearing his regular day clothes. And right off the bat, she knows, oh my God, you're Nighthawk. But she also knows who he is. Now, when it comes to Nighthawk, he is a billionaire or a millionaire. I have no idea how rich he is. But either way, he's one of those quiet ones where technically most people don't even know about him, but he does have the money. Now, with that being said, she does recognize him. She's like, oh my God, I know who you are. You're Kyle Richmond. But at the same time, she also knows that he is Nighthawk. And because he done so much for her as Nighthawk, but apparently he has also done so much for the city of Chicago as Kyle, she kind of loves this man. And so she gives him a kiss. But she also tells him great news. The baby that he saved earlier is getting better. The problem is, though, they have to find the child's home, because if they don't, he'll go in foster care, which is something she and him both do not want to happen to the child. Either way, she does give him some kind of medical help, but the problem is, though, while they're kissing and talking, someone was actually watching them. Somebody with clown shoes. And we already know that it was Steven.
Somebody with clown
when we see the doctor
shoes.
leave Kyle behind to kind of go check up on the baby, she was being followed. But of course, she has no idea that she was being followed. And so as she works her way up to the baby's room to make sure that he is okay, while she's leaving the room, that is the moment she is grabbed from behind by Steven. And you have Steven inject the drug into her body, which of course kills her off just like that. She's dead. And so when it came to Kyle, someone else that he briefly cared for or loved was just taken away from him. And he has no idea because he's still down in ER. She died upstairs.
Enclave. It's been a while since I've seen them.
When he finds out, it's kind of like, okay, he is definitely...
Yeah, you guys aren't gonna fuck with me this time, are you?
And so as we jump into the 6th chapter of this book, we actually do pick up with the city officials actually lying to the public. And what I mean by that is you have the city officials telling the public that they were able to get the guy who was giving out bad drugs across Chicago. Now, what they actually did was they got the guy who originally stole the shipment from the federal judge, the bad courier, the one that was killed off by Steven. But here's the thing, the city officials is telling the public, yeah, we got him, he's basically taken care of, everything is okay now. But when it comes to the deputy mayor, he's all like, you guys are lying. The guy you said who is responsible for the drug poisoning across Chicago was your basic, regular day cop. He was not no kind of scientist. There is no way he was able to take that drug and change it into some kind of poison drug.
Yeah, no kidding.
The real person behind this is still out there. And really, he's correct. The real person is still out there. It's Steven. He got away. But it all comes down to Nighthawk. But getting back over to Nighthawk, we do see Nighthawk finding out that the woman that he briefly began to start to like is now dead. And seeing her dead, it reminds him of his parents. people who were taken out of this world, who were innocent and was just trying to be a good person in this world. And now they were killed off by some
Oh, good
crazy
thing they didn't
people
use the
just
Tesla
like
cannon
the
on
others
there.
were. And so this is a man saying, I am going to get revenge for the death of a lady that I was going to hopefully had some kind of future with. Which honestly, we all know he may or may not have a future with her, but he could have had one if she had stayed alive. But getting back over to Steven, we actually do see Steven right now in the streets just watching the news talk about the idea that they were able to get the guy who was responsible for the drug poisoning, even though Steven is the one who is responsible and he's watching the news say, yeah, we got him, everything's good. But of course, that was a huge lie. Now, some cops do come up to him and these
Holy
cops
shit.
who he actually is. That technically he is a bad guy, but unfortunately they're killed off by Steven and he's able to continue on. But we come to
God
find out
damn.
there's something in the bag that he's carrying.
Just not safe anywhere.
Important in that bag. But getting back over to Nighthawk, we do see him right now gearing up. And when I
That could have
say
went
gearing
sideways
up,
real quick.
he went back to his base, got all the gear he needs to say, you know what? It's time for me to go after this guy, to bring this guy to justice, because this guy killed off someone I actually cared for, and that right there is not okay. And so this is Nighthawk saying, you know what, when I find Steven, I am for sure going to kill him off. And so this is an angry Nighthawk. But this leads into the final section of the book, where you do have Nighthawk right now finding Steven, and Steven went to the water pumps of the city. Now this is actually very important, and the reason why, because this is right now Nighthawk realizing that what Steven is trying to do. Steven is trying to drop his poison into the water supply of Chicago so that it will be spread across Chicago completely. And so if anybody drinks the water from the water supply of Chicago, they are going to be affected by his poison. And so this is Nighthawk saying, listen, I don't know what you think you're going to do here, but when it comes to the filter of this place, it'll be able to filter out your poison, which means that you'll be unable to actually pull off your game plan. Except that is the moment you have Steven tell Nighthawk, oh,
look at that.
Plan completely wrong, my dude. That in reality, what I'm trying to do is kill off a certain baby.
Where'd you get those from?
Baby that Nighthawk said at the very beginning of this book, the one that he left behind with the doctor, the one that she.
You know, I would actually love to get into like the Warhammer miniatures, like, you know, what the game is, what the whole universe is based on, but I don't even think I have the room to like to even do the hobby.
Facility machine. And so Nighthawk has to save the baby, but to also stop Steven as well. Now, to go ahead and wrap up today's video, you do have Nighthawk actually being able to save the baby, but at the same time, he does kill off Steven by literally blasting a hole in the guy's chest, like a hole in this guy's chest. It's all bloody. Either way, he's dead. Steven's dead and the baby is saved. Now, we do get an extra page where it does seem like Nighthawk has an idea of possibly adopting the baby. And honestly, it's kind of like a whole Robin thing right here. And what I mean by that is we have to remember Nighthawk is Batman in this book. It's just that Marvel couldn't use Batman. And so they made Nighthawk. And so it comes to Nighthawk.
Oh shit!
Robin. This child right here has the capability to actually become the Robin of this universe. But with that being said though, this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, I'll see y'all next time. Later. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay guys, so we are actually going to continue our coverage over the Squadron Supreme from the early 2000s. Now, if you're new to my channel, you're wondering,
where'd you get the figures from?
Let me explain. So back in the 1960s, Marvel had this idea where they wanted to have the Avengers fight against the Justice League. Unfortunately though, Marvel couldn't use the characters from DC Comics because DC owned the rights to those characters. And so Marvel had to make a bunch of characters to represent those characters in their own comics. So for example, Hyperion is Superman, Blur is Flash, Nighthawk is Batman. Now with that being said, once they were able to create all these different characters and make a team, they called that team the Squadron Supreme. And so they now had a way to have the Avengers fight against the Justice League without actually using the Justice League. Now with that being said, they also said that the Squadron Supreme came from a different universe in Marvel's multiverse. And so every once in a while, we would see the Avengers fight against the Squadron Supreme. Now over the years in Marvel Comics, the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, we would see different versions of the Squadron Supreme. And so we never really had the same version all the time. We had different versions of the team to show what it would be like to fight a different Superman, a different Flash, or a different Batman. And so Marvel used that way to say, hey, the multiverse is big, and there's so many different versions of all of our characters. Now, in the early 2000s, you had Marvel actually launched Marvel Max. Now, when it came to Marvel Max, it was technically made for adults. Now, with that being said, when it came to the Squadron Supreme, Marvel realized that they wanted to rework the origin of the characters on the Squadron Supreme. So, a better origin for Hyperion, Nighthawk, Blur, Zarda, and the list goes on. And so they launched Supreme Power. Now
They didn't script the dialogue for it.
Actually written by JMS, the same man who was actually working on Spider-Man in the early 2000s as well. Either way, when it came to Supreme Power, it was used as a way to explore the origin of certain characters in this universe that's going to form the Squadron Supreme. It was an updated version. Now, once Supreme Power was technically canceled, you did have other books that tie into that same universe as a way to continue to tell stories about that universe. It was a great idea. Now, once all the stories were told about that universe, Marvel said that was just another universe or another version of the Squadron Supreme. And so that origin is only for them, meaning that if Marvel ever wants to give us another Hyperion, that Hyperion could have a different origin than the one we have in the early 2000s Supreme Power series. Now, like I said though, after Supreme Power had ended, you did have other books come out after it to continue to tell stories about that universe. And we cover some of them. We cover the Nighthawk series, we covered the Hyperion series, even covered Dr. Spectrum. But now we're gonna cover Hyperion versus Nighthawk. Now a name like that right there, you already know that it's technically Batman versus Superman. But of course, Marvel can't say that. And so they're calling it Hyperion versus Nighthawk because those two characters represent Batman and Superman in this universe. Either way though, these two characters right here, it was bound to happen sooner or later where Nighthawk is going to fight against Hyperion. And the reason why I say that, because if you saw our earlier videos, we found out that Nighthawk does not like Hyperion at all. Now, the main reason why, because Hyperion is white. But on top of that, he hates the idea that Hyperion has the power to technically save the Earth, but he's working for the American military. He's technically their attack dog. And so for Nighthawk, he hates the idea of Hyperion. And so they had some other problems in our earlier videos, and all those different kinds of problems led us to this moment right here, where these two characters are going to fight against each other. But of course, there is another reason why these two characters have to fight against each other. And so getting into today's video, we actually do pick up one day before the present day. And when we do, we actually pick up in the country known as Sudan. And we actually pick up with a refugee camp. Now, with this camp, it does seem to be a normal night. Everybody is relaxing, everything is okay, except that is the moment you have someone call out ganja weed. Now, when they say that, that right there means a group of people are on their way to do something to this camp. And actually, they do. This camp is attacked by a group called Ganja Weed. Now, the Ganja Weed group is going to be very important for this entire storyline. But right now, we're watching them technically burn down this entire village and also doing some more horrible things that I'm not going to show on the screen. But you have to remember, this is a Marvel Max series, so it does get very dark. But then we jump 4 weeks ago, and when we do, we actually do pick up with Nighthawk fighting against Hyperion. Now, we have no idea why in the world these two characters are fighting against each other, but they are fighting at the base for the Squadron Supreme. Now, it seems like Nighthawk broke into this place, because we have to remember that Nighthawk was offered to actually join the team by Blur, but he did tell Blur that he did not want to join the team, which means that he is technically breaking into
Just finally saying different stuff.
reasons. And so apparently he was caught by Hyperion and he's trying to escape, but it's really more of a regular day man trying to fight against a superpower alien being who has all the powers to technically destroy the Earth. And so right now, it's not a fair fight. You have Hyperion just beating down Nighthawk, and we're left to believe that Nighthawk had actually failed against fighting against Hyperion. Now that is the moment where we actually jump over to the Pentagon. Now when we do, we kind of find out that we do have a bunch of high priority people right now in the Pentagon talking about what happened in Sudan. Now, this conversation actually takes place 6 days prior from the present day. So we're still in the past, but it takes place after Hyperion and Nighthawk have fought, but before that camp we saw at the very beginning of the storyline getting attacked. And so right now, apparently you have these people in the Pentagon saying that apparently there is some new kind of mercenary. Now, when it comes to this mercenary, he is actually attacking all the different groups right now who are fighting in Sudan. Because right now you have so many different groups in Sudan who want to do something different for the country that right now they're fighting all over the country. But apparently this mercenary is attacking every single group, left and right, bam, 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 bam. And they have no idea why he's doing that. Because at first it may look like he did belong to one group, but now they're realizing this guy belongs to no group at all. So what's the point of him attacking all these different groups? Is he trying to make the conflict even worse between these groups? But when we jump into the next section, we kind of pick up in Sudan, but we're still 4 days in the past. But with this section right here, we do come to find out that apparently it was Nighthawk, the mercenary, who was going around attacking all these different groups in Sudan, trying to make the conflict between the groups even worse than it already was. But that is the moment where we actually do pick up with a character known as Taylor. Now Taylor works for the military, and he came out here to see how bad was the conflicts between the different groups. And right now, he is currently meeting up with a tribal leader where his tribe was actually attacked by Nighthawk. Now, of course, we know that when it comes to Nighthawk right now, apparently, he's attacking different groups who want to do something different for the country of Sudan. And so when it comes to this tribal group, they're one of the many groups who are trying to do something different for the country. Now you do have the tribal leader tell Taylor that it had to be an American who attacked their area. And the reason why, because he saw what the guy was using: American Jeep, American weapons, American armor. Everything looked American about him, which right now makes America looks bad. And so that is why Taylor is here to make sure that it wasn't an American who actually attacked the country. Either way, he does hand Taylor a piece of metal, And when it comes to that metal, they have no idea what kind of metal it is or where the metal actually came from. And this piece of metal is going to be very, very crucial for this story. But then we jump back over to America. Now, when we actually jump back over to America, we do pick up with the general right now, General Alexander, meeting up with Hyperion. And the reason why, because his game plan is to actually send Hyperion into Sudan to figure out who is this American mercenary. Because right now, this American mercenary is attacking different groups in Sudan and causing more problems in Sudan. And so sooner or later, it's gonna look bad on America that some random mercenary that is American is making things worse in another country. And so right now they want to send in Hyperion to find this mercenary and to stop him. Even though we know it is Nighthawk, they don't know that yet. Now you do have Hyperion wonder why in the world should they go, or should he go, sorry. And you have the general say, because of this right here, this piece of metal. And this metal, it comes from your spaceship. That right there is alarming, because how in the world did a piece of metal from my spaceship that we have at our base here was able to get over there to Sudan? And apparently the American mercenary had it on him. And so that is how you have Hyperion now going over to Sudan to figure out who is this American mercenary. And so we finally reach the present day. Now, when we do, we actually pick up right now with Hyperion arriving to Sudan. Now, when he does arrive to Sudan, this is him right now meeting.
Oh, most definitely. There's got to be power armor mods.
Is Taylor telling him what's happening right now?
I mean, I had one robot with chainsaw arms. There's got to be a chainsaw sword.
Attacking one another. The government is one of them. Then you have two rebel groups as well who are trying to liberate Sudan. And the final group is...
I mean, Fallout pretty much stole the whole that idea from Warhammer, no? Because Warhammer existed long before Fallout did. Fallout 1 anyways, I think.
They are a different race than the people of Sudan. And so right now, this mercenary, he didn't attack here, but he did attack the other three groups, the rebel groups and the government. And so right now, you have so much conflict happening at the moment. Now, the camp that Hyperion's at right now is the same camp that was actually attacked at the very beginning of our video. And this was a refugee camp. And so once again, the fourth group is getting attacked the most, but you still have other fighting happening between the other three groups. Either way, it's Hyperion's goal to figure out who is this mercenary that is actually making things a whole lot worse. And so 1 hour after that conversation right there, you have Hyperion fight around Sudan to hopefully find the mercenary that comes from America, which of course is Nighthawk. And matter of fact, you have Hyperion being able to actually find Nighthawk. And when he does find Nighthawk, it's a very big moment, because now we're about to have round 2 between these two characters. Because you have to remember, they fought apparently 4 weeks ago, but we saw Hyperion beat down on Nighthawk. And so this time, it could be the same thing unless Nighthawk came prepared. And this is another reason why I say Nighthawk is Batman in these comics. Because when it comes to Nighthawk with prep time, he'll be able to actually handle a lot of different things, like Batman does with prep time. And so even though you have Hyperion,
it's such an obvious pairing, Fallout and Warhammer, as far as like the aesthetic goes with the armors.
He can to keep Hyperion away from him. Once you have Hyperion being able to get close to Nighthawk, you have Nighthawk throw a couple punches, but the last one is actually very important, because he does hit Nighthawk, you have Nighthawk hit Hyperion in the head. And when he does that, it's a huge moment. And the reason
you
Hyperion
dick.
says, I felt that.
Glad I just saved.
You actually hurt me, but how? And then
yeah, I might have to download those.
Yeah, I planned for that. And he literally punches launches Hyperion and knocks
Especially if I
Scorpion out,
end up getting a Rogue
somehow
Trader
gets
this
Scorpion
weekend, I'm
out,
definitely going to want to
and
get some of
able
those
to actually
mods.
beat up now on Hyperion and actually hurt him. And so, getting into the second chapter, it does pick up where the first chapter actually left off at, except it does focus more on what Nighthawk has to say about this situation. And apparently, what Nighthawk is saying right now is that even though he's technically able to beat down on Hyperion, it still hurts him. And that right there is very, very crucial. And I want you guys to remember that right there, what he's telling us right now is actually very, very important. And so this begins the idea of us learning how in the world was he able to actually hurt Hyperion. But we have to jump back 3 months ago. And when we do, we kind of find out that apparently when it came to Kyle Richmond, who is Nighthawk, he's having a business meeting. Now, guys, remember, he is Batman of this
I'm a
universe, which
god.
means that he would have some
Nothing will
kind of
stop me.
company in Chicago like Batman does in Gotham
I
City.
wonder if it'll need the script extender.
Nighthawk or Kyle Richmond having a meeting about the idea that a chunk of money that he had given over to Sudan
I am your god.
get better
Bow to me.
that apparently the money went to the
Oh,
wrong
he doesn't care that I'm god.
now it caused more problems out in Sudan rather than making things better. What he wanted to do originally with his
He didn't care.
so right now is Kyle wondering how in the world is that even possible? Because they gave millions of dollars over to Sudan to help Sudan get better and deal with all the conflicts they have in their country. And now it seems like they have even more conflict thanks to his money. And so you do have one of his board members tell him when it comes to other countries and their problems, a lot of times other countries just want to throw money at their problems, hoping that money is the way to actually solve these problems. But in reality, money is not the way to solve these problems. A lot of time, money continues the problems or actually makes the problems even worse. And so even though what you're trying to do is a good thing, in reality, you just made it even worse. And so we then jump back right before we saw Hyperion and Nighthawk fought the first time at the military base that belongs to the Squadron Supreme. Because remember, in the earlier chapter of this video, we saw the first fight, and we saw Nighthawk getting beat down by Hyperion because apparently Nighthawk was breaking into the military base, but we had no idea why he was breaking into the military base. And we come
Get him, Batman. Protect me.
chapter right here, because apparently when it comes to Nighthawk, the reason why he was breaking into the military base is because of Emil.
Good job, Batman.
Now remember, Emil Burbank was a character who was kind of like the Lex Luthor of this universe, the Lex Luthor to Hyperion in some kind of way. Either way, when he came to Hyperion, when he arrived to Earth, let's not forget his spaceship had some kind of alien virus. It was an airborne virus, but it gave a lot of people around the world different abilities. Now, when he came to Emil, it made him very smart. But in earlier videos that we had did, we saw the military ask Emil to work on different projects to bring down each member of the Squadron Supreme. Because just in case they turn evil, the American military needs something to actually stop them, especially when it comes to Hyperion. And apparently Emil found a way to stop Hyperion, and Nighthawk found out about it, and so that is why he broke into the military base to find what Emil had made to actually stop Hyperion. Now, of course, while he was trying to leave the military base, and of course, when he does run into Hyperion, it does lead into a fight between the two characters. Now, with that being said, though, we saw what happened earlier. It was Hyperion being able to beat down Nighthawk. But now with this section right here...
Man, my healing is dog shit right now. I wonder what's... Oh, it's because I don't have Ada. She's usually got a regeneration field running when she's with me. That's why I'm not healing good.
First, he tries to fight him, which honestly is a bad idea. He then tried to hit weak
Shit.
points, which again is a bad idea.
Alright, fuck it.
Maximum effort.
Maximum effort.
Get away from Hyperion. But But unfortunately for Nighthawk, when it comes to Hyperion, he is the Superman of this universe. He's not that easy to take down. But on top of that, guys, we have to remember when it came to Hyperion, he does not have a
Oh, hey, buddy.
weakness yet. We have not
Buy my
seen the
shit.
kind of magical rock like kryptonite being able to bring him down. We haven't seen magic yet, and so honestly, we have no idea what Hyperion's weak to. But guys, we also have to remember that Nighthawk did take something that could technically hurt Hyperion, but apparently he can't use it right now. He wants to use it later on. And so while he tries to get away, apparently it does lead up to the moment where you have Hyperion about to punch Nighthawk, and we know it's going to hurt Nighthawk a lot. And so then we jump 10 days before the present day. And when we do, we actually do pick up right now with Nighthawk attacking this village. Now, this village is actually very important because it belonged to that tribal leader we saw earlier where he said that his village was attacked by an American mercenary. He had an American Jeep, American weapon. He also left behind a piece of metal. And he was right. It was American. It was Nighthawk. And this is the moment where he does attack the village. Now, the reason why Nighthawk did that is to get Hyperion's attention. And he knew how to get Hyperion's attention because he then plants a piece of metal that was found earlier right underneath the broken tank. It was the perfect way to bring Hyperion over to Sudan because with that piece of metal being found in a tank, of course, he'll believe, okay, I was attacked by an American mercenary who left this behind. And that will then get sent over to America to hopefully bring Hyperion to Sudan. And so then getting to the end of the second chapter, we actually do pick up with the same fight we saw at the end of the last chapter. The only difference is though this fight is now coming to us from Nighthawk's perspective. And this is going to be very important. And the reason why, because now you have Nighthawk telling us how it felt like fighting against Hyperion or fighting against one of the four groups that belongs to Sudan right before.
All right, let's smoke a joint before we storm the castle here, as it were.
All of this, I knew that sooner or later he would show up. And here he is right now. He showed up and this is perfect. Means my plan is coming together great. And then we actually see them fight once again, and we do see the same thing where we saw Nighthawk being able to actually hurt Hyperion, except this time we get a couple more pages to see the battle actually continue on. And with the battle being able to actually continue on, we actually do see that Nighthawk was able to shoot a fake gun. When I say a fake gun, I mean that he was able to take his hand and make it look like a gun, and he shoots it like he's actually shooting a real gun, and somehow he was able to still hurt Hyperion. And that right there is very, very crucial. And the reason why, because at first it really does look like somehow Nighthawk was able to use his hand as a imaginary gun and actually shoot Hyperion. But in reality, that is not the case. And you see what I mean as we go through this book, because honestly, it's a great idea. And so getting into the third chapter, we finally pick up after the fight we saw in the first two chapters, Nighthawk versus Hyperion. And we kind of find out that Nighthawk took Hyperion back to his secret base. Now when Nighthawk did that, when you have Hyperion wake up, he realized that one, they're somewhere else, but two, he realized that he was knocked out for a good period of time. But now for Hyperion, he needs to figure out, how in the world did Nighthawk hurt me? Because Nighthawk was a man for a long period of time not having powers. And then out of nowhere, he has powers and he's able to actually hurt me? That's not cool. Now for Nighthawk, he knows that what Hyperion is trying to think about, like how in the world did he get powers? And so you have Nighthawk say, you're never going to figure it out. But either way right now, I brought you here, I plan to bring you here so that you'll help me out with some certain problems over here. Now for Hyperion, he honestly at first does not care about the idea of what's happening right now in Sudan, Matter of fact, he wants to kill Nighthawk because one, Nighthawk hurt him, and two, Nighthawk is a dangerous man if he does have powers now. And so this is Hyperion saying, I need to kill you off because now you might have powers, and that could be a problem. And you have Nighthawk say, see, I knew you were not ready just yet. And then you have Nighthawk knock out Hyperion once again. But then we pick up at a different location in Africa. Now we have no idea where, but it does look like a secret base. Now with that being said though, we do pick up with a set of characters that we actually saw in the earlier parts of our coverage over the Squadron Supreme. Because right after our heroes came together and became a team, they went on a mission to another part in Africa. And of course, they were sent there by the American military to go after someone who was a power being, meaning that they had some kind of powers, and they were ruling that area of Africa. Now, of course, when the American military sent the Squadron Supreme over there, they thought our heroes would be able to actually handle that mission very easily. But of course, they couldn't and made things worse in that area in Africa. Now, these set characters right here, they came out of nowhere and told the Squadron Supreme to never come back to Africa, that America does not need to help out Africa at all. Because when it comes to America, America always makes things worse when it comes to helping out other countries, especially countries.
Oh my god, are you kidding me?
Right now, you actually have
Turn my head for one moment.
we are the protectors of Africa, and we will
It's okay.
in America. And if you come here ever again, we will.
This is why we smoke weed.
And so when they saw Hyperion and Nighthawk fighting in Sudan, they were like, Hyperion knew the rule. We told him to stay away from Africa. And now he's back here. He just broke that rule. And so now we have to go and handle him. But getting back over to Hyperion and Nighthawk, this is the moment where you do actually have Nighthawk wake Hyperion back up. And when Hyperion wakes back up, it's Nighthawk telling him again, you are going to help me, if you like it or not. If you say no again, we can literally keep doing this over and
How did I survive that?
until you actually realize that you're gonna help me. And so this is Hyperion saying, okay, let me help him out. If I do help him out, then I may figure out how in the world did Nighthawk get powers and how he's able to actually beat me over and over again. And that is the moment where we actually jump over to another rebel camp. Now, when we do, of course, we see that right now, the Janjaweed group is right now attacking this refugee group. And when they do, they're trying to kill off every single person who is a refugee. Now, that is the moment they are actually confronted by Hyperion. Now, with Hyperion being here, he is actually able to take out the entire Janjari group that came here to take down this refugee group. But while he's actually taking down people left and right, of course, that is the moment he realized that this is a huge problem here in Sudan. That right now, innocent people like the refugees who are just trying to find a new country to live in are now being attacked in this new country just because of their race or where they actually came from. And so what he sees right now is war. And he realized when it comes to war, war is horrible. But also with war, there are so many different kinds of tools. And with those tools, they're just horrible things used as a way to win a war. And so this is Hyperion saying, I shouldn't care, but he realized he does care and he wants to help out Sudan so bad. But that is the moment where you do have Nighthawk appear. Now, when Nighthawk appears, it's really more of him saying, I know what you're thinking. I know that right now you're actually thinking about the idea of you want to help out this country because at first you don't want to care, but then you realize what's happening over here. Now you care. You're such an easy person to read. Now with Nighthawk saying that, he's really saying that he knows every single thing about Hyperion, how he feels or how he's going to act over different kinds of situations. It's him saying, I know everything about you, Hyperion. Now, For Hyperion, he's still trying to figure out if Nighthawk has some kind of powers. But on top of that is him kind of figuring out, okay, if you do have powers, do you have the ability to be a telepath? And Nighthawk realizes or knows what Hyperion's thinking. He's like, dude, no, I'm not a telepath. Again, you're such an easy person to read. You're trying so hard to figure out how in the world I got powers and what my powers are. I knew you would think that I am some kind of telepath now, and I'm not. So let's move on to the next part of my plans. But then we jump over to another group of soldiers. Now, when we actually do, these soldiers right here, they actually work for the Sudan government. Either way right now, they're going after another group of people. Now, this could be a refugee group. Either way right now, they're being stopped by these soldiers and about to be arrested by these soldiers. And everything they have on them, food and supplies, they're going to take to their camp is about to be taken away by these soldiers who work for Sudan's government. Either way, that is the moment you have Hyperion step in. Because with Hyperion stepping in, it's him realizing that he needs to care. Because even the government is corrupted. Right now, the government is not even trying to help out their own people, but also going after other people who are just trying to find somewhere safe to live and sleep at for the night, or a different area in Sudan that's not so dangerous than the other areas.
She's so dead-eyed looking.
Just trying to leave harsh areas, and of course, Sudan's government is making things even harder on them. Either way, you do have Hyperion stop these soldiers, and he asks them, "Who is your boss? Tell me your boss name and where I can find him, because this right here is messed up. You as a government should be helping out your people, and you are not. So tell me, where is your leader?" And so that is the moment where we actually do see Hyperion go over to the capital. Now, when he does, we see him meet up with the president of Sudan, and that is
Oh, cool. Purified water.
this is where things
Just
get
what I
a
needed.
bit crazy, because you have Hyperion tell us that when it comes to the president, he's one behind all the mess going on right now in Sudan. Because what he's doing is he does use the soldiers as peacekeepers, but in reality, he used them as a way to collect supplies for refugees who are trying to leave the country or trying to find safe areas in the country. But on top of that, the rebel groups out there who are trying to liberate Sudan, they're also being used by Omar as a way to attack these refugee groups, because these refugees are using up a lot of resources: food, clothes, water, and the list goes on and on. And so this is Omar saying, if these people do not want to stand with me, then they have to go. But they're not going to take supplies with them that belongs to the country. And so with that, all this conflict is because of this man right here. Now, you do have Hyperion wanting to kill him off, but he says, no, you have two options. Stop all this mess right now, or I'm going to bring in the UN. And of course, the UN is the United Nations. Now, for Omar, he does not care. And the reason why he doesn't care, because that is the moment you have Taylor walk in. And when Taylor walks in, you have Taylor say, listen, man, you have to listen. You can't kill him. And the reason why, because he gives us very important information. And with that information, we do learn a lot of different things about different targets that we are trying to take out. Targets who are technically terrorists to our country. And so that is why we cannot kill him off. Because if we do try to kill him off, we lose all that information we need to find these different people who are technically terrorists to America. And so that is why America doesn't want to kill off Omar, because he gives them information. And also, they pay him for that information. And so with them being paid for that information, they technically really cannot actually kill him off. But with that payment, he's giving that money over to the rebel groups so that they are able to get better supplies. And with better supplies, you're able to take out these refugee groups out very easy now. And so he's technically funding all the bad things happening right now in Sudan. And so you have Hyperion say, no, this makes no sense. forget America and what they're trying to do. And so he goes ahead and snaps the neck of Omar. He says, no, this is all wrong. We can find our terrorists out in the world with our own resources and better ways than this right here, because America is actually making things worse. When you pay him, that money is going to those groups who are attacking innocent people. The conflict does not stop. It just keeps going on and on and on. And that right there is the main problem in this country. And so you have Hyperion leave and tells Taylor to go ahead and clean up the mess. And so to wrap up the third chapter, when you have Hyperion and Nighthawk trying to leave the capital, well, of course they cannot leave the capital. And the reason why? Because that is the moment they are actually confronted by the group of Africans who said all of Africa is protected by them. They don't want any kind of help from America at all. And so with Hyperion being here, they broke that rule because they told Hyperion, do not come back here, because if you do, we're gonna kill you. And right now, they're here to kill Hyperion because again, Africa is off limits to heroes of America. But getting into the final chapter, we actually do jump back to the moment where you had Nighthawk breaking into that military base that belongs to the Squadron Supreme.
Go ahead.
Because remember,
Go ahead.
he was trying to
Fuck
steal
you.
something from Emil Burbank's laboratory that was a way to actually stop Hyperion. And apparently, he did find something.
How's that working out for him? Here, let me help.
Out there, and of course, you're reminded he was stopped by Hyperion on his way out. And remember, when it came to Hyperion, it led to their first battle. But every single time we jump to this section right here, we're left to believe that Hyperion was able to actually do something to Nighthawk. But we kind of find out he wasn't able to. Nighthawk was able to get away, which honestly makes sense because with his story, he had to get away. If Hyperion was able to punch Nighthawk, Nighthawk would be in the hospital for days.
I'm getting real lucky with my legendaries lately.
Right now, you have Nighthawk.
Although I did just increase my luck to 10 yesterday, so that might have something to do with it.
Military base, I was actually able to escape and get away without Hyperion finding me a second time around, and get away with what I'm looking for that could be used to actually stop Hyperion. Now, what he found in Emil Burbank's laboratory, he does take it over to a group of scientists who works for his company. Now, at first, you have Nighthawk try to just see if the item could actually work. And apparently it can work, but not this one right here. It has to be modified in a way to actually work on Hyperion. And so you have this scientist tell Kyle, hey man, give me 3 weeks and I'll be able to actually pull it off. And so this device, this weapon is the reason why Nighthawk is actually able to do some kind of damage to Hyperion. It's all coming together now. But then we jump back over to the moment where you actually had Nighthawk just defeat Hyperion in their second fight. And with them being able to actually knock
Still
out
more?
his goal was to take Hyperion back to his hideout in Sudan. But the problem was, while he was trying to carry Hyperion, or really drag Hyperion, that was the moment he was confronted by more men who work for the different groups in Sudan. And so right now they're coming after Nighthawk because he's this American mercenary causing more problems in Sudan. But you had Nighthawk being able to take these guys down, but he uses guns. That right there is a red flag, because if you have powers and if you're able to actually stop Hyperion, why can't you use your powers on these soldiers right here? It just makes things 10 times crazier. And so now you're wondering, how in the world did he really take down Hyperion? What was in that device that made Hyperion so easy to take down? Because he had to use it on Hyperion as a way to actually defeat Hyperion. Either way, once Nighthawk is able to take these guys down, he then continues to drag Hyperion back to his hideout in Sudan. But do we pick up with the moment where you had Hyperion and Nighthawk work together? And of course, they were attacking one of the rebel groups. Now, while you had Hyperion go on a rampage and killing off most of the soldiers, you had Nighthawk go into the prison. And the reason why, because this group right here was locking up women who were technically sexually assaulted by a soldier. And the problem was, though, they had to go on trial to prove that they were actually assaulted. And in their country, apparently you have to have 4 men witnesses to say that you were actually assaulted.
What?
You want them to believe that you were actually assaulted to show that you are innocent, not guilty. But the problem is, though, she's not going to find 4 men to say, yeah, she was assaulted. And so her trial is not fair, and she will be locked up down the road. And so you have Nighthawk go in this prison and kill off all the soldiers who were guarding this prison, and then let every single prisoner out, especially this one girl right here. And so it's kind of like, yeah, Nighthawk came here to fix the problems in Sudan, and he's trying his best by using Hyperion as well. And so that is the moment where we actually jump over to the
Where
present
is
day.
this
We
guy?
have Hyperion and Nighthawk fight against the African heroes. Now, while they're fighting against one another, you do have the African heroes actually point something out here. And what they said, that when it comes to Hyperion, when it comes to Nighthawk, their methods are not good methods at all to help out Sudan. That their methods in helping are actually making things worse in Sudan. And what they're trying to say is that if you're trying to actually help the country out, you can't just come here and just throw money at the country. Say, oh, here's some money, here's this. Use the money as a way to make things better here. Because most likely the money you give is most likely going to make things even worse out here in the country. That money could be used to do more bad things in the country. And so the idea of giving money to a country as a way to help the country is honestly a bad idea. But then when it comes to Hyperion, who's all like, okay, we'll just kill off bad people. But then they said, you can do that, but there always will be someone who is going to replace the person that you had killed off. And most likely the new person coming in could be just as bad as the old person you took out. And so technically, both of your methods are not going to work. As a matter of fact, both of your methods are going to make things even worse here in this country. That is why we say, leave us alone, because we have to find our own way to fix the problems in Africa. And right now, that's not you. You're just making things even worse. Do you understand that? And so you have Hyperion like, oh my God, she's right. Our methods are not going to work. And so he tells Nighthawk to stop. But for Nighthawk, he's kind of like, why? We can beat them and still help this country right after that. But it's Hyperion saying, no, what she said is true. Our methods, yours and mine, they're not going to work. Instead, they're going to make things even worse here. And we can't have that. And so you have Hyperion leave, and you have Nighthawk wonder, okay, I guess, do I stay here or go back to America now? And so to close on this video, we actually do find out how in the world Nighthawk was able to defeat Hyperion. And what we come to find out is that when it comes to Nighthawk, the item he stole from Emil Burbank was actually an item that can make Hyperion think that he's actually being hurt, but on top of that, make him feel like he's being hurt. But in reality, he's not being hurt at all, and his body is not being damaged at all either. But his brain will think his body is being damaged. His brain will think that he's actually getting hurt, but in reality, he's not. And that was a clever way to actually find a way to hopefully defeat Hyperion down the road if he ever does become too powerful to be stopped. And so,
Good job, Batman.
like I said, it was a way for Emil to help out the military to find a way to stop Hyperion. And so now Nighthawk has a way to actually slow down.
I don't know how to get to this last super mutant. He's just gone, I guess.
Today's video. So with that being said, please leave me a like down below and subscribe. Also, if you have any suggestions on books I should read, well, please
Oh, this looks new. There we go.
Your suggestion could be a future video down the road. But guys, I'll see y'all next time. Later. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. This is the channel where we sit down and cover different comic book stories from different comic book companies. Now, today's video, we're going to jump back over to Marvel Comics to continue our coverage over the Supreme Power universe, which is actually us continuing our coverage over this particular version of the Squadron Supreme. Let me explain. Because back in the 1960s, Marvel had an idea about the Avengers fighting against the Justice League. Except Marvel couldn't use those characters because DC owned those characters. And so Marvel made a bunch of characters to represent the DC characters that they couldn't use. So for example, Hyperion is Superman, Blur is Flash, Nighthawk is Batman, and the list goes on and on. So ever since the early days of Marvel Comics, we would get a bunch of stories where it is actually the Avengers fighting against the Squadron Supreme as a way to replace the idea of the Avengers fighting against the Justice League. Not really a bad idea. Except over the years, we would get different versions of the team because each team, and including the original one, they all came from different universes across Marvel's multiverse. So in the early 2000s, Marvel wanted an updated version of the team. They asked the dude, JMS, who was working on Spider-Man at the time, to rework the Squadron Supreme. So he literally started from the very beginning and redid the origins of the characters and telling the early days of those characters. He started with the series Supreme Power, but after that, him and other writers would use other series that tie into the original series, Supreme Power, to tell all the stories they wanted to tell about this version of the Squadron Supreme. And so at this point in our coverage, this is the point where we have reached the Squadron Supreme series that comes after the Supreme Power series and all of the mini-series as well. So Hyperion, Nighthawk, and Dr. Spectrum, where we see the formation of the team, meaning that they will call themselves the Squadron Supreme for the first time ever. And we have to be worried about the future because remember, back in the Hyperion miniseries, we learned that in the future, he is going to try to control the world to hopefully make it better. Some characters went into that future, but when they came back, they believed that the future was just a possibility or an alternate timeline.
See if my settlement is still pissed at me by the time I get back there.
One of the new characters who is kind of like Hyperion's Lex Luthor, but he is super smart, that is his powers. He realized it was the future of their timeline. And so he is trying to figure out how to prevent that future from actually happening. And so getting into today's video, we actually do pick up with the opening pages of this book, reminding us what happened at the very end of Supreme Power. Because remember, when it came to the very end of Supreme Power, George Bush had to talk to the public and announce a new law. And the reason why, because the public found out that Hyperion was an alien. That was his big secret. And so when he was going around being a superhero and working for the military and the government, the world believed that he was just a regular human being who gained some powers out of nowhere. But now they know, no, this dude actually came from space. Now on top of that, in that same story, it was also told to the public that there are other people out there who also have powers, but their powers came from a virus that came from Hyperion's spaceship. And so what George Bush announced was a new law to kind of ease the flames, because when the public found out, they were ticked off. They were angry at the government and they were angry at the military. And so what George Bush actually did was he made a new law. And when it came to this new law, he said, if you are going to be some kind of super being in America, you have to now work for the American government. And so that means if America military knows about you, or they have their eye on you, but they don't know for sure that you are some kind of superpower being, you are now been recruited into the American military and you now must work for the military. Now, with all that being said, we did see that the government and the military did go around and start beginning to pick up different people that they had somewhat knew about who had some kind of abilities. Now, when it comes to General Alexander, the latest
At
general
least I
who
just
we've seen so
saved.
far, he's going to
At
make
least
two
I'm getting
teams.
smarter with
So
that.
one team is going to be out there in the public, meaning that when they're out there fighting against some super villain or saving lives, the public will see them and get the chance to know them. But the second team will be more of like Black Ops. They'll go to different areas around the world and take care of some different problems that are affecting America's chance of, making the world better. And so you'll have two teams, one Black Ops, one public. And so the first few pages, we do see the general begin to decide who is going to be on which team, starting with Hyperion. And Hyperion is going to be on the public team. And the reason why, because by this point, the public knows so much about him. And sometimes the public still looks at him as
That
a
bitch looks
hero.
like
And so it
Xavier
makes sense to put him on the public team.
or
Now,
Patrick
the next
Stewart.
person up is Blur. Now, remember, Blur is just a flash of this universe. Now, this is the moment you have the general have to think about what to do with Blur. Because when it came to Blur, who is Flash of this universe, he was actually a popular hero in America. And matter of fact, he was the second hero to pop up in America right after Hyperion. The thing was, he was found by two agents who wanted to use him as a way to promote different company brands. So he would go around being a hero, but he would carry on his jacket, pants, shoes, whatever, different logos of different brands from different companies as a way to promote them, but for him to make some kind of money. And so he was also as popular as Hyperion.
Why is it
Now,
dirty
so
water
right
now? It
now,
wasn't
what
dirty
do we
before.
have? Because now he's also being forced to work for the American government. And so it seems like the general may put him on the public team like Hyperion, because just like Hyperion, the public knows so much about him. It makes sense to go ahead and put him on the public team. And so the next two up is actually Dr. Spectrum and also Amphibian. Now remember, when it comes to Dr. Spectrum, he is just the Green Lantern of this universe, but when it comes to Amphibian, she's just the Aqua person of this universe. She's kind of representing Aquaman, or honestly, Mara, Aqua Woman. Either way, though, when it comes to these two characters, you do have the military trying to decide what to do with these characters. Now, here comes the problem, though, because these two characters are madly in love with one another. And so for the general, he's very concerned about putting these characters on two different teams. But at the same time, though, he has no choice. And so when it comes to Dr. Spectrum, he will be on the Black Ops team. And the reason why, because his military background, it makes sense to go ahead and put him on the Black Ops team. Now, when it comes to Amphibian, she'll be on the public team. And the reason why, because to the general, her powers are technically pointless. And honestly, I feel like that was shots fired toward DC when it comes to Aquaman, but that's just my own personal opinion. Either way, though, right now, they're saying that because her powers are technically pointless, it will make sense for her to be on the public team rather than the Black Ops team, because she can't read minds or anything, so what's the point of having her on the Black Ops team? Now, here is another thing to focus on right now, because in the early parts of Supreme Power, Amphibian killed some people because they were scared of her. And of course, their reaction scared her and made her think that they were trying to kill her. And so she did kill off two people. And so what the general is going to do is lie about her character and say that was not her. That was somebody else. That matter of fact, Amphibian comes from Atlantis. And because Atlantis is at the bottom of the ocean, by the time the human race is able to actually go to the bottom of the ocean, it will be years on years on years. And by that time, everybody will be gone. Either way, they're going to lie about the origin of Amphibian. Now, the next three characters that we are going to focus on is Arcania, Shape, and Emil. Now, when it comes to these three characters right here, we have to remember that we first met these characters back in the Hyperion miniseries, and that was it. And so we're still learning more about these characters as we cover Supreme Power. Now, with all that being said, when it came to the Hyperion miniseries, I honestly feel like those characters right there were the stars of that book, not Hyperion, which is sad because it was Hyperion's own miniseries, but he wasn't really the star of his own book. It was really these three characters right here. Anyways, though, when it comes to Arcania, she has the ability to warp reality on a quantum level. And what I mean by that is she can pull other things from different realities into their reality. But it has to be a reality that's next to theirs. And so she can't pull anything from a reality that's two realities away, which honestly makes things a tad bit confusing. Now, when it comes to Emil, he's just Lex Luthor. Like, when it comes to him, when he got his powers, it made him very smart, which is a great thing. But he's technically the Lex Luthor to Hyperion. And last but not least is Shape. Now, when it comes to Shape, think of Blob from the X-Men, where he is technically very durable. He can take almost any kind of hit he wants. Matter of fact, he took a punch from Hyperion, which is something most characters, really almost all other characters, cannot do. Either way, when it comes to Shape, Emil, and Arcania, the general says because these three characters have not been exposed to the public, or really, the public has not been exposed to them, they'll be great for the Black Ops team. And so he says, those three characters, Black Ops, let's move on. Now, the next character we are going to focus on is Edith. Now, when it comes to Edith, she is a new character to us technically, but at the same time, we actually saw her back at the very end of Supreme Power.
All
And
right,
what
let's
I
see if we're
mean by
allowed back
that is,
home.
when it came to Edith, we saw a bunch of different characters after George Bush had announced to the world that if you're going to have powers in America, you're going to work for the American government, for the American military. And so while he was giving that speech, we saw a set of different characters over like 3 or 4 pages. And by this point in our coverage, we've seen most of those people we saw at the very end of Supreme Power, like Arcania, Shape, and Emil. But Edith, she was one of the characters we saw at the very end of Supreme Power who was very worried about the idea of she has powers and now she has to be forced to work for the American government and military. This is going to begin our chance to actually learn about the character more. But here's the thing. When it comes to when it comes to Edith, she has super strength. Now, the question is though, how strong is she actually? Is she strong as Hyperion? Is she strong as Zarda? We honestly do not know, but we do know that something happened in the past that makes her get angry very easily. And so anytime someone does her wrong, she wants to beat down on that person. But the question is, what happened to her in the past? But we do learn that she does have super strength. Now, the next character is Nighthawk, and this is literally one page because right now, what you have the government trying to do is put together a team of superheroes, heroes with powers. They don't want anybody who don't have powers at all. And so when it comes to Nighthawk, you have the general remind us that Nighthawk is just Batman. He has no powers. His parents were killed off by some racist person, and so now he kills off people who attack the black community. And that's really it. And he's in Chicago. That's literally it for Nighthawk. And so you have the general say, there's no reason for us to go out of our way to recruit this character into our fold. Now, the last 3 characters we have to talk about is Thomas Thompson, where apparently his code name for right now, because the nerd skill that name is Tom Thumb, and he is technically just the Ant-Man on the team. Then you have Nuke, and of course his name should give it away when it comes to his powers. It's just that he's able to release a high amount of radiation, and he does have super strength and flight ability as well. And then the last one is Zarda. Now remember, Zarda is technically the Wonder Woman of this team. Either way right now, we don't know much about her because remember, when we did learn her origin, we found out that her origin is actually not correct. But the question is right now, what is her true origin story? But either way, when it comes to Zarda as well, she killed someone and she took that person's identity. And so right
Jeez, they
now,
just keep
everyone
going.
was having a hard time time believing that Zarda is who she's saying she is. Either way, because all three characters are kind of new, they all got pushed on the Black Ops team as well. Now, that is your Squadron Supreme team. All those different characters, but right now on two different teams. Except that idea goes right out the window. And the reason why, because of Hyperion. Now remember, Hyperion also went into the future and he met his future self. And his future self gave him a plan like, hey, if you want to make sure this Earth gets better, you have to take control, complete control. And so his future self gave him an idea to how to actually pull that game plan off. And so right now you have Hyperion going over to the reporter known as Jason Scott. Now remember, Jason Scott was the person who told the world about Hyperion being an alien. Now it wasn't Hyperion who told him that story, it was the military who told Jason to write that story because the military was trying to hurt Hyperion emotionally. Now, with that being said, this right now is Hyperion getting back towards the military by coming to Jason and telling Jason, I have a story for you. And the story I have for you is what the American military is trying to do. They're trying to form two different teams, one for the public to see and one being a Black Ops team that would take care of different problems that America has across the world. And so this is Hyperion hoping that Jason will write the story and tell the public, which he actually will do. But the reason why Hyperion is doing that is kind of like the first step in his plan to take over the world, to have complete control over the world. But as soon as Jason writes that story and it gets out to the public, you have the general say, okay, there goes my plan of two different teams because now the world knows about what we were going to do. And so with that story being out there, now when it comes to the general and the government and the military, they have to play a tad bit of cover up. Because now with that story being public, America's enemies now know, okay, America now has a group of super beings that they were actually going to use against us. That right there is a huge problem. And so you have George Bush do another press conference. Now, when it comes to this press conference, this is really him telling the world, okay, there's not going to be two teams at all. Matter of fact, it's going to be only one team. And so the general changed his mind and grabbed all the different characters that he was trying to put on different teams and put them on one team. And you have George Bush say, this is your Squadron Supreme. And so getting into the second chapter of the book, this really begins the process of us kind of learning about the idea that there are other people out there who were also infected by the virus that came from Hyperion's ship. Because remember, when it comes to most of the other characters besides Hyperion, where they got their powers from, their powers came from the virus that had left the ship of Hyperion.
So much crap.
And so now we're going to see that that virus did not just affect the people in North America. Because if you follow all my videos so far, you will believe, yes, the virus only affected North America. But now we're going to find out that is not actually true. But before we can actually do that, the opening pages of the second chapter is really more of the team doing paperwork. And really, this paperwork is to say, hey, you know, making sure that you are who you say you are. But on top of that, we want to make sure you sign your contract as well to show that you are stuck with the military, that you're going to work for only the military, and that is it. You are not going to do anything else unless the military tells you to actually do it. And so right now, it's kind of sealing their fates, saying, hey, you're stuck here forever. Until you actually die, you are part of the American military, the American government. But by day 4 of them now working for the American military, well, that is the moment you do have Alexander, the general, actually call in everybody for their first mission. Now, when it comes to their first mission, they have to go to Africa because apparently there is this leader, John Putu, who's apparently a leader of a certain area in Africa who's using his powers for evil. And he's causing a lot of problems for America and other countries around the world who are also part of the United Nations. And so right now, the UN wants to send in the Squadron Supreme to handle this particular problem. And matter of fact, they have been cleared by the UN to go out to Africa or this area in Africa to take down this certain kind of leader. Now, when it comes to John Patu, apparently he does have a crazy set of powers, which honestly makes him a very good threat right here. Because when it comes to his powers, yes, he's very durable. He's able to take a lot of different things. But you also have Alexander tell us when it comes to John Patu, apparently he's also very smart. But on top of that, he's able to control your mind by talking to you. So technically means that as long as he's nearby you, he can talk into your ears and he finds a way to actually control you. And so those are his three powers that he actually has, which does make him a very powerful.
Drop your gun, dummy.
But either way, you do
It's
have
okay.
Alexander tell the Squadron Supreme, okay, you got your mission. Now it's time for you guys to go to Africa or that area in Africa and take down this particular person. And so before they're able to actually go on their next mission, well, that is the moment you do have Alexander actually pull Zarda to the side. Now, the reason why he does this because Alexander realized that something is up with Zarda, which honestly there is. Because let's not forget, guys, she did kill someone off at the very end of Supreme Power, and she took that person's secret identity. Not secret, but their identity. She had been pretending to be that person for a certain time period. And so right now, when it comes to Alexander, he's starting to realize that Zarda is not who she says she is. That yes, she may say that she's so-and-so's name, but she's not really that person. Now, you do have Alexander kind of use a way to figure out who she actually is by asking her for a code name, because everybody else on the team has a code name except her. And so what he actually does is says, hey, so we and my friends have been sitting down trying to figure out what to call you when you are out in the field. How do you like Power Princess or Princess Power? And of course, she hates both names. And so she says, just call me Zarda. Now, with that being said, that is technically her real name, Zarda, for the time being, until we actually learn her true origin. But either way, it's her saying, yes, you may call me Zarda, and that is it. And so with her telling the general that, he does get an idea that, okay, so I don't believe that she is who she says she is, the person's name that she's using right now when she's out in the public. I think her real name is Zarda, and then I'm going to do my research with that name to learn more about her. Now, when it comes to their first mission, they actually do get there to Africa. They do get to the location they have to be at to find their target. But when they actually get to their location in Africa, well, that is the moment we come to find out that the leader of the team when they're in the field is actually not Hyperion, it's Dr. Spectrum. Now, this makes sense because when it comes to Dr. Spectrum, he is the only person on the entire team that does have some military background. Not some, a lot. And so it would make sense for him to be the leader of this team.
There's got to be some drug I'm not using here.
And so with that being said,
Make me big, strong.
do have the characters begin the process of doing what they were
Psycho buff. There we go.
make sure that this mission actually comes out great and not a complete disaster. Now, here comes the problem though, because while you have the heroes out there actually doing their job and taking down the different targets they need to take down so they can get to their main target, you have Blur talk to Hyperion about how he feels. And really, he does this for only one page, but honestly, it's very, very important because it does two things. And what Blur really wants to talk about to Hyperion, why he's so upset, is because he hates the idea of seeing people fight against one another for no actual good reason. And what he says is that when it comes to the different tribes in Africa, he sees the tribes. He does see where they're different when it comes to their ideas and their beliefs. But at the same time, how do you know who belongs to who? Because they're both black. both tribes are black. Now, when it comes to Hyperion, he says, well, yeah, look at Europe. A lot of countries out there are dominant Europeans who are Caucasian, very light-skinned white color. And so with that, when those countries fight against each other as well, you have no idea who belongs to who when it comes to a regular person. But the reason why you have these tribes, these countries fighting against one another is because of beliefs, religion, or just because of what you believe life should actually be about. And when those opinions get involved in your conversation with someone, sometimes those conversations can turn really bad and lead to a fight. And so when
Who
it comes to these
dares?
tribes, these countries, or these people alone, that's the reason why you have so much fighting in the world, because we cannot accept the idea of someone else's opinion. But getting back over to the mission, this is where things begin to fall apart for our heroes. And what I mean by that is, you do have Dr. Spectrum say, okay, it's time for us to go ahead and take down our target Batu. I'm gonna go find him and take him down. Now, while he flies over there to take down Batu, well, the problem is though, he realized he has not heard from his girlfriend, Amphibian. And so he begins to worry about her. And so when he flies over to their target, Batu, well, he finds Hyperion and Amphibian standing right next to Batu, where it seems like they now work for him, which honestly they do. And the reason why, because remember, he has mind control abilities. And so he was able to take over the minds of Hyperion and Amphibian as well. Now, because Dr. Spectrum had walked into that room, and because he's a tad bit too slow, just like that, bam, Batu was able to control Dr. Spectrum as well. And he tells all three characters, okay, here's your assignment. Go after your friends and take them out now. And really, with Hyperion by himself, that's a big threat. But when you throw in Dr. Spectrum, that's a huge threat. Now, Amphibian, she's also a threat, but not as big as Hyperion and Dr. Spectrum. But either way, now our three heroes are going to fight against their own team because Batu now controls them. And so when it comes to the third chapter of this book, it's really more just the Squadron Supreme fighting against each other. Because we have Dr. Spectrum, Hyperion, and Amphibian right now working for Batu, while you have the rest of the Squadron team trying to fight against him, which honestly is not an easy task. Because like I said earlier, when it came to Hyperion, that right there alone is a powerful threat. But when it comes to Dr. Spectrum, my gosh, that threat right there is literally red alert, probably higher than red alert. And so right now you do have the other members of the Squadron Supreme trying their best to actually take down Hyperion, but to also take down Dr. Spectrum. Now, those two characters right there, they do cause a lot of problems. Now, Zarda is actually able to help Dr. Spectrum, but to also help Hyperion. And what she actually does is she goes to Dr. Spectrum first. And the reason why, because Dr. Spectrum powers comes from the crystal that is embedded in his hand. Because remember, when it came to his powers, it comes from his crystal. But that crystal came from Hyperion's spaceship. But on top of that, the crystal has a mind of its own. And so when it comes to Dr. Spectrum's body, there's two different personalities, the crystal, but also Joseph Ledger. But when it comes to the crystal, it does hold Hyperion's mission. Why was he brought here to Earth? But also the crystal knows the true origin of Zarda as well, except we still have no idea what her origin actually is. But you have Zarda go over to Dr. Spectrum and really to the crystal and say, hey, I need you to take over your host, to
How did
bring
he
him back
go?
to us, because right now he's not in control. But once you do that, I need you to go and handle Hyperion as well. And so you do have the crystal take over Joseph Ledger body, which means Dr. Spectrum is somewhat back under control, but then you have Dr. Spectrum go use his powers on Hyperion to bring Hyperion back under control. Now, when it comes to Amphibian, it was done a tad bit differently, because what happened was Emil, the smartest person on the team, he found a way to actually take down every single person on the team, kind of how like Batman does in Battle of Tower of Babel. I almost said Battle of Tower of Babel. But in that storyline, Batman figured out a way to take out each member of the Justice League. And so when it comes to Emil, he found a way to take out every single member of the Squadron Supreme. And Amphibian was the easiest one to figure out. And so he does take her out a tad bit, but not really a tad bit. I mean, what he does to her could possibly kill her, but she is saved by the rest of the Squadron Supreme. But because Emil technically did hurt Amphibian, it does tick off Dr. Spectrum. And so he wants to kill off Emil, but now realizing that she was also under Batu control like he was as well with Hyperion. And so right when you have Dr. Spectrum getting ready to kill off Emil, well, that is the moment you have Blur reappear, because he was in the first part of the battle, but not the second part. And the reason why? Because he found some friends. And really, we should not call them friends, but they're here to help the squadron team take out Batu. Now, when it comes to Blur friends, a matter of fact, they're not really friends, but on top of that, we have no idea what their names actually are. But when it comes to Blur and his friends, it actually does continue the idea that when it came to Hyperion spaceship, when he crashed here on Earth, that virus did not just affect the people in North America or just in America, it affected people around the world. Now at first with Batu, it seemed like he was the only person in Africa in the entire continent who may have powers, but we come to find out that is not true, because these characters right here who are right now standing next to Blur, they also have powers as well. Now, here's the thing, they are very upset with the Squadron Supreme because they're kind of like, look around, look at what you actually did. Supposedly you came here to help us because the UN told you to go out here, help us because we were unable to actually take him down. But here comes the problem though. Y'all made things even worse. Look around the area. You guys have caused so much damage in this area. How can we actually sit here right now and say, oh yeah, you guys did a good job helping out? No. You guys ran in head first with no actual plan. Your minds got taken over. You fought against yourselves, and this area took a lot more damage than you guys actually expected. But of course, it happened because you were not truly prepared. But at the same time, Africa, or this area in Africa, did not ask for your help. It was America trying to be America. But here's the catch though. This is actually America's fault. The reason why Batu is in charge because America helped him get in charge. And on top of that, America gave Batu all the weapons he needed to actually take over this area. Because when it comes to America and other countries around the world, when they begin to kind of mess with these small countries and their small wars and give those small countries a bunch of weapons, they actually make a profit out of those wars between those small countries around the world. And so right now it's this guy saying, just leave. Because honestly, we have the powers to actually take care of him. We were just waiting for the right time. And so we do see 2 of the 5 people that came with Blur go and find Batu, and they literally rip him apart. He's dead just like that. But it proves that right now there's other people out there with powers as well, not just in America, but all over Africa, possibly Asia, also Europe. We don't know yet. And really the story ends there, because you do have our heroes go back to America because one, they had no choice, but because they got defeated. They feel defeated because they were defeated. And they realize that this is not a proper team, that this is a team that needs more proper training. This is a team that needs to trust one another. This team needs more control. And that right there is a huge thing to say, because right now is Hyperion realizing, okay, I had a full team of heroes and we were easily stopped by one guy who had powers. One guy. There was like 6, 7 of us and we still failed. That right there is a problem. And so this is going to push Hyperion even more to say, I need to take over. I need to have control over the earth. But this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, I'll see y'all next time. Later. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay guys, so we are going to continue our coverage over the Squadron Supreme, but the 2000 version, better known as Supreme Power. So let me explain real quick. Back in the early 1960s, Marvel had this idea, which was Avengers fighting against the Justice League. Now, of course, Marvel couldn't do stories like that because they did not own the character rights to the Justice League. So like Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and Green Lantern. And so what Marvel actually did was they created their own superhero team to represent the Justice League, which is known as the Squadron Supreme. Now, with that being said, you had characters like Hyperion, who was Superman, Nighthawk, who was Batman, Blur for Flash, Dr. Spectrum for Green Lantern, Zarda for Wonder Woman, and the list just goes on. Now, with all that being said, though, the Squadron Supreme came from a different universe in Marvel's multiverse, but Marvel used those characters as a way to fight against the Avengers. And so you would have the Avengers fight against the Squadron Supreme to be more like the Avengers fought against the Justice League. Now, over the years in Marvel Comics, we did get different versions of the team from different universes in Marvel's multiverse. Now, in the early 2000s, Marvel did ask a particular writer known as JMS to come over and rework the characters. And what I mean by that is retell the origin of these characters, or actually finally give the origin to these characters. Because of some characters we never got an origin story for. And so JMS came over and said, I got you. I'm gonna write the origin story to the Squadron Supreme. And he launched Supreme Power. Now we cover Supreme Power. That was 18 issues long. And when it comes to Supreme Power was actually very popular. It did launch with Marvel Max, and Marvel Max was a way for Marvel to do more adult content, more adult stories, like a lot of blood and of course some naked people. Now, when it came to Supreme Power, it's technically just another version of the Squadron Supreme. Because like I said earlier, when it came to the Squadron Supreme, there were different versions we had over the years. And the reason why, because each version came from a different universe in Marvel's multiverse. And so when it came to the 2000s, when we got Supreme Power, this is just another version of the Squadron Supreme from another universe. And matter of fact, this version will stay for a certain period of time until Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, where they all die. Now, with all that being said, though, we covered Supreme Power, and we also covered the miniseries known as Supreme Power Hyperion and Supreme Power Nighthawk. Now, all those stories right there was getting us ready for this one right here, or this current series we're covering right now, known as Squadron Supreme. Now, when it comes to Squadron Supreme, this version right here is technically the first time the characters have come together as a superhero team, just minus Nighthawk. And the reason why, because Nighthawk does not have any powers at all.
Where my armor went?
That the American military only wanted people with powers to work for them. And when it comes to Nighthawk,
who am I in combat with?
Powers, because he's just your Batman of this universe. Now, with that being said, we actually have seen these characters work for the American military, meaning that they are attacking other countries around the world for America. But now we're going to learn the origin of one particular character who was technically given to us at the very beginning of this series, and that is Inertia, Edith Fredberg. She was technically given to us at the very beginning of this series, and we have no idea what her origin is actually like, because we found out in our last video that she does have some anger issues. But the question is though, why? Why does she have anger issues? And so, getting into today's storyline, we actually do pick up right now with the Squadron Supreme attacking some random country. Now,
I
the
just
name
want to
does
trade a
not
few
matter.
things.
And the reason why, because right now the story is trying to show us what the
There it
American
is.
military or the American government is using our heroes for. And right now, it is to attack other countries around the world. That is why this team was put together. Yes, to keep an eye out on power beings, but at the same time, let's use those power beings as a way to attack other countries. Now, at the same time, this is the American government saying we're trying to handle problems in those countries. And so, for example, if a country right now has infighting, then the American government is going to send in the Squadron Supreme to deal with those problems in that country. And so it kind of gives America a reason to send over the Squadron Supreme. But at the same time, they're sending our heroes over there to just attack those countries and really just dismantle their military weapons to make that country weak.
Wow, we
And so
got a
right
shit
now
ton
we're
of
seeing our
legendary
heroes right
gear.
now just attacking
That luck
people left and right. And
luck
trying
perk's
to
paying
inform
off.
their path. Now remember, not every single character
I
on
don't
this
know why I'm
team
still
right
in
now
combat.
has an active power, meaning that when they use their powers, something big really happens, like super strength or super speed, or even the ability to be very
Who am I
durable.
supposed to be
Because you
fighting
have
right
heroes
now?
like Emil Burbank. And remember, when it comes to Emil, his power is just him being really smart. And so when everybody else got a different kind of power, all he got was brain power. But that is still a very dangerous thing. And matter of fact, he was brought onto this mission as a way to attack this particular country. Because with him being so smart, he's able to create weapons or devices to take down their enemies left and right. And that's how smart he is. He does not have to actually fight. All he has to do is use his brain to
You can
create
get nothing
different
from
ways
that.
to take down people left and right. Now, when it
Live
comes
and
to Emil
learn.
Burbank, he is technically the Lex Luthor of this universe. Because remember, these characters represent DC characters. And so when it comes to Emil, he literally has to be Lex Luthor. The Lex Luthor for Hyperion. And that story right there is gonna come down the road. But either way, we do see our heroes, quotation mark, take down this country completely apart. And so then we see our heroes actually go back to a military base nearby. And of course, this is for them to relax. Now, when they get there, it does lead into a very powerful conversation between Blur, Hyperion, and also Emil. Now, when it comes to this conversation, like I said, it is very important. And the reason why, because it starts with Blur. You have Blur express himself because right now he's very upset with the idea that they are a superhero team that works for the American government and they're sent on different missions as a way to help protect America. But in reality, it's just the government trying to deal with their own problems that they had created in these other countries, or to hopefully stop future enemies. And when it comes to Blur, he feels like they don't have the right to do that, especially when it's countries who are having problems but do not want America's help. Why does America feel like they have the right to deal with those problems for those countries? Now, you do have Emil step in. Now, remember, Emil is supposed to be the smartest person in the entire world. And honestly, he feels like he has all the answers. And so, right now, you have Emil tell Blur, listen, you have to realize if we ignore these problems, if we ignore these things, then we have future problems down the road. And so, why in the world would we let that happen when we have the ability to actually stop it right now? Now, when it comes to Hyperion, here's his angle. He feels like he's agreeing with Blur, but he's also agreeing with Emil as well. Because when it comes to Hyperion, he also hates the idea that they're being used right now to take down other enemies, to deal with other country problems. But at the same time, he hates the idea they're doing all this work for just one particular country. Like America does not have their own problems as well. And so right now, it's Hyperion saying, well, why not just go ahead and control the world? Now, this right here is coming from the Hyperion miniseries that we covered because we learn in the future Hyperion does become the ruler of the world. He wants to control it all to make the earth better. And so right now, this is him thinking that. He's thinking that, hey, you know what? Blur is right. We have no right to technically work for one particular country. So why not try to take over the world completely? World domination. Now for Blur, he's looking at Hyperion like, no, dude, that is not what I meant at all. But for Emil, he then questions Hyperion. He says, here's the thing though, what do you do after you're able to control everything? What can you do after you rule over the entire world? Where's the fun in that? And that is where the conversation actually ends.
Cool.
Because now Hyperion has to think about, maybe Emil is right. If I do control the world, then what's next? What else could I do? And the conversation ends there. And so you do have Emil actually as Edith. Now remember, Edith is the character that we are going to focus on today and try to learn her origin story. But you do have Emil ask her, hey, how do you feel about world domination, taking over the world? How do you feel? And honestly, she does not even care. She walks outside to talk to the moon, something she always do, because apparently she has no one to actually talk to. Now, you do have Blur go out there and try to see that she is okay. Now, of course, she tells Blur to go away because the only person that she wants to talk to is the moon. Now, the way she says it is kind of like she's angry at Blur. And you do have Blur walk away because it was just Blur trying to check up on her to make sure that she was okay. And so you have her realize that what
It
she
doesn't
did
even
to
show the
try to
plasma
talk to Blur
bolts.
was
That's weird.
incorrect, that it was wrong. And so she does apologize, but she just wants to talk to the moon because the moon is the
See
only
how it
one
works
that can
out.
hold on to her secrets, and that is it. And this leads us into the origin of Edith, aka Inertia. And so this leads into the origin of Edith, or inertia. And what I mean by that, we actually do pick on her right now at a young age with her mother. Now, right off the bat, we learn that her mother is someone who cares for her. She loves her daughter very, very much. But when it comes to her father, that is a completely different story. Now, when her dad comes home, we do learn very quickly that her dad is two things. One, really three things. One, he is super Christian. Number two, he's also part of a church. When it comes to that church, he is a leader of that church. And three, he's very abusive to his daughter and his wife. Now, here's the thing. We learn right off the bat at this age, Edith had her powers. She's very durable. She has super strength. Now, the reason why we know that because apparently he got word from her school, the school nurse, that they were unable to actually give her a certain kind of shot that she needs to be in that school. And so with that, he gets very angry. Now, the reason why the nurse could not give her that shot because her skin is already super durable. Because at this point, Hyperion spaceship have flew over America. And remember, when it came to Hyperion, when he came here to Earth, his spaceship had some kind of virus that was released over the world. And that is how you have other power beings in the world, thanks to that virus right there. And so when it came to
Alright.
Edith, her
I think that'll
powers
about do it for me
activated because
today.
she was infected by the virus. And so at this point,
Made
her
some
skin
good
is very
progress
durable.
today.
She has super strength. But here's the thing, when it comes to her father, he believes it's some kind of devil work.
Scrap
And if you're
away.
able to wash away her sins and she tries her best to be more godly like, then her powers will go away because her powers are something of the devil. Now, when it comes to Ida's mother, she does try to reason with her father, but unfortunately, he is not listening. And he feels like she's also the reason why Ida's the way she is. And so he does slap his wife as well to show that he's not just verbally abusive, he's also physically abusive as well. And so you have Edith try her best to hide her powers, but to also be more godly like. And the reason why, because she wants to protect her mother, because she knows if she.
All right, that'll do it for me today. Thank you again, Bravo, for coming in and hanging out and moderating. Thanks for helping me put down those bots. Always appreciate that. Uh, if I stream this weekend or tonight, I'll probably be off camera, but if not then, I will see you all on Monday, same usual time. But whether you tuned in now or later, thank you, and whenever you are, wherever you are, I'll see you.